Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Yes, I did get a haircut, and my beard is quite small.
You snorted a line just now.
Just
What?
like your penis.
I was saying you snorted a line just now.
I put Carmex in my nose when I go to bed, to the point like I do it literally every night. I heard it on the Rooster Teeth podcast one time. Bernie Burns was suggesting that you should do it when you're on a plane. Changed my life, right? Especially when I was living in Arizona when it was so dry, where putting Carmex like on your lips and in your nose before you go to bed makes it so you wake up without feeling super dry and awful. And now it's gotten to the point where I can't fall asleep if I haven't done it. So there will be times when I'm in bed.
You're an addict.
I'm literally in bed and I just like I'm tossing and turning. I'm like, oh, Carmex, put it in the, like. So, I took a nap before the stream, or at least I just tried to lay down for like 20 minutes, and yeah, so I had to snort that out there. There you go. Also joining me, Putnam.
Hello,
Reese.
Hi.
Greenline.
Hello.
And Random. Oh, and Random 11.
Hello.
And and also, Cool2T already paid for this show, which is clearly a foolish decision. Oh no! All right, this
Would
is
not
gonna be a fun
recommend.
so let's jump right in. If you guys would like to support, oh, that's right, I have to move this over here so that it's the appropriate resolution and not weird. All right. Fortunately, I will be looking down, and there will be less double chin happening for most of the stream. All right. So, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, one of the ways you can do that is taking. Oh, yeah. By the way, take the initiative from the Cool2T, because I will go to court and argue that this counts as a tip and no tax on tips. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So there you go.
Be cool like the Cool2T.
But otherwise, if you needed more ways to do it, you guys can head over to patreon.com/OCA podcast, or you can go to patreon.com/anime collector, or OCApodcast.com/support. You can donate directly to us, or you can shop at these wonderful places. By the way, I was doing my taxes. I have a tax appointment next Monday, and I saw in my statements that I got a payment from Humble Bundle, which means it's working. So that's great. Also, you guys could shop at Tenga. Treat yourself. It is Goon Hog Day after all. All right, let's jump right in here.
Cool2T said, paid for the 6:30 show. So clearly he's going to get a refund because we're late.
He's gonna.
No, I think he's on the East Coast, so he's paying because it's early, and he's like, yes, I'm not going to be up all night watching.
No, but we didn't start at 6:30. His super chat was at 6:30.
Damn it!
But we're late.
Fuck.
So he's going to get a refund. Goddamn.
I just needed my hair to grow out just a little bit more. Oh, yeah. He pre-ordered the episode. Is the anime great or bad?
What anime?
That's the spectrum for which that could fall under is so massive and to such extremes. OCA Lambs, funded by IGN. I'll get it. If only anime Groundhog Girls existed. Damn. All right.
It's Groundhog Day.
Yeah, Goonhog Day. I said so. See? Happy Goonhog Day.
Oh, true.
All right. That means there's 6 more weeks of gooning. All right. So, last podcast we covered a leak that occurred with a bunch of people's Crunchyroll accounts. And we discussed the potential because Crunchyroll said that they investigated the matter and found no breach
Breaches.
of their, system,
Security breach or leaks or
but they still chose to update their terms of service. And you can read the whole thing. It's in the doc. I've got a couple things I want to showcase before we, address it. But the major thing that people are pointing out, yes, your cookies, great. The major thing people are pointing out is this right here. You will not use false identities or impersonate any other person or use a username or password that you are not authorized to use. Crunchyroll reserves the right to require you to change your name, your username, for any reason and may do so at any time. Furthermore, they said you are responsible for safeguarding and maintaining the confidentiality of your username, password, not using the Oxford comma, and corresponding Crunchyroll account information. You agree not to disclose your password to anyone. You agree that you are entirely and solely responsible for any and all activities or actions that occur under your Crunchyroll account, whether or not you have authorized such activities or actions. You agree to immediately notify Crunchyroll of any unauthorized use of your username, password, or Crunchyroll account. Crunchyroll.
So they're saying that if my account is Big Dick 69, that's a false identity. Therefore, I can't use it. Am I
you have
going
to
to be
use your
banned?
real name.
Do you think they would make Adolf Hitler Nona change his name?
Ooh.
It'd have to.
I'd love that. That'd be
it's
fucking
weird.
funny.
It's weird that they say you can't share your password with anyone, but then
Mhm.
they have literal
Profiles.
accounts set up so that
Profiles.
intended for you to share your
For
password with other
multiple,
people.
yeah. So interestingly, they have a arbitration agreement. All disputes arising out of, relating to, or in connection with these terms of service or your use of the site and or service must be resolved first through an informal dispute resolution process. In the event informal resolution fails, these terms of use further mandate that all disputes be formally resolved through binding arbitration. So this is just kind of like the common thing now, like force everybody to handle things outside of court so you can control things. To be honest, Crunchyroll is actually pretty reasonable with this. They go so far as to say that if legal proceedings are less cost prohibitive for whatever reason than arbitration, that Crunchyroll will actually pay for your arbitration costs as long as they exceed $250. So
I think that's a law in California. Like,
oh really?
yeah, I don't think they're being nice about that.
So just so you know, there's also a 30-day right to opt out of arbitration. So you may opt out and not be bound by the arbitration agreement and class action waiver. To do so, you must notify Crunchyroll in writing no later than 30 days of your acceptance of any update to these terms of use or your first use of the service, whichever is later. Your notice must include your name and address and the email address you use to set up your Crunchyroll account and an unequivocal statement that you want to opt out of this arbitration agreement. You must send your opt-out notice to one of the following physical or email addresses. So you guys can read that here if you guys wanted to do that.
I was going to say, what if I haven't used my account in years and I don't agree to it?
Well, you would be able to because the terms of use only just now got updated for this.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
like a couple days ago.
So like I said, this is the section right here that people are really pointing to in terms of the updates. They're looking at this as though, Crunchyroll is making it your responsibility with your password and username, that they aren't going to take any liability whatsoever for hacking or anything like that. But according to Niche Gamer, they said, fact check, Crunchyroll didn't change their terms of service. It's always been bad. So they go on to say,
Always has been.
they talk about the data breach in Crunchyroll, where they said, we are aware login credentials for several streaming services, including Crunchyroll, were posted on social media and have resolved the issue. We have secured the affected accounts, investigated the situation, and determined that there is no evidence that Crunchyroll systems have been compromised. Last podcast, we speculated that what may have happened is that the hacker who was selling courses or whatever the fuck he was doing may have just phished all those people. Sent an email to as many emails as could possibly be found from maybe a different data leak, with a phishing attempt to get them to log into their Crunchyroll account, which was actually a fake website made to look like Crunchyroll, that sort of thing. So it seems reasonable that they might be telling the truth when they say that they have not found any evidence that Crunchyroll systems have been compromised. However, fans were quick to notice a phrase in Crunchyroll's terms of service, which at a glance appears to remove any responsibility from Crunchyroll when accounts are compromised, possibly even in a data breach where they're at fault. Well-intentioned fans were quick to notice the phrasing, but are erroneously associating it with a recent update to the terms of service. Thanks to the Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine, you can actually see a variation of the offending phrase has been a part of Crunchyroll's terms of service since its earliest snapshot all the way back in 2008. You are responsible for safeguarding and maintaining the confidentiality of your username, all that kind of stuff. So, admittedly, these kinds of clauses are relatively common and enable Crunchyroll to apply consequences even if someone says, oops, my account got hacked, that wasn't me, after doing something like dropping spoilers in the episode 1 comments.
Which you can't do anymore anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, my jaws. Oh, there's my alarm to wake up. Hold on.
Wow. Set your
Sorry,
alarm to wake
the
up?
button, no, the
Your jaw
button
senses
to,
were tingling and sensing your alarm.
I used like the timer instead of the like the actual clock alarm, and the button where that would normally stop on the other type of alarm is the button to repeat the timer. So it just gave me another 25 minutes and now it's gone. Anyway, regardless, it's a poor look for Crunchyroll as fears of a potential data breach have been stoked by the recent leak of passwords. Yeah. Any thoughts on this about their terms of service change and all that?
Not really.
Cool. Big D69 is a true identity. Does Nya force you to change username or retroactively change the contact?
Imagine having an account with Nya.
I mean, I think Professor Who does.
The fuck is even Nya? I forget. It sounds familiar.
It's probably because you know it by the name that Resident Evil calls it, Naya.
Oh.
Think the Pirate Bay for anime and Japanese.
Oh, okay.
Yes, random. I paid for a blank screen. Damn, should have kept the screen blank longer. Cucked you on your $2.
Get your money's worth.
Yeah. Crunchyroll saying you're reasonable, not them. Okay. This is to prevent what Sargon did to Patreon. I have not used Crunchyroll or Funimation in 5 years, so I'm not bound. Oh. They said that we aren't bound until 30 days after we log in and accept. So if you never log in again, you have opted out. Well, you could also just send them a fucking email saying, shove it up your ass. I'll see you in court. All right. Cool. So, you guys remember last podcast we looked at this. U.S. whistleblower says MasterCard and Visa failed to stop payments for child sex abuse materials on OnlyFans.
Yes. Hypocrisy.
So this story has progressed a little bit. Chibi said, very damning information came out about the Visa and MasterCard stuff today. You know how they've been forcing Japan to censor themselves over drawings. The whistleblower revealed that they've been receiving reports since 2019 on child sex exploitation material on OnlyFans, and they did nothing about it. In July, the news organization reported that hundreds of sexually explicit videos and images of minors, some as young as toddlers, have appeared on the site since 2019, according to allegations in police complaints. In December, a child exploitation investigator told Reuters that he reported 26 OnlyFans accounts to authorities that appeared to contain sexual content featuring underage teen girls. The accounts were quickly taken down, said the investigator. Another story focused on women who said they had been sexually enslaved, sometimes by a fiance or boyfriend, to make money on the platform. So, furthermore, GB also said this: good news, Japanese officials have found out about the OnlyFans scandal where card companies don't actually care about children, actively ignoring illegal activities for years. Glad to see all this coming to light. Visa and other card companies about to get massive pushback. So this guy said, just a week ago, Reuters criticized Visa and MasterCard, citing the testimony of a whistleblower, a compliance expert in credit card and banking industries, who said, quote, Visa and MasterCard knew that illegal content was being handled on the UK OnlyFans, but did not take action. Now, this is a somewhat separate issue to that. Japanese government to investigate payment processors after withholding revenue from adult games on Steam. So they're finally catching up to that part, right? Not so much the the major stuff currently going on, but at least they're catching up on the stuff we've been reporting on for years now about Steam. Taro Yamada, a member of the Japanese National Diet, has announced his intent to investigate payment processors who are refusing to provide service to Japanese artists. For years, payment processors have been throwing their weight around to disenfranchise adult content creators based on nebulous standards regarding fictional content. The decision of these payment processors has had a chilling effect on free speech by denying the ability of artists to receive payment for their commissions and products. This is such a great meme. The myth of artistic freedom. I want to draw it. I want to see it. I don't. Isn't there some random payment processor you forgot to ask? So according to Taro Yamada, the most recent victim of payment processor censorship has been game creators on Steam who have had their revenue allegedly frozen by payment processors collaborating with Japanese banks. Quote, now it's banks censoring freedom of speech. Japanese banks ban adult games? Are banks censoring the freedom of expression? We have received multiple comments and questions like this. Specifically, we are aware of the following issues. When Japanese people or Japanese companies make profits on Steam, a world-famous game distribution platform operated by the American company Valve Corporation, if the game in question is for adult audiences, their remittances from abroad are rejected by Japanese banks, meaning they are unable to receive the profits. First of all, if you deal with adult games, you can't open an account at a Japanese bank. We have checked with the Financial Services Agency, which has jurisdiction over banking, and the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, which has jurisdiction over games, and have begun considering how to respond to this matter. Payment processors have not only affected Japanese content creators, but also Western ones if their content runs afoul of the opaque decency standards set by Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, etc. According to Automaton Media, payment processors are claiming that their decision is based on laws such as the Act on Prevention of Transfer of Criminal Proceeds and the Foreign Exchange and Foreign Trade Act. Regardless, the actions of payment processors have caused problems for content creators on Patreon, DL Site, Pixiv, DeviantArt, and more. Yikes. So at least they're starting to look into it. Kind of crazy that Japanese banks try to stop you from making money off of adult games. Any thoughts on this?
I mean, same thoughts as last week. Just this sucks. I hope they can get a handle on it now that they have some idea of the hypocrisy. Like, you know.
So, good.
I was gonna say they need to make it so that it's clear that MasterCard is a service and they can't refuse service to people. Like, that's ridiculous.
Seb says maybe it's related to when Amazon pulled adult manga, etc. Yeah, so Japan has a pretty robust First Amendment style freedom of speech. So yeah, it definitely seems that there would be issues if Japanese corporations are preventing Japanese people from exercising that freedom of speech.
Yeah, it's so weird that Japanese banks didn't allow that. The games thing on Steam.
Like, how are you making? Is it just for games? Like, do the hentai studios just operate with no money at all? Are they forced to make real anime to subset the cost of not making any money off porn? You know what I mean? Like, why is there even a porn industry in Japan? Funny they allow adult games showing genitals, but anime games not so much on Steam. Yeah. I'll try to stay on top of chat tonight. They said that we aren't bound until 30 days. No, sorry. So the women did a retroactive consent withdrawal? Oh, regarding the OnlyFans stuff? I'm always weary of these claims unless there is an accompanying criminal complaint / charges. It could be 18-year-old or even drawings, which OnlyFans has banned before. Well, I mean, I agree with you. It's very difficult to properly grasp the gravity of the situation due to the fact that there is a tendency to apply a significant label to even insignificant versions of something, right? Because you call it child porn when, in fact, let's actually look at the next couple links here. So this image here, I always find this meme funny, and I was going to share this one, right? The myth of artistic freedom. I want to draw it. I want to see it. I don't. Isn't there some random Twitter user you forgot to ask? They put the person's profile from there, right? Are people in the comment section fucked in the head? Sexualizing a lolly avatar is perfectly fine with you guys. Go fuck yourself, pedos. Right? And then I saw this amazing... Well, actually, let's do this one first. They say, I don't care if she's 800-year-old demigod. She looks like a child, so she is a child. No! I don't care if he's reincarnated. He's still a 40-year-old, right? And then I love this one. Just... drawing of kids, you retard. Oh no, someone call the police.
Oh, I think I brought that up at one point. It's like, what do you do if it's fucking stick figures, dude? It's just like, where do we draw the line at?
No, exactly. And then Randy found this one and I wanted to share it. Hey, look at this cat. Bro, I'm allergic to cats. Get it away. But it's just a drawing. A drawing of what?
Oh my God.
And then lastly, Nintendo is also going to soon no longer accept foreign credit cards and PayPal accounts. They confirmed that it will be ending support for accepting foreign credit card and PayPal accounts on the Japanese Nintendo eShop from the 25th of March. This move is presumably to stop the method of getting digital games for cheaper prices, with the Kyoto-based company saying on the site that the move is to prevent fraudulent use of the Nintendo eShop or the My Nintendo store. So I'm guessing this is unrelated, obviously. Like, they don't want you to buy the same game you would have bought on the US eShop on the Japanese eShop using your US-based cards and stuff. But I do think that it's interesting that, you know, all of this stuff is kind of happening around the same time here. So it's just something to keep our eyes on. Now, let's go to pickups.
I have pickups.
Ah, fucking goddamn it. Fuck. All right, let's not. Let me just scan that code real quick. I have pickups as well.
I was going to remind you, dumbass.
Yeah.
You have pickups.
I was going to, and then I forgot that you also had pickups. So
Okay. You can definitely go first if you want. Please.
well, I didn't know which direction we were going.
No, go ahead.
In, so
Go ahead.
So I picked up a webcam. Hooray for Green Line in HD. Oh dear God.
Wow,
this
how
is
can we
horrifying.
see you if you're holding the webcam?
Right. Oh, and then I
Damn,
picked up.
really, you're getting some gray in there. That sucks.
I am, but it's only my beard, so you know.
That's a good
I'd rather
look.
get gray in my hair than lose my hair. So
Oh, fuck
Wow.
you.
Just rub it in.
yeah, no, I'm going to rub it in. So I picked up the Don manga on Crunchyroll because it was on sale. It was like a
Wow.
bundle for like fucking I don't remember like I think volumes 1 through 4. But I ordered this shit like in November and it just arrived. So I'm like,
Mm.
what the heck, Crunchyroll? So they were a bit behind on the manga, but you know, it is what it is. And then I picked up The Boy and the Herring finally at Walmart because I was at Walmart picking up a new PS5 controller because mine was leaning, or it was actually an old one. The one that I had, the down pad direction died. So,
Mm.
Oh.
and this one, it's gotten better, but it had a warp at the bottom here, like where they
Oh.
kept the where they kept it in like the stack or whatever
Yeah.
in the
Cool TT
setup.
says Chad line.
Oh, well, thank you, Cool 2T. And then avert your eyes, hardcore collectors, because Green Line possesses a bootleg of Zatchbell, because Discotheque Media, for some reason, won't license the show, even though they have the movies, which is weird. So here's a bootleg of
Same with
Zatchbell.
Saint Seiya.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
They have the
have
Saints movies, but they don't
didn't
have
release
the series.
show. Yeah.
It's so awkward, dude, because it's like, well, okay, what rights do the movies have that you can get easily, but you can't get the
Who
series?
knows? Yeah, totally.
Maybe they just don't find it financially viable.
So if they ever do license Zatchbell, I'll be giving that to the Anime Collector for his bootleg series of.
Woohoo.
And I picked up some eBay pickups. So we've got Romeo and Juliet, or Romeo X Juliet.
Romeo X Juliet, yeah.
I think for when the time when Gonzo decided to release like a bunch of medieval random shit, like medieval or early century old novels. Yeah, classic
Files.
novel. Like, didn't they do Gunkatsu at the Count of Monte Cristo?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right around
So,
there.
yeah.
Timeline Crystal with mechs.
So yeah, both parts of that.
Have you seen Romeo X Juliet?
No, I haven't.
I would not mind rewatching it.
Okay. Well, cool. Watch Club when. So I like to pick these up because they have the little and I mentioned this before, but they have the little inserts like back when Funimation used to do advertisements. So like
yeah.
I know it's dumb, like it's the stupidest fucking thing, but like I just like the little advertisements that they used to have of their old stuff that you used to be able to pick up, and it's like, wow, that's so.
What's coming out? Yeah.
What's coming out? Like Case Closed. There's another show I picked up that was advertised on here from eBay just like a couple days ago. By Rumiko Takahashi. It was like an ADV series. I forget the name of it.
Oh yeah. Moyo Ken?
That one. Yes, that one. So I'll be having that one in pickups fairly soon. And
sadly, I think she's only responsible for the character designs, but
I mean, I'll still take it.
Yeah,
but
it's an okay show.
7 of 7 sealed from eBay.
None of 7 of 7?
Oh yeah. Pardon me. Not a 7 of 7.
Is it all 7?
I think there's 6 volumes.
Oh, come on. They couldn't have at least put out one more volume to complete it.
So, from Anime Works, from Media Blasters. I picked this one up because it has Veronica Taylor and Rachel Ellis in it. So I was like, oh, Pokemon cast. Cool.
Nice.
So, I don't know if any of you guys else have this or are interested in doing a Let's Play at some point. Well, I figured you did. I have no idea if like has this or if Footnum or Randy would want to see it, but
I want to get the re-release.
Magical. Is Discotheque re-releasing it?
I'm pretty sure Media Blasters put out a Blu-ray of it or something.
Oh, they Seriously? Well, screw
Let's
me.
take a
I'm
look.
completely lost. So this is when like Rachel Lillis died, and I was trying to find out like a bunch of shows that she was in. So this is the third. She's apparently in this as well. It's sealed. I can't believe I found some of these that are still sealed. So this one has like a break that you can see, but like it's sealed for the most part. Like
Nice.
so.
Yeah, it looks like me Blaster did put it out. On
I like how when I mentioned, I note to myself to pick that up. You're like, yeah, me too. It's like you actually did something about it. Yeah. Here I am saying again, note to myself, also pick that up.
Oh,
I have a second-hand thin pack that I got years ago, and I shoved it in the full-size art box.
so they like this set for 7 to 7. It has like a Blu-ray release, and I totally skipped over it.
It does.
Yep, it's available on Crunchyroll too.
Of course I did. Well, oh well.
For
At least your stuff's
$22
still sealed or
and
whatever.
30
I
cents.
picked up Last Exile finally. It's the last pickup. Sorry about that, guys.
No, you're good. You're good.
And this
Nice.
one,
Oh,
the one of
foil.
the where is it? Bit of damage right there, but otherwise it's perfectly
Mhm.
fine.
That's looking good.
Yeah, there's another seasons of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just picked that up because I thought
Pick
it'd
up
be
the old cool ones. Nice.
the cool
Cool.
box set.
All right, I have got some pickups. First
pickups.
things first. Seb, you in the Discord showcase something about Baki being like hundreds of non-US dollars, and so I was like, better check on that. And I'm pretty sure I already bought it, but it arrived today because I bought it again just to be safe. You guys remember this?
We
So,
do.
I ordered
the
a
AIDS
second
banner.
one, the final one they had in stock, and I got one without the AIDS banner at the bottom. So I'll have to send this one back. Mega Mug asks, how many bunny figures does Green Line have?
Too many, Mega Mug. Too many.
That's a loaded question, buddy.
Not
I have a
enough.
box here.
Ooh. In French. Don't
The
cut yourself in
suspense is
French.
killing me.
I'm using like child safety scissors to open this, and it is not going as well as I would have hoped. God damn it.
How am I supposed to slip my wrists with this?
There we go.
Mega Mug, I think I have like 15 bunny figures. 15 or 16 bunny figures. In case you were actually wondering.
I'm trying to make sure I don't accidentally harm what's in here. So I'm being super careful on that spot. There we
I
go.
just assumed it was French, Mega Mug. I don't know if it is or not.
What, the Baki? Is it?
No, the side of your Amazon box.
No, it is in French, yeah. Okay.
Mega Mug said, no, it's in French. No, it's not in French.
Well, I said that. Why would you say no?
They did me such a solid.
Oh. Nice.
Yep. I don't know if you can tell what these are.
Oh, yeah, the
You can tell.
Ranmas?
The Ranmas.
Ranma.
I am now the proud owner of all the Ranmas, just like the rest of everybody else.
Except for me. I don't have Ramos.
Oh, well, get on it. They're only
I think
$2,000
he's
on
referring
eBay.
to the limited edition ones.
Yeah, these are the limited editions, just in case anybody was wondering. All right. Megamux says they might be getting their first bunny figure. So I also picked up, because I'm going to London this coming week. I picked up a $80 portable charger. This thing is a weapon. It is so fucking heavy. I asked my wife to order one while I was driving, and she's like, I'll get you the top rated one or whatever.
Is that
And-
an anchor?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's
I saw them at Walmart when I was there in Florida, and they were like $12, right? This was $80, and it's way bigger, and I can charge my laptop off of it, which is good because the different plugs and stuff in the UK. Anyway, how much AC for Ranma was like $550. And then I bought the OVAs, which the seller didn't have, for like another $200 or something like that. Better than the $2,000 that eBay was asking. Yeah. All right. So Danny picked up the cancer-sized Ease Infinite Stratos 2 Blu-ray.
I wouldn't be surprised if they still have it in stock and they just can't get rid of it. That's why they haven't given us a standard edition.
Yep. This is from Sentai, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Enriv picked up Tales of
Grace's F.
Graces.
I
Yeah,
didn't realize...
Tales of Gracias.
Yeah, this came out, I guess, on Steam and all the other platforms, too, because it suddenly popped up. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I don't have to play my crappy PS3 copy when I decide to play it now.
Reese, you picked up the Bell Steelbook?
4K.
4K.
After he got confirmed there's no standard coming.
Yeah.
Mm.
They basically, G-Kids got me with the FOMO.
Yeah. Enriv also picked up Tales of Mana and Street Fighter 4 Ultra. Mega Mug, you picked up Neo Ranga. Wow. And the Animatrix and Metropolis. Nice. I think you're missing a few of those Neo Ranga sets. Also, these are like 5-minute episodes, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
Neo
Have you never
Ranga?
seen it?
Still at least 100 of them? Or is there still only 26?
I can't remember. There might be 50 episodes, but they're only like 5-10 minutes each, something like that. Wow, what is this?
It's a special coin. I think I've shown them before.
Oh my god.
Last year.
I thought this was like a TV series. It's literally the Mandarin restaurant. Mandarin.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So the there's a restaurant, an all-you-can-eat buffet called the Mandarin, and they give out special coins for Chinese New Year. I think I'm pretty sure I've put the images.
You've at
of
least
the
talked
coins.
about it before.
Yeah. Anyway, so it's Chinese New Year, Bon Foi Fat Choi, and I got my snake coin, my Year of the Snake. Yeah.
Well, I'm so happy for you.
Before you close this tab, let it be clear, I posted the next podcast thing.
No, I already posted it like 3 times. You keep deleting it, Reese. You
You
can't.
keep deleting.
You can't. You can't
keep
delete
deleting
them
my-
and then
you
claim
deleted
that
my
you.
mine.
That's not
You
true.
deleted mine.
The
You
Holy
That's
deleted
not-
mine.
Reese,
Why are you lying, Reese?
I helped you spell bully correctly by making it 2
I
L's.
can't. There's no two. There's no second L emoji.
I know, so I doubled it
Yeah.
up for you. So it's
I
like
appreciate
1 E,
that.
1 U, 2 L's, 1 Y. All right, let's get on with this.
Also, I would like to.
Show I did that.
Reclaim my time.
I would like.
I
to-
like your new backdrop, friend.
Yeah, I
Yes,
noticed
yes.
that. I'm like, what's up with it? Wait a minute, that's my background.
Nice.
Those girls really
Oh
want to show you
my.
their asses.
Yeah.
Yes. I do want to. Hold on one sec. I do want to point out. Here we go. No, we'll make this more realistic. This one right here looks like she's shitting out something. I'm not
That's her leg.
not entirely. No. Hold on. We'll make it smaller. So this is one leg,
No.
and then this is a second leg. This black
Yeah.
thing. But then what's this? That's
Maybe
coming out
Maybe
her
it's
ass.
a chair.
Greenline, we need a zoom and enhanced image.
It's I have one on Discord. I can show it to Randy. Hang on.
Maybe it's her like her
Hey,
coat or
Randy,
something hanging off the chair.
smaller so it can be, life size for you.
This is as small as it gets.
Oh
Oh no, it can get smaller. There we go. Right there you go.
Wow. I don't know. God, can I maybe just possibly get the baby on screen retroactively?
There you go.
Thanks, baby.
Yeah, I like how you're drawing more
No,
attention
hold on.
to the things
There.
that just
There you go.
changed, you know?
Oh, baby face.
We got-
Okay, here we go.
I got the baby on screen.
All right. Can I please fucking continue? All right. The KyoAni arsonist drops his appeal, is going to receive the death penalty. We're going to read this article, though. 4.5 years after the fire that killed 36 people, it happened in 2019, right? Like around July?
What's it? 20?
This is more than 4.5 years. Right?
Like we're talking we're barely into 2025. So
I know. But it happened in mid.
So basically, count us at the end of 24. We got 2024,
Great.
2023.
Yeah, so
2023,
2019 to 2020, 2020 to 2021, 2021 to 2022, 2022 to 2023, that's 4. 2023 to 2024, right? That's 5 years just from 2019 of day it happened until 2024. So now we're 5.5 years.
Let's see here.
Anyway.
Yeah, July 2019.
So 4.5 years, technically 5, after the fire that killed 36 people, the trial comes to an official close. The trial of Shinji Aoba, the arsonist who set fire to the Kyoto Animation, what was the name of their studio? He set the Kyoto Animation fire in July of 2019. Studio B, right? That's what it was. Might seem like it should have been an open and shut case. Aoba was apprehended at the scene of the crime and has admitted to deliberately setting the fire, which killed 36 people. But the due process of the legal system takes time. And in Aoba's case, it's taken a very long time. Having suffered severe burns himself in the incident, it wasn't until nearly 4 months later that Aoba recovered his ability to speak, which was a legal prerequisite for him to begin being questioned and officially placed under arrest, which didn't happen. So you could just avoid being arrested by being a mute. That's cool. Which didn't happen until almost a year after the attack, meaning the arrest. Even then, the trial couldn't start until Aoba's psychological examination was completed, which took roughly another half a year. The trial, during which Aoba showed little remorse, largely focused on whether Aoba's mental condition made him fully culpable for the crime. In January of 2019, 4.5 years after the attack, a verdict was finally handed down, with judges in Kyoto District Court sentencing the now 46-year-old Aoba to death by hanging.
Damn.
Damn.
No, getting medieval on here.
I thought it was just going to be like lethal injection or something.
Yeah.
But even that wasn't the end of the legal battle, as Aoba's defense lawyer swiftly filed an appeal with the Osaka Supreme Court to block the sentence. Now, though,
Look, Your Honor, can we at least do by firing squad? You know, can we lower it to firing squad?
we should do by fire, just fire.
Yeah.
Again.
Oh, true.
Now, though, almost exactly 1 year after the appeal was filed, Aoba himself has withdrawn it, bringing the trial to an official close. The removal of the appeal comes during the lengthiest lull in executions in Japan in several decades. Between 1993 and 2022, at least one criminal was executed in Japan every year except for 2011 and 2020. Sometimes with as many as 15 death sentences being carried out in a single calendar year. Presently, though, Japan's last execution took place nearly 2.5 years ago in July of 2022. However, the withdrawal of Aoba's appeal does not trigger a court reevaluation of his sentencing. So it doesn't appear to be a ploy to secure a lesser punishment, or at least not an advisable one. There is precedent in Japan of defense attorneys reinstating appeals that were withdrawn directly by convicted defendants themselves. But as of this writing, Alba's lawyer has not done so, and there's currently no legal roadblock to his execution. So I guess what they're saying is like, you've been convicted and they withdrew the appeal, and then right before your execution date, they resubmit the appeal to like prolong your life.
I'm
Also,
sorry, but when
another-
you said roadblock, it sounded like you said roadblock. There's no legal roadblock in the way.
Yep. Also, the Japanese rock band The Pillows has disbanded after 35 years.
No, but there's so much fooly cooly left for them to totally do.
Do they do
Oh.
music in the other Fooly Coolies?
They do,
They do.
sadly.
I will.
I was gonna say because,
existence.
like, do you think that would have saved it? But it sounds like sounds
Yeah,
like they already would.
no.
But I honestly think they just, retired because it's been like 35 years. So.
They probably like were about to
This
retire
guy on the
anyway, and then
right is
Fooly
like the-
Cooley prompted them to stay.
Look at this. We've got like the young hip rockers, and then like Danny DeVito, like the gremlin. Let me show you kids how to
Yeah.
look cool. All right, so
Gundam, are we sure we didn't will this into existence? Like by
They watched our video and they're like,
accident?
he's right, we're cringe.
man, I love that Lost Media show, Mandarin. All right. Yeah, so The Pillows has officially announced that they're disbanding following a last show on January 31st at the KT Zepp Yokohama as its 35th anniversary tour closer. Here's the full message from the band. To all fans of The Pillows, thank you for always supporting The Pillows. Why do they write The Pillows all lowercase? This is a sudden announcement, but The Pillows officially disbanded during their show that we just read about. The members sincerely thank all the fans for their constant support over the past 35 years. These years have been a truly memorable journey, and it's all thanks to the fans. The band hesitated to use the word disbanded as it is a strong term. However, they decided to use it rather than leave room for expectations of a future reunion. The members are deeply grateful to the fans who valued their music and supported them throughout their career. They hope to meet the fans again through their individual activities in the future. Thank you once again for supporting The Pillows for 35 years. The Pillows. Bad Music Group Publishing. So they were formed in 1989, and they became a cornerstone of Japan's alternative rock scene throughout the 90s and early 2000s. With a career spanning 35 years, the band achieved global acclaim for its work on the FLCL anime soundtrack. And that's it. You never heard of them in anything else, ever. You don't know them. But the music they did put in FLCL was fucking
they did
great.
play they did play one song in Beck.
In Beck? Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's to be expected. Which one is that?
I can't think of the name of it.
Okay.
If I heard it, I can tell you it's.
Because I was listening to
I want
Full
to say
Moon.
I want to say Little Dinosaur maybe.
Yeah, that's
Or-
probably it. Okay.
Or is it Little
Sounds right.
Dinosaur?
Let's move on. All right, in Kickstarter news,
Lost Dinosaur. Lost Dinosaur.
if you can believe it, they raised the goal.
Last Dinosaur.
Son of a bitch! He's really going for the world's sexiest live-in nurse. Like, so the Mike McFarland's GoFundMe got to $134,000, and they've raised it to $140,000, just so that this will look like we're almost there. Come on, donate.
We need to get some
guys-
either hire an artist or get some AI art of Master Roshi like lying in bed and just like, hey, nurse.
Now we're thinking.
This guy's never gonna have to work again at this point.
I don't know. This wouldn't even last me a year.
I'd probably last him about 5 years, maybe. If like he uses the entire thing just for his, regular expenses.
If he
You could
puts
probably-
it directly in the S&P 500, he might get a double by next year. Right. All right. Meanwhile, Crumb has had no donations other than us and Anonymous. So hopefully Crumb is going to win in court, which might be hard because without money to fund the court stuff, like if you win, Crumb, and it was because of the $100 I gave you, just remember that. All right. Anyway, so there's 11 days left for the hand-drawn game guide for Mega Man. If you guys are interested in picking it up, I think it looks really cool, but I wouldn't pick it up, as I said last time, because I don't want to feel obligated to pick up the one for Mega Man 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and Rockman and Forte and like Mega Man Soccer and I don't know. Mega Man X, X2, X3, X4, X5, X6, X7, whatever. All right. Anyway, in live action news, Netflix removes the 2025 release date for the live action One Piece Season 2 after an apparent leak. So recently they had confirmed that Season 2 of the Netflix live action was going to arrive in 2025, aka this year. But now that information has disappeared, the original announcement appeared on Netflix Tudum promoting a partnership with Lego. So they're doing a Lego One Piece based on the Netflix live action One Piece. The original announcement appeared there. However, the website has since removed the release year from the article. It's unclear why Netflix changed the post. Maybe the release date was revealed too early, or it might not be set in stone. I mean, when you're the distributor, you can release it whenever the fuck you want. Either way, the update leaves us wondering when exactly Season 2 is going to drop. The new season is already shaping up to be massive. Over 20 new cast members have been introduced, and we get a sneak peek at Drum Island and Chopper. Eiichiro Oda himself has promised that this season will be even better than the first. In a recent set tour video, Jeff Ward even hinted that it's still coming this year. Matt Owens and Stephen Maeda are back as showrunners. Oda's deeply involved. The latest casting additions include David. This is all recap. Cool. Anyway, yeah. So who knows if it's going to come out this year? All right.
You know what else is coming this year? It's the next thing. Like, what?
Oh, okay. This is already out. So
yeah, it came this year.
All right. Yeah, Mike McFarland nurse beauty pageant win. Would graduating be appropriate term for them to use?
Like
no.
VTuber graduations?
Yeah.
Dude, oh my god, how about this? They retire and become a VTube band. They're like,
maybe they'll do
everyone.
Maybe they'll do the opening to One Piece. That'll come up.
Yo.
All right. So your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man voice actor. My biggest fear was that it was going to be annoying and woke.
What?
Yeah, that's not a good sign when your actor is saying that.
My friend, your fears have come true. So it says here, Hudson Thames, I don't know. The voice actor for Spider-Man in Marvel's What If series and the upcoming Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man attempted to reassure fans by sharing his fear that the show would be annoying and woke. Thames gave his answer in an interview with Collider saying, quote, I thought it was awesome. I mean, my biggest fear was that it was going to be annoying and woke, and it wasn't. And I was like, yes, this is great. It's so well written. Like, it feels real. I'm the oldest of 5 boys, so I feel like I kind of know what's happening in their lives and in high school, and it felt like it was doing that justice. Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man has come under fire for reimagining Harry and Norman Osborn as black men. Similar anger has also been directed at the inclusion of Nico Minoru, a member of the Runaways, who some are erroneously assuming to be a woke version of Mary Jane. This is not Flash Thompson. We'll come back to him in a minute. This is Lonnie Lincoln. Woke has become an increasingly nebulous term in recent months, with people using it to refer to everything from corporate censorship and tokenism to unironic bigotry, with culture war schisms being drawn along those lines. So I think it's pretty obvious that in the new era that we're entering, good golden age era with Trump in office, we have seen a lot of wokey like companies turn around in about face, shut down their DEI stuff, and just kind of pretend like, yeah, we've always been with you guys, the non-woke people, right? I think we're going to see a lot of games pretending to be non-woke in their marketing, only to just also be super fucking woke in the actual games and you know, movies and shows and all that kind of stuff as well. Now I will point out again, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man voice actor. My biggest fear was that it was going to be annoying and woke. Meanwhile, Jeff Tremmel, the showrunner, did an AMA where he said, "Ha! I love Hudson," the voice actor, and didn't focus too much on what he said. I believe he simply misspoke. And I know it's been weighing on him. I think we made a fantastic show that is going to appeal to a wide audience and hopefully captures what I love about this Spider-Man, that he's a guy who cares deeply about the people around him and always tries to do the right thing. So just pointing out that the actor said, I was afraid it was going to be woke. And the showrunner's like, oh, don't worry, it is. You know, like,
Yeah.
So, in other news, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man gender and race swaps Dr. Connors and others, despite Star's denial of identity politics in the show. Disney Plus
Shocker.
just can't help itself. What's up?
Oh no, Shocker's not in it. Never mind.
Okay.
You
Like,
missed
what
the
happened to
joke.
making
I got
like,
it.
new
I got
characters,
it.
man?
Shocker. Like,
Whatever happened to making new characters? Like, just make new characters, for fuck's sake.
If you want diversity, yeah.
That's a bigoted Stan screen line.
So Disney Plus just can't help itself. The brand new animated series, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, debuted yesterday, and fans were quickly hit with a wave of race and gender swaps that many see as yet another example of Marvel's ongoing obsession with identity politics. Perhaps the most shocking change was to Dr. Kurt Connors, better known as the villainous Lizard, who has traditionally been depicted as a white male scientist with a tragic backstory tied to the loss of his arm. In the latest iteration, however, Connors has been transformed into a one-armed black woman named Dr. Carla Connors. Now, I don't know why they are assuming she's black, because if I just had to guess based on the specific skin tone they chose, I would assume she was Hispanic,
Yeah.
right? But I don't know. I don't watch the show. One-armed black woman named Carla Connors. That's right. Dr. Carla Connors. That's right. Marvel has decided that in 2024, the best way to update a classic character is to completely erase the original version. But it doesn't stop there. Both Norman Osborn and his son Harry, two of the most pivotal characters in Spider-Man's mythos, have also been race swapped to black. This follows a pattern seen in recent Marvel projects where classic characters are reimagined solely to fit modern diversity quotas rather than being developed organically. So this is just the stuff we already talked about with him saying, I hope it's not woke and all that. On top of the character rewrites, the show is packed with the usual modern-day virtue signaling. One episode features Lonnie Lincoln, the guy we were just looking at.
You know what I just thought of? They made Norman Osborn black, and they also made him the mentor for Peter. Like, and he knows who Spider-Man is and everything. So he's kind of taking, people are saying he's taking, and he gave him the Future
suit.
Foundation suit.
Yeah, so he's like
people,
the Iron Man.
Yeah, he's taking on the Tony Stark role.
Yeah.
Which was literally the definition of, black people can't be the villains anymore. So
Mhm.
they've made the villain black, but then made him also not a villain.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah. So let's address this.
so
Okay.
the lizard isn't going to be a villain either, obviously.
That's what I'm trying to get to. So again, this is Lonnie Lincoln, not Flash Thompson. Now here's a problem here. Lonnie Lincoln is Tombstone, the villain. So we've got now Lonnie Lincoln was always black, but in the original source material, he's albino, right?
I don't know.
Was
about
he an
that.
albino black person? Therefore, he looks white, but he's actually secretly black.
Well, you guys know what Tombstone looks like, right? He's the guy with like the like pale white skin.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
He's
And
supposed to have red eyes. That was
does.
part of the him being albino. Is he has red eyes and pale skin in the original comics, from what I understand. But I'm just pointing out that now we have Harry Osborn, Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, Green Goblin, Lonnie Lincoln, and now also Dr. Connors, the Lizard. So we have decided that the best way to make this show more diverse is to make sure that all of the villains are people of color, right? It just seems a little sketch, right? Also, not sure what they're going to do here because clearly not albino, right? I think I remember in the 90s cartoon that he fell in like a vat of chemicals in that
Yeah,
one. And
think
that's how
so.
he became Tombstone. But in the original like source material, from what I understand, he was albino, and that was part of his backstories, that he was like bullied and stuff for looking different. He's like lives in Harlem or something. Anyway, so yeah, so
That's news to me, but I mean, it makes sense.
continuing, one episode features Lonnie Lincoln, who comic book fans will recognize as the future villain Tombstone, going through a racism storyline that feels more like a lecture than an organic plot point. Meanwhile, Spider-Man himself lets a female thief off the hook, excusing her actions because she's just down on her luck. And of course, no modern Disney Marvel project would be complete without the classic rich people bad messaging, another overused trope that has worn thin with audiences. And then there's also this shit about Anthony Mackie putting his foot in his mouth saying that Captain America doesn't represent America and all that nonsense. All right. Any thoughts on this before I move on?
Cringe, L plus
it's-
ratio.
Yeah, it's
Like,
what we
yeah.
expected.
Kutuchi says
not
he will fall
watching
into a vat
this.
of chemicals and become a gay frog.
Well, I mean, the fact that he's black in this show means that he's probably not going to be an albino, you know.
He's always black.
What if he's a
I don't
white
think there's
person
ever
that's
been an
got
iteration of him that
uh,
wasn't.
something that makes
No.
him black?
I mean, he's literally not an albino black person in this
Okay.
show. So I don't think, like, or no, I don't. It's not that I don't think he is not the albino in this one.
Mhm.
So he will probably turn into it. They will probably do the version where he falls into something that causes his skin to turn white.
Yeah, most likely. Which is what they did again for like the 90s cartoon. So
Yeah.
I think it'll be.
Well, and I
the
think there's
albino
like
can
an
have
idea.
black hair at least. I don't think that's how it works.
I mean, I think there are different like levels of albinicity that you can have. So maybe,
I think it's
but
albinism is the word you're looking for.
Albinary.
I think the idea of them changing him from an albino,
He's non-bino.
if he wasn't albino, is probably to like avoid people bullying albino people. But
I thought that they were going to have him just have vitiligo or something. Doesn't that seem more like a modern Disney approach?
yeah,
Oh, okay. We already have a black Spider-Man. Why do we need to make another one? They might as well make Peter's clone black. Oh.
Well, this is something I saw in a video or something last year, and I was talking about how Marvel is in some sort of suit with the original people that own Spider-Man's IP or whatever. So it's like they're basically on the verge of losing Spider-Man, so that's why they've been going hard into Miles Morales Spider-Man or whatever. Like they're basically trying to replace it. Oh, Madame Web, another one. So it's like they're trying.
all of
No.
It's not about trying.
Yeah, you're mistaking things. So what happened was when Disney bought Marvel, Marvel had already licensed out the film rights to Spider-Man and the X-Men to Fox, right? Or Spider-Man to Sony and X-Men to Fox, right?
They've gotten like 90% of them back, except Spider-Man is still with Sony. They never bought that back.
And so Spider-Man has certain characters that are connected, right? That basically, as far as I understand, I would assume this is what happened. When Sony partnered with Disney to put Tom Holland Spider-Man in Captain America Civil War, right? Part of doing that became that Sony would reap rewards from Disney's effort, but would not make Spider-Man specific content going forward, because Disney, they wouldn't want to be competing with Disney when Disney is giving them a cut of the profit. So what they've done instead is they've done Venom, Madam Web, Kraven the Hunter, Morbius, right? So they're doing like the villain line or whatever, like the villains of Spider-Man. And the reason that they're doing those is because they have a contractual obligation to produce movies, or else they lose the rights to the characters. So they basically every few years have to put out a movie, even one that they just shit out that they don't care about, just so that they can hold on to the rights, because it's part of the contract that prevents them from being able to just sit on the rights and not let other people have it or have it revert back to Marvel. Right? Yeah. Is that about right?
That's about right. The deal that they made with Marvel was that Marvel could use Spider-Man, but they don't get any of the money from the use of Spider-Man in the Marvel movies. So Avengers and that kind of thing, which I think maybe are the only movies he's been in. But then Sony would also get Kevin Feige and some of the creative help from Marvel to craft their own Spider-Man movies that are in this Marvel Cinematic Universe. So that's the Tom Holland movies. They're all made by Sony.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But
Sony is
Marvel's
much better
help,
at this than Marvel.
Huh?
No, well, it's with Marvel's help. Like Marvel has
regardless. Sony's much better at this.
I don't know about that, but Sony gets 100% of those Tom Holland movie profits. So Marvel was basically just saying like, let us use this fucking character. We don't want to buy all of Sony to get it back. Yeah. And so that's the deal they worked out. But obviously Marvel, because they're tied to that franchise for the Tom Holland movies, and they have specific plans for the MCU. They don't want to spam Spider-Man movies. So then Sony's decision then was, well, we'll make all of these spin-off ones that are like MCU adjacent, and Marvel is like, fuck that. But Sony is like, no, it is part of the MCU, and then Marvel's like, no, nah, you're over there.
I can't wait to see them introduce characters like Venom into the Tom Holland universe.
Yeah, they kind of set it up at the end of
No Way Home.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't. It was Venom 2, right? But they in No Way Home, where they had the portals everywhere.
Yeah. They had it at the very end, like a piece of Venom stayed behind.
Yeah, but I don't think it was part of that. I think, I don't remember which part. Anyway, in either the end of Venom 2 or in that one, they used the portals from No Way Home to port Eddie Brock back for like 2 minutes
Mhm.
and then he portaled back to his own world, but left like a little bit of the.
And was this the Topher Grace Eddie Brock?
No, it was the Tom Hardy
No.
one.
It's Tom Hardy.
Oh, I haven't seen the I haven't seen No Way Home. That's the one that they had
Tobey Maguire.
Tobey
and
Maguire
Andrew
in it,
Garfield.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know.
Anyway, and then also, I don't know if the cartoons actually count towards their quota of needing to make a movie
Mhm.
every couple of years, because the cartoon is not live action, so it would depend on the
Mhm.
contract. I don't know if it's
I
specifically
think they
states-
have film rights specifically, but I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Into the Spider-Verse. That's a good point.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
This cartoon is completely owned by Marvel,
By Marvel,
right? And has is not
Hmm.
filmed, so
Interesting.
Okay. Well, for some reason, like whatever video I was watching was talking about like the original co-creators estate or something like that, wanting to get the rights back or whatever.
Yes.
And they were in
Ditko,
litigation.
Steve Ditko,
Mhm.
there is his estate tried to sue because there's a clause for copyright that says that even if you sign away your copyright, as long as it wasn't a work for hire, I think it's like 50 years after you sign it away or something, you can claw it back, or maybe it's 25 years. I forget how long it is. But there's a mechanism in the copyright law that says you can claw back your rights, because the assumption is, well, maybe you signed away something and didn't realize at the time what the value was, or you were maybe tricked into doing it. So anyway, so there's this mechanism, and so they were suing to get it back, and I think they just settled.
Well, the irony about that actually is that this specific series we're looking at here, although they're doing like such a lazy ass job about it, the intention of the look here is to look like the Steve Ditko style Spider-Man.
The humans, I suppose, not the
Yeah.
not the suit. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is the color that Peter would wear in the old Steve Ditko, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like they're just trying to like kind of look like that, which is ironic because they're changing fucking everything from So anyway, moving past this, Devil May Cry animated series reveals April premiere date and opening credits. So this is the Adi Shankar Devil May Cry anime, right? Yeah, they've revealed the opening, and quite frankly, I can't decide if it's the most cringe thing they possibly could have done or completely on brand for what it is. So we're going to go ahead and watch a brief moment. I don't think you need to see much to realize what I'm describing here. Yeah.
That's literally the only shot that I recognized as being on brand for Devil May Cry, with the pizza and Dante. Everything else after that, I'm just like, is this?
Well, I was more talking about the Limp Bizkit song.
Yeah, rolling.
Yeah.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling.
I think it's
kind of. The song came out around the time of the original game, right? And the original game has like metal kind of in it, like new metal, yeah, which is sort of
and that's what this is as well. It's new metal, so it kind of makes sense if you ask me.
I mean, yes, but it's. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, but it feels so strange to bring this song back out of like, I don't know. I've got a weird relationship with Limp Bizkit,
I feel like they chose this one because it's like one of the biggest ones that everyone memes on.
I can literally only think of off the top of my head 2 Limp Bizkit songs: My Way or the Highway, this song, and then I guess there's the one that they did for Mission Impossible 2.
Take a look around.
Take a look around, yeah. That's the only songs I know. So what like I said, I've got a very strange relationship with Limp Bizkit because when I think of Limp Bizkit, so you guys know like not Saturday morning, like what do you go after school specials where they have like the real manufactured like, and that's why we all need to treat everybody like they're our brother, or like just like that weird like manufactured conflict in order to have like everybody learned a lesson in under 10 minutes kind of thing that they used to do on cartoons and shit or whatever, like live action little things.
The state mandated PSA things.
Yeah. So when I was a kid in like Bible camp or something, they were going around the horn, like talking to kids about like giving up sin in their life or some shit. And I just remember like 2 or 3 kids like, I really need to cut back on my Limp Bizkit. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Just the weirdest. Like, there's like, I recognize that it's sinful to listen to Limp Bizkit. I'm like, what?
It's tangentially the devil's music, okay?
No, seriously. Like, I mean, maybe if I like really listened and like read over the lyrics, I might. What specifically is in these songs that is so horrifyingly bad?
Nothing. If you've seen Tenacious D, it's rock and roll is the devil's music, right?
So like the crime is that it promotes, I guess, a bad attitude, right? Like that's just I remember being like, what the fuck? And like as a kid, I was listening to like Papa Roach instead, and that's far worse than what I've heard here with Limp Bizkit. And I'm just thinking, like, I never felt like internalized guilt over listening to Last Resort, a song about suicide. Oh man, I don't know. And then like I said, I have a very weird connection or like mental association with Limp Bizkit. The other thing that I think of when I think of Limp Bizkit is, do you guys remember when we watched off podcast? We watched the MTV like music awards thing where Justin Timberlake was Neo from The Matrix.
Yeah, before the last podcast.
Yeah, and remember how it started with him saying like, I knew it was Ashton the whole time, and I was talking about the show Punk'd that was on MTV or whatever, right? So Ashton Kutcher used to do a show called Punk'd where he would play pranks on celebrities and get their reactions.
Extremely realistic, like not like whoopee cushion under their seat.
Yeah, like these were like your house is being repossessed for tax evasion or something. And like I think that he did something like that to Justin Timberlake, and it like Timberlake was like crying on the ground, like with feeling, because he hires actors who play police officers to like read you the riot act and everything, and then he'll show up and be like, "Hey man, what's going on?" And they're like, "You fucking son of a bitch," So when that was going on and the whole scandal kind of thing with Justin Timberlake, he did, I think, like a Saturday Night Live skit where he played Ashton Kutcher doing Punk'd, right? And it was like he was mocking and making fun of it, but also like really committed to the bit. And he did one where he hires 2 thugs to beat up Fred Durst, who's the lead singer of Limp Bizkit. And it's not really Fred Durst. It's just some random guy from what I remember. Because it was like he was pretending to do the show as a joke for like Saturday Night Live. And he hires these thugs to beat up fake Fred Durst in an alleyway. And Fred Durst is like, I'll do whatever you want. I'll touch your wiener. I'll touch your wiener. And then like Justin Timberlake comes out and he's like, he's playing Ashton Kutcher, and he's like, you were going to touch their wiener. They didn't even ask for that. You offered it. And anyway, so that's all that aside. When I watch this opening, I'm thinking of that. Anyway, so yeah, this is what's coming out now. I think I may have been a little harsh on Adi Shankar in the past because of what happens in like season 3 or 4 of
Castlevania.
where Alucard gets railed in the ass?
It's like season 2. It's
Is it
not
season
even,
2?
Pretty sure.
Okay, so I haven't watched any of Castlevania, but the only reason I'm saying I might have been harsh is because I recently learned that he was only involved in the first 2 seasons. In seasons 3 and 4, he was an executive producer, but creatively he didn't really touch the show and was instead working on other things, including this. So just throwing that out there. I don't know for a fact whether or not he was deliberately the one who said, yes, time to animate the rape scene. You know, like, I don't know.
It was
I
in
don't know.
season 3, so yeah.
It was, right? That's what I thought. Yeah. So so he may not have been responsible for that, and therefore it might be worth giving this show a shot because he is involved with this. Now, I say that, and now I'm going to show you his tweets, and then we might decide, nah, maybe not.
Real quick, just a footnote on Limp Bizkit. They're in like a lawsuit or something. I don't know if it's been finished, but like last year, where it's like they haven't been paid royalties for like years or something. So it's interesting. I wonder if who owns the rights still to the song for licensing.
So Adi Shankar tweeted out this image. I believe it is a photo scan of a magazine ad from like a PlayStation magazine or something back in the day of, you know, somebody dressed up as Dante from Devil May Cry, right? I'm bringing Devil May Cry back in 2025 in a big way. Adi Shankar does not miss. Now, if you search Adi Shankar does not miss, he says this about himself a lot.
Oh
right?
my god.
Now, hilariously, I did see this. Somebody said, "You're adapting the stage play too?" To which he replied, "All of it." So, yeah. Now, hilariously, you know who was involved in the original Devil May Cry and was like, you know, creating the games? Hideki Kamiya. And when asked, "Will you be watching the Devil May Cry anime?" I'm sure you guys know enough Japanese to know what
Yeah.
means. No. All right.
Why do they keep saying it's an anime when it's not?
Because they want to push the
because
narrative
it's all marketing.
so people that are anime fans will check it out. Oh god, speaking of Gundam cooks,
Yes.
there I saw a model kit, one of the first model kits for it, and I'm like, oh god. Like it literally just says cooks on the whole box.
You mean cute?
Perhaps. Depends on how you want to gender it.
I've got the right stuff.
Well, all right then. And these?
Yeah, I got it all
Cool.
set up.
All right. Attack on Titan: The Last Attack Omnibus movie tickets now on sale. I bet you can't guess what day it's showing in the United States.
The Assassin's Creed release date, Shadows.
The day that you're busy.
The day that my tax appointment is. Not happy about that. 4DX screenings.
You can feel what it's like to be jostled by a Titan?
I have been waiting for my first 4DX experience to be a first impressions of something. I tried to take Duo an hour and a half outside of Arizona to go see My Hero Academia. And he's like, bro, I don't do well in long car rides. So we didn't. I think this might be the one. Like, this might be the one to do it in.
You got to call your tax guy and say,
well, I
"What
texted
Attack on
them,
Titan?"
and I said, emergency! I need to move my appointment. But it's Sunday, and they didn't get back to me, so I'm gonna have to talk to them tomorrow. All right.
So how far is the 40X from
I
there?
don't know. I don't want to click on it and have to put it in the doc. So I'll look at it in a minute. Hold on.
watch this like 2 hours away.
It
from
honestly
being
might
back
be
home.
no. They just don't have them in Arizona. Like so, I
Uh,
let me see. Yeah, I could do it at. No, hold on, that's a standard. Standard.
They have them here. I have yet to justify going to one.
They don't even have any. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. So they have 40x. Irvine Spectrum has 40x, but they don't have.
Attack on Titan.
Oh wait, no, they do. Oh, that's bullshit. Okay, fine. You guys are gonna find out where I live, my neighborhood. All right, here's the
Well,
here's the tickets.
You don't have to do that.
So only on. Go back, please.
He's saving you.
Only available on February 10th.
Yep, one
Right.
day only.
This is where I was planning to go, but they only have standard. Garden Grove only has standard, but it says 40x.
Mm.
6:30 is a much more appetizing time than 10:05.
Yeah.
Is it English? No, this is Japanese. God damn it. Oh, wait, English. Yeah, English subtitles. Laser at AMC. What is alternative content? What does that fucking mean? 40x Japanese. God damn it. How far
You
am I
get
going to
the
have to
40x,
drive?
but it's in 360p. That's what the standard means.
Why are all the English dubbed? I'm going to have to go to Irvine Spectrum at 7 p.m. These terms are acceptable. Okay. My tax appointment's at 7:30. All right. I'm just going to go ahead and pull that off screen while I buy those tickets. Got to make sure I can buy. Oh, fuck. There are no seats next to each other. Fuck. See, I was worried about this. God damn it. English dubbed. Okay, I better at least buy the tickets at the place that I know. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, you can cancel it if you need to.
I'm buying them just so I have them.
Call them off stream to confirm.
The call who? The
I don't
tax
know.
people? Because
I'm
I'll have
reading
to do that
comments.
tomorrow.
Didn't Justin Timberlake have to sign a release for the episode to air?
Yeah, I bet you
Presumably.
do. They all have to.
When David Lee Roth sings Jump, it's about suicide. When Sammy Hagar and Gary Sharon sing Jump, Sharon, yeah, Sharon, whatever,
It's
sing
about
Jump,
the joy of
but
jumping.
the jumping.
It's about jumping rope, idiot.
I guess the same thing inside Limp Bizkit is inside First Descendant.
Is he talking about Gotcha?
The game First Descendant, does it have Limp Bizkit songs?
No.
I have no clue.
I think he's saying Rollin', as in like Gotcha mechanics.
Oh.
I don't know.
Okay, so I
Seventh
bought the
Prince
tickets
is
at
going.
the place I would like to go to. I would love to find. Let me try. I'm going to try Long Beach instead.
We have the right to boycott Sony. We do.
We have
Sony
the
has
right
video
to
game
not
rights
read
as
your
well.
comments.
No, they do not. They have rights as far as they can publish the Marvel Spider-Man game, but they do not have the similar like exclusive rights to Spider-Man like the movies situation.
Then how come they had all the last games and no one else?
What?
Haven't they had...
They didn't. What happened was, so Sony, Spider-Man has been in other games, okay? So it's not an exclusive deal. And what happened was Insomniac got the rights to the Marvel Spider-Man game, so they can do a game. I don't think they have exclusive rights. Nowhere. He's shown up in other games, so that tells me it's not exclusive. And then
So they're just
Marvel,
making it?
and then Sony bought Insomniac, so now Sony has, the rights, I suppose. But in theory, before Sony bought them, before the second game, Insomniac, it was only a third-party company that liked to deal with Sony, so they could have put it on anything, but they just choose to operate in a world where they just publish on Sony, and then they got bought out. So it probably worked out for them in the long run.
God, I cannot believe how hard it is to get a fucking seat. Okay, I'm gonna do Los Angeles.
Merchandise rights. They were stupid. Sony was idiotic. Remember how AC was talking about how Sony's smart? No, they were idiotic.
I did not say they were smart. I said they did better. They make better movies.
Okay, they sold the rights to the merchandise back
Didn't
to
they
Marvel.
Didn't they make Morbius?
Yep.
They did.
And then
LA Live and 40X. I'm gonna go all the way to Anime Expo to see this fucking. Even those ones are still full. God damn it! Stupid tax thing. I would have bought these tickets the second that thing went up.
Floats never
North
know
Hollywood.
there's
Let's do it. 9:50
no albino
p.m. Danger.
no binaria. Spanish.
Okay. Well, I
They
got
might
the
as
tickets.
well
I got
make
the tickets that I need. Whatever.
Pierce going black.
Okay.
Okay, we caught up on comments. Call the theater to confirm it's 40EX. No, I mean the first Descendant is a sin. I can see Limp Bizkit being a sin.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. So like the church camp would be like, little Timmy, what do you have to repent for? I play too much Gooner games, right? Like, that's what you're saying. Gotcha.
Yeah,
I played
and
too
so
much First Descendant.
Marvel Avengers Spider-Man was PS4 only. Yes, I believe that is correct. But Marvel Avengers was made by
Insomniac?
no, Square Enix, and Sony also has a deal with them. So I believe what happened there was Sony fronted them money and said only put they bought the rights to Spider-Man only being on PS4. I don't think that's anything to do with the fact that it's exclusive to them.
Who made War of the Gems? The Super NES game. Was
No
that
clue.
Rare?
No.
No. Capcom, maybe? I think it might have been Capcom.
Yeah, Capcom.
Anyway, that was a good game. Rented it a lot from Blockbuster. Anyway, I'm done here if you want to come back to this. Glad I bought those tickets, though. Like, fuck. I'm not going to see it 40X, unfortunately. But that's okay.
Oh.
The only option I had was being literally in the front row. Yeah, I'm like, I'd like to enjoy this, so let's not do that.
So I don't know about your. Well, okay, it might be. Okay, I'll say two things. First, when I book theaters seats, sometimes you would think that the top is the front row and the bottom is the back row.
It says screen.
They usually show
back
where
of
the
theater
screen is.
on the thing.
Okay,
so it's pretty
okay,
obviously the front.
I'm just saying sometimes you have to pay attention to that.
Yeah.
Maybe I was just confirming you were paying attention to that. And then secondly, less importantly, but are your 4DX theaters like the full theater being the 440 chairs? Because in the theaters around here, it's generally only like the back two rows. Like they don't exist on the front rows.
I would be so fucking pissed if I bought it and went all the way to Hollywood to go to some special screening, and I was sitting one in front and one behind. That's how my wife and I are watching it because I couldn't get seats next to each other, and I didn't get 40. I would fucking lose it.
Well, I mean, if you buy a 40X chair, it's the way they do it here is it's all reservation. Like, it's not like, oh, well, I can go sit in the 40X chair area. It's like, no. But if you buy the 40X chairs, it's just the chairs at the back.
It's going to be really funny if the last 2 episodes, which is what that's going to be, like there's just no action. It's all talking or something.
It's
This is
very
a riveting conversation in this chair that's not moving.
I can smell his breath from the 40X.
Oh.
Yeah.
All
They
right.
turn the heaters to max. So you can
Yeah, when the
Oh.
steam's coming off of.
A 1 hour political debate on, the politics of Titans in
Yeah.
your 40X chair.
should we spoil or
Then
should we
Aaron
not?
turned and said, "Because you'd be in jail," and the chair shook with laughter. All right. Okay, so new One Piece log Fishman Island Saga anime openings to be sung by Hololive members. So, as far as I understand it, during their break, and confirmed by Randy, who told me this, during their break, they are re-airing a Dragon Ball Kai style version of the Fishman Island saga. And they're doing every month a new rendition of We Go, which is the theme for this part of the show, debuted as the opening tune for the One Piece log Fishman Island saga, the currently airing remastered version of the titular saga that was broadcast over a decade ago. The next 2 teams of artists to sing the iconic song were announced tonight, all of them hailing from VTuber agency Hololive, ready for the remix's release in February and March before the series returns for a second half of the Egghead arc. So I'm guessing these are going to be the singers. Anyway, that's kind of interesting. Moving past that.
While we're speaking of One Piece, I do
Sure.
just want to say there was a fire chapter last week or this week.
Was there fire? in it?
And yes, there was fire in it.
Okay.
And I cannot wait for it to be animated. I'm glad they're taking their break and working on fucking hopefully getting the pacing down, because the show's amazing. They've just destroyed it with the shitty pacing.
Cool 2T says, gasp, no watch club? You mean for Attack on Titan?
This week.
I can see no better option than exactly what's happening for us to be able, for me to literally get to the exact moment I need to be at to then experience the final 2 episodes in the theater is like chef's kiss, like serendipity, right? Like, this is perfect.
Is it both of them like back to back, or is it like
Yeah.
a compilation of the last
I
2?
think
No, it's
I think
basically
it's been
back-to-back.
re-edited because the
Well,
director said that he envisioned the final 2 episodes as
As
though
one
they
movie.
were a movie. So
okay.
I think that we
They
read
took out like the
previously.
ending credits out of the first one.
Yeah, I think that we read previously that he was planning to do some minor edits to it in order to cut it
Wait,
as
wait.
a movie.
So that's how they're going to do the Steelbook. They're going to merge them into one movie or whatever for the Steelbook. Is that what you're saying?
Possibly.
With 40X compatibility?
I mean, they've given us they dubbed the movies, but did they ever put them on disc?
No.
Yeah. I'd like a steelbook of just the compilation films.
Yeah, like the 4 of them.
Yeah. They chose singers from the English branch. Oh, did they? Yeah, nice. Actually, let's double check. Takanashi Kiara and Hako's Bales are going to be the Hololive members. Wait,
Yes.
from the English one. And then they're having the Indonesian members Kobo Koneru.
Who speaks English?
Yeah, and they're going to be joined by Kita Dani Hiroshi, who originally sang the opening, as well as the iconic We Are and Us! That's how you pronounce it, right? The final remix will debut on March 2nd. Both songs will go on streaming services the day after their broadcast debut. That's cool. Fuck, I would hate to collect this show God damn it!
I stopped. After
Director's
Fish,
cut version. Yeah.
literally the DVDs they were releasing it as like I forget what they were called, but
Collection or the voyages?
collections. Yeah, the
Voyages?
collections.
No, the
No,
voyages are the
collections.
one course.
Yeah, the voyages there's so many. Like it's insane to
Yeah.
collect those.
Well, that's why you
Um,
said you stopped. I was like, well, that's he's talking about the voyages because those are the ones that
No,
are insane to
I-
collect.
Those are insane, but even the collections were getting stupid, and so I was collecting the collections. But once
You know what's
we
really stupid? The Amazon exclusive collections. That sucked ass to collect.
we never got them here either. Although it was just the normal collections, just in a box.
in a special
Um,
box that they only
yeah.
made 3 of and then just gave up.
Yeah, I gave
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
They stood by.
That's gonna look so nice next to my other collection of them that I won't ever start because they need.
Yeah. But I gave up when they hit Fishman Island. I got the first one that kind of I like the first few episodes before they get to Fishman Island, so I got
Mhm.
that one. But literally the one with Shirihoshi Collection 22 is the last one I got. Because fuck that.
Kutuchi says I didn't watch the final 2 either. When you were rewatching it, or did you also just like choose now to be the time to finish Attack on Titan? And because you saw the coverage we did of the fact they were making this, you decided to wait. Because kudos if you did. Anyway, so moving past this, Oshi no Ko Season 3 anime reveals teaser visual and release date.
Coming in 2026.
That feels like it's so
Is that
far
with
away.
an
It's
O
like,
or a U?
damn.
Yeah. So like I have hope, like season 1 came out in 2023, season 2 came out in 2024. Now we're waiting for 2026. So it's just one season a year. I'm hoping that they're taking this long to do a 2-core final season.
Oh.
to
Which
finish off
one
the
would this
series.
final season be? Would it be 3 or a fourth one?
This one,
should we
season
expect?
3.
Okay, just
Season
double
3
check.
would be the final season because we're season 1 and 2 covered halfway through the manga up to volume 8.
Mm.
And so there's 16 volumes. So if season 3 is a 2-core series or season, they could adapt the entire rest of the 8 volumes.
Now, I don't know how the series ends, but I know that Chibi's been tweeting about it having a horrible fucking ending. And he was saying like with the new knowing how the manga ends, are you even going to bother to watch season 3 or something like that? I don't know. I wonder how it's going to go down. JT Vega says season 3 incest arc, right?
Very subtle, very subtle.
Do anime have paper releases like the GPU do? I don't get that.
So the NVIDIA GTX 5090 and 5080 were
RTX.
released. Did I say GTX?
You said
Yes,
GTX.
And people call them paper launches because there's so little stock and they get bought up
they send
so
you
quickly.
they send you like a piece of paper that says you're entitled to this when we have one in stock. Like
Yeah,
an IOU?
essentially.
Wow. Yeah. Cool.
I'm glad
All
we
right.
don't have that.
Mobile Suit Gundam GQuuuuuuX anime reveals new cast members. Now, the only reason I'm sharing this is because I'm a fucking retard, and I didn't really think this through. But I just kind of assumed Char wasn't going to show up. Like this is a little strange to me. I don't know why. I mean, he's like one of the most popular characters in the show, so of course they're going to try to shoehorn him into a bunch of stuff, and they're going to literally write stories just for him to make an appearance, right? But I don't know why. I just assumed, like, yeah, he's in Char's counterattack. He probably dies in that, and now he's done, right? I don't know. Just wasn't expecting that, I guess.
He's so popular that even in series that aren't the universal timeline, like they still make
Yep.
a version of him that like
Yeah. I just find it
it's
funny
not
that
him, but it's like you can clearly be like that's
the character
Char.
design for all these people, even the grown-ass adults, have these huge fucking heads except for Char. Char looks normal, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, also I saw this and thought, well, what better time to showcase it?
Ah.
Oh,
Yeah. Ironically, this is another thing like Devil May Cry. I can't tell if this is so badass or like a grown man in costume pretending. Also, why are these so fucking huge? These tassels are enormous. If you threw your cape on, those things would go bam right in the balls. I can't have an air now. No. Did I at least look a badass, Margaret? Like you did until you fell on the floor crying. Don't worry, I'll work on my accent when I'm in London. All right. I want to escape from princess lessons. Reveals Neil cast. Take a look. Which one do you think is named Neil?
Neither. Of course. Never fails.
And now enters the era of Japanese anime, where Japan has just entered the woke nonsense we have finally left behind in America. Yeah, I don't know. This is a little strange. I'm not quite sure. I don't know why you would have a male. I don't understand. Anyway, moving past that. Also, possibly the greatest Alchemist of all time, anime reveals evolved character art for Maple. Are you ready to have your night ruined? Oh.
Yeah.
oh God. So there's furries, there's scalies, and what's like the arachnid version of that?
Arachnides?
Crimes against humanity.
A problem?
Sexual deviance. Anyway, Once Upon a Witch's Death anime reveals April 2025 premiere. First trailer. Oh, who cares about that? She looking all right. This witch is fashionable. God, that is a big hat. Damn. Look how tiny that one is. Which one of us is overcompensating? All right. We've also got new Saga TV anime debuts in July 2025. I can't ever unsee it. The character sheet hand, right? There you go. BADGIRL TV anime also debuting in July 2025. Which one's best, girl? Damn.
None of them. They're all bad. They're all bad girls.
The story of BADGIRL follows Yu Utani, a first-year high school student who has perfect attendance and excellent grades, and who is beloved by her teachers. Despite her good-natured demeanor, Yu struggles to put on a wicked delinquent persona in order to attract the attention of Atori Mizutori, the head of the school student disciplinary committee, whom she idolizes and adores. Oh.
It's one of those, huh? She wants to be disciplined.
So this is the main girl. So she's not allowed to be best girl. So I'll pick this one. All right. My Hero Academia Vigilantes anime unveils 5 pro hero character visuals. So I thought this was kind of neat. We get to see Ida's brother in Genium because it takes place before the main series, right? So we get to watch All Might fight in his prime, I assume. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, probably.
That's cool, right? I like that. It'd be cool if the show ends with the fight that causes All Might to become weak.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like if they bring it right up to that point and then the series picks up from there, kind of thing. That'd be cool. Guilty Gear, the anime is coming out in April, right? So this is just something I decided not to bother covering last week. But the Guilty Gear anime seemingly accidentally says Bridget is a man. Whoops. How silly of us. Guilty Gear Strive Dual Rulers is an upcoming anime based on the popular Guilty Gear video game series, though it kicked up controversy from the latest game in the series. The returning controversy surrounding the series concerns the character Bridget, and that controversy has been going viral on social media after the casting announcement for that character in the anime. For context, ever since Bridget's first appearance in Guilty Gear X2 back in 2002, Bridget has been canonically described as a cross-dressing man, or specifically Otoko Noko. His parents disguised him as a hide his identity. Girl 2 disguised him this way.
Body type 2.
Don't know. There's
Just
two
gets on.
words missing in their sentence.
Yeah.
However, things changed with the release of Guilty Gear Strive when Daisuke Ishiwatari, creator of Guilty Gear, started referring to Bridget as a transgender woman who uses she/her pronouns. This caused quite a stir in the fandom, with many players denouncing the change as catering to progressive Western standards, while other players lauded the change for representation with its inclusion of transgenderism. While the series has officially explained Bridget's backstory and confirmed the character's gender as female, the official social media for the upcoming anime seemingly made a mistake with a now deleted post referring to Bridget as a man, as seen below. So Bridget is going to be voiced by Manaka Iwami, who is a woman. But again, as far as I understand, I'm not a Guilty Gear player, but from what we've covered, Bridget's backstory is that Bridget was born into a village where it is unlucky or almost like a curse to have two male twins or something like that. And so Bridget's brother was raised as the male, and Bridget was raised female in order to hide the fact that they were both male from the village, as a way to not be killed or whatever, like by the village, right? And so the backstory is that it's a fucking tragedy and that this is being forced on Bridget, and that Bridget has to win the tournament or whatever the fuck in order to showcase that it's not bad luck or whatever, and that, you know, Bridget will have brought all this wealth to the village in spite of the quote-unquote curse or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. That's kind of the fucking point. And so they retconned that and said, not trans, just trans cuz. Just felt like it, you know? So anyway, they said here, hi, I'm Manaka Iwami, and I'll be voicing Bridget in the TV anime Guilty Gear. So this woman is saying this about Bridget. I was so surprised to hear it was being turned into an anime. What an incredible moment. I think Manaka Iwami also might voice Bridget in the games, by the way. With each recording session, I've discovered more of Bridget's charm, and it's been such a joy to bring him to life again. Ooh. I hope both longtime fans of the game and those meeting Bridget for the first time will enjoy the series.
Freudian slip.
What's up?
Freudian slip.
As the original post was likely deleted very quickly, it seems no archive of this post was made, and we couldn't find one linked or saved anywhere. The source's screen caps and save of the announcement slide are all we have. The official account for Guilty Gear Strive anime later reposted the announcement for Bridget, saying, although Bridget once struggled with questioning of identity, the encounters along Bridget's journey helped discover her own path in life. This fixed the current canon that Bridget is female or trans. People were quick to notice the inconsistent pronoun usage in the original post. This would seem to lend credence to the idea that Bridget being transgender is just something being done to appease certain American fans and not actually something that is believed by the creators of Guilty Gear who are overseeing the anime. And again, just a reminder, there are so many Guilty Gear transgender fans that they had a cis v trans match for Guilty Gear. Wow. Randy, what a nice what?
Appendage you have.
Or are you doing the All Might?
I have an arm. I have an arm. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, third time.
Now I can point to things. See,
But can you pick your nose?
He
I
doesn't
could,
have
but
a
I
nose.
don't want to.
You don't even have a nose.
All right, we can continue. Sorry, I
He's-
just don't mind me. Don't mind me.
All right. Anyway,
So I have an arm.
all right. So I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. So they had the tournament,
The
right? The
straight v
cis v
trans.
trans tournament, and they couldn't find enough cis players, so they had to borrow people from the trans community for it. Ridiculous. Anyway, now obviously the question is, if you're trans and you happen to be a fighting game enthusiast, and then all of a sudden a character is trans. I mean, I'm pretty sure, isn't there a tranny in Street Fighter? Isn't there a character like Vixen or something? Starts with a V?
Poison?
Poison, right? Is that from what is that from King of Fighters or what is that? I'm just saying,
Yeah,
if you wanted to be a fighting game, if you're a fighting game
Final
enthusiast and you happen to be trans, then you're going to gravitate to the game that
Yep,
sucks
Street
you
Fighter.
off for being
Yeah.
special.
And it's Final Fight. My understanding is
Final
that
Fight.
Poison wasn't actually a trans character. It was just a same with Birdo. It was just a miss like a typo in the guide, or not the guide, the
Hmm.
instruction manual. And then they've kind of just left it alone. So in Japan, like they're not trans.
Don't know. Looks like dresses the way I expect a man sexualizing the autogynephilia fetish would dress. Anyway, so alternatively, it could be argued that it's the other way around, with Ishi Watari meaning the character to be transgender, but fearing to make this known to the Japanese fans, or perhaps both of them are wrong, or both takes are wrong, rather. And this is just a problem with whoever is running the official anime account, and it was simply a mistake, as the original post actually misspelled Manaka Iwami's name as Maika Iwami. Whatever the case, something that people on both sides of this culture war issue agree on is Guilty Gear should be consistent in what is considered canon.
Yeah.
So Hylian Railgun had shared this so we can see both. Here's a special message from Maika Iwami, Japanese voice behind Bridget, right? So that's the one we were looking at. Bless me. Bring him to life again, right? And just in case you couldn't see it, right? And then this is the updated one. Here's a special message from Manaka Iwami, Japanese voice behind Bridget. I don't see the thing about like Bridget has discovered, after all the what did it say? Like, although Bridget once struggled with question of identity, the encounters along Bridget's journey helped discover her own path. And like, I don't see that. I don't know where that's from. It's not here and it's not here. So I don't know. Anyway, that's it for that. Let's talk about Übel Blatt, which is heavily censored for the anime.
Oh no. For the broadcast or
I'm shocked.
general?
I'm stunned. How could this have happened? Oh wait, we know how it happened.
Thanks, Amazon.
Would you want an Attack on Titan series about Marley and the events leading up to the fall of the wall? You mean before the fall?
before the fall?
As anime that also included stuff about Marley? By the way, major spoilers for anybody coming in. Yeah, so I'll just say that I would love a series that, well, I guess I wanted this until season 4 kind of gave it to me, and now I don't want it. The stuff about Reiner and Bertold's backstory, where Reiner is like a big baby, and all, I hate that. Like, that shit's not been fun. Anyway, but it furthers my opinion that Annie did squish him, because she clearly did not like him. And if you guys have watched even like the first, 5 episodes of season 4, she stomps on a grasshopper, wanting in that moment to be doing that to Reiner, and then does that to Reiner later on that episode or the next episode when they're in Paradis. So just saying, I am right. Okay. Anyway, Übel Blatt heavily censors not safe for work scenes for its anime. Gasp. This is the show where the main guy looks to be wearing a garter belt. So, not sure I want to see those not safe for work scenes. Übel Blatt might get lost in the shuffle when it comes to the sheer number of anime series that have hit the scene in recent months. But if you're a fan of ultra violence in your anime adaptations, Satellite's latest might be worth your time. The original manga from creator Etoroji Shiono isn't shy about venturing into scenes of gratuitous blood, gore, and sex in following the tale of Coinzel. While the protagonist might look like the spitting image of Legend of Zelda's Link, no, not at all. Not even close.
Punished Zelda, or sorry, punished Link.
Don't let that fact fool you from his brutal adventures. Unfortunately for some, the latest anime adaptation has made some major changes from the source material in the not safe for work department. Coinzel first premiered in 2004, meaning it's been decades since the manga premiered before getting its own anime adaptation. In his initial adventure, the Man of the Black Sword has some of the anime's bloodiest battles and has more than a few sexual encounters as well. In this, Übel Blatt's manga might have some eye-popping scenes for those who had watched the anime's first episode and dove right into its source material. Not only did the anime adaptation's first scene cut one of the one of the best sex scenes, one of these sex scenes, but it also skipped over 2 major storylines that helped better to explain Coinzel's character. The first major story in Übel Blatt's manga focused on a villain who would have fit right into a story like Berserk in the antagonist Kafir. Wearing his violent nature on his sleeve, the villain wasn't shy about performing some truly odious acts that seemingly have been passed over in the anime's first episode. On top of this, the villainous Gustav is also nowhere to be found, as the villainess makes quite the impression on the series and on Coinzel when she first appears. Gustav is the girl's name. Wow. These 2 villains alone and the fights against them are some major parts of the manga's early stories, and unless the anime decides to revisit them later on, these might be totally passed over in the anime. Hold on, I'm going to turn off my night shift. I'm finding it difficult to read. There we go. Later on, these might be totally passed over in the anime. For the first episode, we are dropped into the storyline that sees Coinzel partnering up with an eye patch wearing soldier and a young girl named Pee-Pee.
Don't touch my pee-pee.
That's not her real name. That's a nickname Coinzel gave her. She literally like, not my name. I'm not Pee-Pee.
Right. In the original manga, the tavern owner Altia has more than a little crush on Coinzel, and the two have a bedroom exchange that definitely didn't make its way into the anime. While the premiere episode certainly had its fair share of violence, if you're looking to witness how extreme Übel Blatt can get, the source material is going to be your best bet. It's currently available to stream on Amazon Prime Video if you want to check out the first episode.
Is that why people like this? Because they were goon baited in the first episode? Because my brother has the whole manga that's like 24 volumes or whatever, and he really likes it. But
Yeah.
Mm.
Whoa. Oh, fuck. I need another nap. You guys want to carry the show for another hour?
it's the OCA nap time.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read this. No, I'm not. Am I? Flip a coin.
No.
Do I have something that could act as a coin? Fuck. I'm gonna
What
waste.
about Google coin flip?
I feel like the headline kind of says it.
Coin flip simulator.
Just go,
Oh my
literally just type coin flip into Google and they have a thing.
All right. Heads, we cover it. Tails, we don't.
You gotta screen share it. You gotta screen share it.
Hold on. Tails.
You lied.
2 out of 3 then?
Do it again.
You sure we can't take a vote on this?
Fuck.
One more.
God damn it. Oh, fuck. Fine. All right. I definitely think we should cover it. I just have been putting it off for weeks now. All right. The anime industry report shows overseas anime market is bigger than the Japanese one. But is this a cultural tipping point? Again, I think this is important because this explains why we have a character named Neil, right? No, voiced by a male character, a male voice actor. Latest statistics from industry groups show overseas revenue surpassing domestic for only the second time in history. The Association of Japanese Animation has sort of a strange timetable for its annual anime industry report. The full report is published in December, but preliminary data is released in the middle of the year, and it actually reflects the state of the industry for the previous calendar year. In other words, the 2024 anime industry report was only recently made available to the general public, and the data points are measurements from 2023. Nevertheless, it's got some significant statistics about how and where the anime industry is growing. Starting with the biggest number, in 2023, the anime industry grew to 3.3465 trillion yen, or roughly 21 billion US dollars. Its largest size ever. That's an increase of over 14% compared to the previous year, and the first time for the anime industry to, as a whole, to surpass 3 trillion in revenue. What happened in 2023 for anime? Because Demon Slayer was 2020, right?
I guess.
About
I mean,
right.
Oshinoko is 2023.
I really don't think that's the reason. Did anything crazy? Was it maybe Chainsaw Man? Did that come out in 2023?
I think so, yeah. Probably.
When did what year did Film Red come out?
That might have been 2023.
Yesteryear? 2 years ago?
Anyway, so they say of that 3.3465 trillion yen, 1.6243 trillion yen came from domestic, i.e. in Japan sources. Conversely, 1.7222 trillion, that's a number, came from foreign sources, meaning that as of the Association of Japanese Animation's most recent completed research, the overseas market for anime is larger than the Japanese one, with a roughly 51.5% to 48.5% split. See, the thing about that, though, I wonder is, could it be that most of that is literally just the licensing cost? You know what I mean? Like when Netflix licenses the show to be broadcast in hundreds of different countries, do you think that more so than fans buying merchandise and shit, you know, especially when it's like going to discotheque instead of to, you know what I mean? Free Ren. That's a good point. Yeah, that could have helped too. Do you think that that's the sort of thing there? Like maybe the licensing cost is contributing greatly to this, just because in order to show this stuff outside, you got to, you know, do that. Also, just a heads up about this comment. You might be asking this from the perspective of, would I want all of that leading up to the fall of the wall? You might be mentioning this as like, would you really want to watch that and then go into episode 1 of Attack on Titan? And the answer to that, if that's what you're asking, is no, obviously not. Same with My Hero Academia. I don't want to necessarily watch Vigilantes and have it lead up to the moment when the original series starts. I think that I think it would be better, you know, going that way through, you know, watching it. I think it would be a better experience than Attack on Titan, because Attack on Titan is a mystery and you'd like fuck up how it unfolds if you don't do it the right way. But yeah, I would not want that if that's what you were thinking. Anyway, all right.
The Gear 5 reveal in One Piece was 2023.
Yeah.
For the anime, though, I don't know how much the anime, like the manga, it was a huge deal. I don't know how much the anime.
Mm-hmm.
Wait until the Gear
affected
6
their-
reveal.
I
Gear
don't think
6
we're
is
going
going
to
to happen in the
Gear
One
6.
Piece live action, right? 1.722 trillion came from foreign sources. So the overseas market for anime is larger than the Japanese one, with a roughly 51.5% to 48.5% split. This is actually the second time in history this statistical phenomenon has occurred, following 2020, for which the association's 2021 anime industry report showed domestic revenue of 1.1805 trillion yen versus 1.2394 trillion yen. And again, that makes sense to a degree. Well, I don't know. No, I guess that does make sense. Demon Slayer elevated it in Japan, but outside of Japan, the market increased a lot because people were locked down for COVID, right? And so there were probably a lot more streaming going on and whatnot. So does this mean that anime is now officially more popular overseas than it is in Japan? Not necessarily, as there are some very substantial circumstances for those 2 years. Oh, wow, he's actually going to go through all the stuff we've been speculating on. In 2020, the coronavirus pandemic hit its full force, and while Japan had numerous public health protocols, such as restrictions on inbound international leisure travel, there wasn't anywhere near the shutdown of shopping, restaurant dining, and other leisure activities as there were in several other countries, where so many people spent much of their year essentially under self-quarantine at home, and while searching for entertainment options, decided to add anime to their video streaming diet. Conversely, the in Japan anime market actually shrank slightly in 2020, likely due to less spending at fan events, voice actor/actress concerts, and other large in-person events, which were put on hold during the pandemic. So what about 2023? By then, neither Japan nor the overseas anime market were feeling much in the way of lingering pandemic effects. However, while it's easy to zero in on numbers of 1.6243 trillion yen for Japan and 1.7222 trillion yen for foreign countries in the most recent Association of Japanese Animation report, the non-numerical element of those statistics is also important: yen. The yen has been plummeting in value versus foreign currencies over the past few years. So if you're measuring the total value of anime market in yen, as the association's report does, then the amount of revenue from foreign sources is going to increase even without a correspondingly large increase in foreign currency revenue. That's kind of interesting, yeah. Because if you have to take the dollar amount and translate it into yen, and the dollar's worth way more than the yen, then as time goes on, that's gonna like that number is gonna keep getting bigger. Because it's weak against the foreign dollar, but it's still bringing in that amount. I guess what they're just saying
but
is like
it's
not
just
a
the
it's not a
reported
good
value.
metric for saying that it's bigger. Because I mean, I can't see why it wouldn't be bigger
Well,
if you're going
okay,
one
but-
country against every other country on Earth.
No, but look if in Japan they sold 500 manga or anime, whatever. I'll use manga for just an easier example. They sold 500 manga for $1 a piece, right? Or 100 yen a piece. I'll say $1, but it's Japanese dollar. Okay. So they have $500 in sales, and then they sell 500 in America. So they have $500 in sales. They're equal, right? But now the yen takes a dive bomb, which it did, right? And it took like 10 or 20%. Like it was a significant decrease in the value of the yen. So so now those 500 sales that are normally $1 a piece convert to, let's say, just for easy math, let's say they dived, so it's like 2 for 1, right?
Sure.
So now it's $1,000 American dollars 500 American dollars is converting to 1,000 US dollars. Fuck Christ. 1,000 Japanese dollars.
Sure.
So now they have it looks like they're having double the business in the States, but it's the same amount of business. They're just taking in more because the value of the dollar is a lot stronger in the US than it is in Japan.
Sure. So I didn't show this during pickups, but I found. Do you guys know the drink Fireball?
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking horrible and pretentious. Old Smoky makes a where's my mouse? There you go. Makes a mango habanero whiskey that gives you the burn of Fireball without tasting like you're a frat girl, right? So I would be partaking in some of this. I should probably clean this glass I've been using, to be honest. Anyway, I also found, and it's not in here because I realized like 3 days after opening it that it's supposed to be refrigerated, but I also found a mint and chip ice cream whiskey. And that shit tastes so much like mint and chip ice cream that I honestly think it's probably cancerous, because the amount of chemicals they probably had to put in there to get it to taste exactly like that is probably a level that's dangerous. But shit, is that good, right? Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Dude, when the West colonizes Japan, they should change it to the JAD, the Japanese. Wait, what the hell? What's the A again?
Japanese American dollar.
Yes, exactly.
You know, if the West did colonize Japan and like took over, like we're about to do to Canada, get ready. They would just use the dollar. Like,
yeah.
Goodbye. No more prime minister on your yen. It's
Canada's
American
finally
President
going
Trump
to
dollar.
have our dollar exchange rate fixed by no longer existing.
Dude, can you imagine? That'd be the best case scenario for you guys. Canada just becomes the 51st state, or just gets annexed as part of Alaska, and then now
Alaska too.
Yeah, and now you guys get to buy stuff from Discotheque and have it actually arrive. Like, shit like
Wait,
that.
yeah, they can't say we don't ship to Canada. They'll have to say can't ship to Alaska too.
Yeah. We don't ship to Alaska to west, eastern Alaska, central and eastern Alaska. So I think it'd be really fucking funny if they did just make Canada, because Alaska's already the biggest state. I just think it'd be real fucking funny if it was the whole top of America. Right?
I think it'd be more logical just to have the 10 provinces be individual.
No, because picture it this way: you've got Alaska, right? And
what do you do with the
Alaska's
territories?
Hold on. Alaska's just going to be one big ass state. And then on the American flag, it's going to be 49 stars and one maple leaf. Right? That'd be the funniest way to do it. I think that'd be hilarious. Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if you're measuring total value of the anime market in yen, as the association's report does, then the amount of revenue from foreign sources is going to increase even without a correspondingly large increase in foreign currency revenue. It's also worth noting that in Japan, anime revenue hasn't been stagnant, with the report showing a 10.6% increase from 2022 to 2023. Whenever the subject of the comparative sizes of the Japanese and overseas anime markets comes up, there's the related question of what it means creatively for the artists and other creators who produce Japanese animation. Some would argue that anime achieved this global popularity by offering something distinct from entertainment options in other countries. Hands down, yes. And may worry that with a greater proportion of revenue coming from overseas anime studios, that they will be pressured to water down or otherwise alter the artistic visions, Übel, Blatt, sex scenes, in order to be more palatable to non-Japanese audiences. Others may point to such statistics as a sign that anime has become a global medium, and so now has a responsibility to abide by standards such as those major Hollywood movies operate under. However, considering that the 2023 results likely have more to do with currency fluctuations than anime resonating more with foreign fans than Japanese ones, it's probably a little early to declare that a cultural tipping point has been crossed. So it just seems like crazy to me because naturally, just on numbers, there's got to be more anime fans outside of Japan than in. Because Japan's population is what, like half the United States? And it's the size of like fucking California or something? So like, I don't know, it just seems crazy. Like, you'd think that Japan would have fewer fans than outside of Japan for that reason alone. Anyway, what do we got here in terms of chat?
Japan has a population of 124 million. So it's significant.
Yeah, and so it's about half the United States, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a little less than half, right?
And that's
but
just
it's the
fine.
size of California, right? So 124 million is a lot, but now think about every other country on the planet having, well, let's just say conservatively 10% of the people like anime. That's still billions. You know what I mean? Like China
Yeah.
alone is going to be like 100 million fans.
Well, China doesn't get anime.
China does get anime.
They got like 2 anime a year.
So they're just not counting the Chinese because they all are all bootlegs and they're not contributing to the right. Fair point. India then.
Aren't they making their own stuff, China?
China Maze?
Yeah, I forget the name, but yes.
Anime.
Anyway. All right. So I was thinking, I should have mentioned this earlier, but we should use Chat Operator to star the comments that are the ones we should address.
You had an experience of trying to use it, and it was trying to buy you
Pants,
vitamins and pants. I don't think that it's going to.
Dude, it works
useful.
really well if you give it like a reasonable request. It's just that I was giving it a very unreasonable request. I think if I walked it through the process, I could get it to do it. I was thinking it would be great to have Chat Operator in the background so that as comments come in, it would click on them. And then I would be notified as people are commenting and could address them until it becomes, a hassle or whatever. I don't know. All right. Anyway, so we'll move past this. You guys can find out if there's chats we should cover. Maybe I should look at those.
10 provinces would be 10 Democrats in office.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's worse than 10 provinces because there's 3 territories as well. And you might get 1 or 2 out of those 13. You might get 1 or 2 Republicans.
How many? What's your population in Canada?
It's around 40
Yeah.
million.
So, hold on. So you have about as much in Canada as as California, right?
If you made us our own, like a single state, it would be about the same as Canada, California.
So if we combined Canada with Alaska, you guys would get what, like 40 electoral college seats?
It would be a lot.
If we did that as well, Alaska would be literally like the second largest body of land in the world. Well, you can't call it a country anymore, I guess, but that segment of the country.
Okay, so California has 54. But I think it'll redistribute. If you added 40 million people, it would redistribute across the board, right? Yeah, it wouldn't be a great idea in terms of like future winning for the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alberta, you might be able to win Alberta. And it, like, if they kept the exact same borders, you might be able to win Alberta. And I could see, depending on the argument, one of the prairie provinces maybe flipping, occasionally.
God, Canadians would be so fucking pissed.
Sorry, I said prairie. I meant the fucking East Coast people. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Canadians would be so fucking pissed if Trump took over Canada and made it the 51st states, or 51st or 55th or whatever.
It's not going to happen. It's just not
Yeah,
going to happen.
I know. But you guys would be so fucking pissed because even if life got better with more freedom, as soon as you can't get your medically assistance in dying,
suicide.
right? All of a sudden, you guys would bitch so fucking hard. Where's my health care? Great. Now I have to join this thing and I got to pay $50 bajillion just to get my ingrown toenail fixed. Right? Like, you guys would never stop bitching.
Yeah. The most that'll happen is like a U.S. Canada alliance of currency, and in which the U.S.
Amero?
would most likely, in which the U.S. would most likely just be the currency, So
yeah, like Trump has always just been this has been a very real possibility this whole time, that Trump is just a psyop, and in actuality, he's just going to turn every single country in the world into another state of the United States, and then we have global governance and a new world order just simply by virtue of everybody's American now.
I think it's like Canada right now, like the tariffs were announced on Saturday and they're going to be enacted over the next couple days. The different ones are coming into effect on different days, which is weird, but from my understanding. And then Canada is like, oh no, we got to reply with our own tariffs. It's like, I get that there's a ramification of, Canada losing business to the States.
I find it so. This is what happened with Venezuela too. It's like, oh yeah, well, I've got no bargaining chips, right?
Yeah, it seems
okay.
like,
Well, do what you want.
Oh, you mean Colombia?
You know what? No maple syrup, then. And meanwhile,
we do have
Aunt Jemima, get back over here.
Yeah. We do have bargaining chips, but the tariff one, it just seems so stupid. It's like, okay, Americans import a lot from Canada, but it's not like, crazy amount. The amount Canada imports from the States is like crazy amount. It's like 60% of our shit is imported from the States. So when America
It'd be
says,
so
I'm
hard
gonna
for you guys.
cut my arm here
Mhm.
and bleed a little bit so that we have less Canadian shit in our economy. Canada's like, I'm gonna chop myself in half so I have less Americans. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
That's
so
not an
it's-
answer.
It's actually horrible. It's actually horrible for Canada because we don't need in the United States, we don't need Canadian goods. But you guys do need US goods. So by us tariffing you, it hurts you. By you tariffing us, it hurts you. Right? Like
Well,
Canada hurts
Trudeau's
us,
probably
she's
not.
leaving.
He probably doesn't care about like because
Trudeau
he's on
doesn't
his
give a
way out.
shit.
He's,
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. He said, well, since
Trudeau's
since Trump
like, sorry, I'm
took
gonna go live with my dad. And, you know.
yeah, Trudeau's like, since I took office, or since Trump took office, he hasn't answered my calls.
Yeah.
He's been trying to call him to figure this shit out, and Trump's not answering his call.
Yeah, because,
And it's like,
because Trudeau's
you-
not even who
yeah,
Trump should be talking to.
before Trump got in office, Trudeau resigned.
Mhm.
Why would he
Trudeau
make a deal with
resigned
you?
Because, quite frankly, the prospect of having to talk to Donald Trump was too scary.
Well, no, he did talk to him once. He went down to Mar-a-Lago in the interim.
And Trump convinced him to resign.
That was
He's like,
well,
I'm
no,
never doing this again.
that was when the 51st state thing started, right? And then when Trudeau came back, Trudeau's response was, whatever. We kind of wish that. What did he say? He said something
I'm
along the
taking this
lines of
moment
like,
to come out as a gay man.
no, he said something along the lines of like, it should have been the woman that won or something, like just idiotic, like throwing needles at Trump. And then
Oh, the woman meaning Kamala.
yeah. Yeah.
I thought you meant in the Canadian election.
No. And then he was like, we're a progressive society. It's a shame that the woman didn't win or something. And just stupid comments. And then his finance minister, he was arguing with her about the fact that the budget was crazy because he wanted to give away all this money in this tax holiday that we're in right now. Anyway, and then so she resigned and everyone resigned, and then the NDP are so stupid. The people that are propping the Liberals up, Trudeau's party, had said, "Oh yeah, we're not going to vote against Trudeau. We're going to hold him in power." But then once the finance minister left, there was like a few other people that all left at the same time. But then they went into the holiday for Christmas, so they weren't in Parliament, so they couldn't vote them out. And so in that time, the NDP said, yeah, we'll vote them out as soon as we get back. So then before they got back, Trudeau was like, okay, I dissolve. Well, he didn't dissolve Parliament. Sorry. He prorogued Parliament so that they can't vote him out now. It's on pause. And he resigned and said, well, we're going to have a leadership race for the Liberal Party, basically a primary. And whoever wins that instantly becomes prime minister now, instead of having a proper election. And then eventually, when we get back into Parliament, the end of the March, then they can vote in and vote for a new election. But by then, we have these tariffs now, so people are like, "Oh, we got to respond to the tariffs," and we'll have a new Liberal leader, so it won't be Trudeau. So there won't be this like need to get him out of there. So I think the NDP might actually prop him up until the fucking October at least. And it's possible that the tariff war actually like causes them to postpone the election in October. And I'm just like, you bitches should have voted this motherfucker out in those.
You know what's crazy to me
December.
and hilarious is, so we're in this era where Joe Biden steps down or whatever. Now he didn't step down from being a president, but
Not officially.
yeah. But here's the thing: Trudeau steps down from being the prime minister, and he doesn't even have dementia, and he's not 80 years old. Good God! Like, how incompetent!
Oh dear Lord. Oh my God. Okay. Fuck. All right. Oh man, Can't wait till next podcast when you guys are 51st date. All right. So Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles X Naruto crossover comic issue number 1 gets a second printing. Reveals a new cover. Here's the cover. It's almost as good as the Will Portacio cover for the for the movie collection.
Yeah.
And then also there's the variant because we wanted that. That's not distracting at all. Like, yikes.
Yeah, I love how the variant has less features. You know, it doesn't
Right?
even have color.
Why wouldn't you give me this in black and white too? Right. Anyway, this I think was the original one, which I guess is. Oh, thank you. Wow, I'm so lucky. Mmm. Mmm. Okay. Anyway, now I got to read again. The timing was so almost perfect.
Right-wing Canadian are just Democrat.
That's why we have
Alberta
the
would-
progressive conservative party. We can't even like
Alberta
have the
would
balls
not.
to just be conservative, right?
Yeah. Alberta would be a Democrat. I don't know. I think their oil issue, policy-wise, I think they would still go to the Republican side. Vermont maple syrup is it would be definitely a left-leaning Republican, but
Yeah.
I think it would be a Republican. Vermont maple syrup is why is better
Way
because
better.
his Canadian maple syrup is centralized and communist. Vermont has artisan maple. Nice. Canada has enough ergot in their syrup.
Ergo? What? All right.
We got the LCBO about to take all American-made alcohol and most likely going to put it in the trash instead of selling all the stock and not
God
ordering
damn.
more.
For those who
I
don't
mean-
know, we have regulated alcohol in Canada, or is it Ontario? I don't know. So LCBO is the official liquor store. So by saying
Yeah.
that, it's effectively saying officially dropping all that. We also dropped like all the Russian vodkas when the Ukraine thing happened.
Starting in Brave.
Yeah. Nope. Yeah. We have other, like, we could turn your power off. We could cut the oils supply off, but there's a problem with if we do that, we might cut ourselves off because there's no way to get the oil from the East Coast to the West Coast without going through the states.
Right.
So
It really just sounds like you guys should be the 51st state. You know?
yeah. So if we cut your oil off, we'd have to import oil to get we'd have to import oil for our East Coast provinces, which would be stupid. But the whole thing's a fucking mess. And
Imagine, like, you guys become the 51st state. Kids go to school the next day. All right, kids, open your new textbooks. American history. Time to learn about the founding fathers of our great nation.
the real question is, what are dollars gonna fucking do tomorrow morning? I can only imagine it's gonna go dive bomb
Yeah.
off the cliff. Electric
Trump is determined to make sure the rest of the country, the rest of the world, remembers that we're hot shit and they aren't.
Our power, at least in Ontario, comes from nuclear and hydroelectric. It's not run off coal. Japan needs Japan. There are no Mako in Germany. Why get help from the US that nuked them twice? That resulted in the one-legged Tory. Why indeed? These are profound questions by Luigi.
Thank you for
Very
stalling.
on topic.
I only regret it a lot. All right. Sony makes questionable decision to revive Crunchyroll manga app. What? We're finally covering it? Yes, because I realized it's actually a pretty short article. So hot off the heels after former employees and distributors exposed Crunchyroll's corrupt management, the streaming platform is relaunching the Crunchyroll manga app. This is from January 11th this year. Announced during Sony's Consumer and Electronics Show press coverage, the revived app will give premium members access to the Crunchyroll manga digital library of series from, quote, multiple publishers. Originally launched in October of 2013 in over 170 countries, Crunchyroll manga gave subscribers access to a vast library, which consisted of several titles, such as Hiromashima's Fairy Tail and Atsushi Okubo's Fire Force manga. As part of Kodansha's Simulpub program, the app hosted popular ongoing series, including Ken Akamatsu's UQ Holder and Nakaba Suzuki's Seven Deadly Sins, and sequel, Four Nights of the Apocalypse. Crunchyroll Manga offered a manga-only subscription, which gave subscribers access to its entire library. At the time of this writing, it is unknown if the resurrected Crunchyroll Manga app will provide manga-only subscription or host simulpubs. Starting in 2018, Kodansha began pulling series that completed its serialization off the app. Ultimately, Crunchyroll Manga met its demise in January 2023 when Kodansha terminated the beloved long-running simulpub program in favor of creating their own digital manga app, K-Manga. On December 11th, 2023, 10 years after the app launched, Crunchyroll terminated their manga app. In a statement to Anime News Network, the streaming platform claimed they were discontinuing the manga app, saying, quote, as part of Crunchyroll's ongoing commitment to providing fans with the best experiences around their favorite series, we will be sunsetting the Crunchyroll manga application on December 11th across web and mobile. However, fans looking to discover new manga adventures can head over to the Crunchyroll store, which now offers more than 17,000 manga across genres. The fuck? Who is this face behind here? Despite popular digital manga apps like Shueisha's Manga Plus, Viz Media's Shonen Jump, and Viz Manga, Kodansha's K-Manga, Comic Key, etc., current Crunchyroll president Rahul Parini is confident the revived Crunchyroll manga will be a premier online manga app that carries catalogs from renowned publishers, offering fans unparalleled access to the visionary works that inspire the anime we love. Research shows that nearly 70% of anime fans read digital manga at least once a month, highlighting the immense demand for this medium. Crunchyroll manga will not only meet this growing interest, but also fuel the continued global popularity of anime and manga alike. The revived Crunchyroll manga launches later this year as a standalone app on iOS and Android in the US and Canada. So didn't we read previously that
You mean the
reason...
US and US?
Yes. That will be what it will be when I get there. Didn't we read previously? Well, I got a text from my boss.
Mirage says, spoilers for issue 2 of Naruto. Not much happens in the issue. Kakashi somehow knows that Hamato Yoshi is Splinter's master because Deus Ex Machina plot hole. Naruto plays NES with Mikey.
Wow.
There you go.
Sakura and Raphael spar together, and that's literally it. Wow.
And
And
April is just
kind of
there.
Yep, I
You
did.
shaved your face.
Well, I was convinced last podcast to try the Hitler mustache. That lasted for about 10 seconds. I can't pull it off like Michael Jordan can.
Does the relaunch of Crunchyroll's manga mean
Oh God, no.
we'll get high?
So
Guardians
didn't
Price
we
manga?
read that the like perspective of the CEOs and stuff was that they wanted to get you reading manga? No, I think it was for the Crunchyroll games, right? But their idea was in order to stop you from canceling your Crunchyroll subscription partway through the year because of seasonal manga or seasonal anime rather ending or whatever. That they wanted to create an app where you would play games like One Punch Man mobile game. You would do you would read manga and stuff in between series so that you would not cancel your subscription, right? Wasn't that the whole point? So they're saying that it's going to be a separate subscription on a separate app. That seems stupid. Anyway.
If you've come for logic, you've come to the wrong place.
A Chinese otome game, Love and Deepspace, adds a period tracker.
What the?
What I've always wanted.
Dude, when's Genshin Impact gonna add its period tracker?
Your period is coming soon. Do you have enough supplies? Period reminder. Love and Deepspace has added a period tracker in the game's latest major patch. Love and Deepspace is a Chinese otome game on mobile devices, combining microtransactions and romance. Period trackers are apps that help women keep track of their menstruation cycle to assist with maintaining their health and well-being. It'd be funny if this was really just like a way for the Chinese government to try to do population control. And so they're like, your period's coming. Like, are you missing your period? Have you been cheating on me? Like, you're like fictional romance is guilting you for having real sex kind of thing. Period trackers are apps that help women keep track of their menstruation cycle to assist with maintaining their health and well-being. The characters even come with cheesy lines, so your husbando can sympathize with the player and enhance their relationship. It's worth mentioning that as a game developed in China, data stored on Love and Deepspace servers can be taken by the Chinese Communist Party at any time. We don't know what they do with that data, but we always encourage caution when interacting with Chinese-developed games and accounts. Given our constant support of fan service, it's only fair we support fan service aimed at women. Hopefully, this is the kind of feature our female audience has been looking for. I don't know. This is weird. Dear Lord, how can I mute these notifications? Holy shit. My boss is going to be texting me nonstop screenshots. All right. Anyway, Silent Hill 2 Remake has topped 2 million copies shipped and sold. Be interesting to see if there was an uptick after that patch where they made Maria's boobs bigger. Anyway, I'm only really bringing this up because I want to see them make a remake for 1 and 3 and 4. That would be great. All right. This is very strange. Venus Vacation Prism Dead or Alive Xtreme gets a slight delay. I'm going to read this article. Dear God, how can I turn off this notification? Mute for today. Nice. Cool. All right. All right. Venus Vacation Prism Dead or Alive Xtreme gets slight delay. I'm going to read this. It might seem weird, but I'm setting something up. Publisher Koei Tecmo and developer Team Ninja. Hold on. I actually need... I need a little extra for this. Shit's gonna get wild in a minute. Just there we go. That's good. All right. Publisher Koei Tecmo and developer Team Ninja announced a slight delay for Venus Vacation Prism Dead or Alive Xtreme. Venus Vacation Prism Dead or Alive Xtreme will forego its March release to one a bit later that same month on March 27th. Reasoning behind the delay was, quote, to create content that will satisfy everyone even more. Wow. When the dating simulator does release, it'll be on PC, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5. The game will support Japanese and English languages. Why even make a PS5 version if the PS4 one can be played on PS5?
Because it'll unlock the graphic options. You can run it at 4K 69 quality.
The game will support Japanese and English languages. It's worth noting a multi-language physical release for PS4 and PS5 is available to pre-order via our friends at Play Asia. The delay comes with yet another info dump on the game. Here's some new gameplay details, plus the second official trailer. Make the Venus Festival a success as the owner. The Venus Festival takes place in the everlasting... Just, perhaps I'm wrong, but Dead or Alive was a fighting game, right?
Yeah. And
okay.
then it turned
Then
into
it was
like
an
a...
extreme beach volleyball game, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now it's resort owner simulation experience / dating sim. I'm guessing. Okay, cool. Just making sure we're on the same page. The Venus Festival takes place in the everlasting summer paradise of Venus Islands. The player, who is entrusted with the role of owner, will proceed with preparations for the festival to be held on the island together with the part-time staff member Misaki. The owner's job is to scout girls as Venus and make them shine beautifully at the Venus Festival. Take cute photos of girls dressed up in your favorite outfits to increase the numbers of girls' fans. Full of hairstyles that tickle your heart, change Venus's hairstyle to your liking. There are various hairstyles that tickle your heart, such as ponytails and updos. As you increase the number of girls' fans, you can earn new hairstyles in addition to outfits by fulfilling additional conditions. Discover new charms of Venus with new hairstyles and spread them to everyone. Unreleased new outfits are now available. There are even some sexy outfits. Just like hairstyles, you can get a variety of outfits by increasing the number of girls who are your fans and achieving certain conditions. After acquiring a new outfit, you can change the outfit in the owner's office and set it to reflect outfits in scenario to view episodes that have already been unlocked with your favorite outfit and hairstyle. By changing into a new outfit, you can find new charms even in episodes you have already experienced. Wow. Take a picture of a cute moment of a girl and submit it to the office. In other news, I skipped some coverage because it wasn't relevant to us about Japanese media heads resigning over pretty much this same thing. The number of fans of a girl will increase if you submit the photo to the Venus Fest office. Take a picture of a cute moment of a girl that only you can take and submit it to the office. If a girl does well at the festival, her favorability towards the player who owns her may increase.
So basically, you're a pimp for the OnlyFans of the...
Mini games that give you a thrilling experience. In addition to taking photos of the girls, you need to interact with them and deepen your friendship with them. And in this game, you can experience mini games in some episodes. This time, we will introduce you to a new mini game called Abs. Abs. You can cheer on a girl who is working hard on her abs by pressing the button in time with her abs. If you keep doing abs, the girl's sweat will make her outfit partially wet. And the girl's face will suddenly get closer as she sits up. So if you cheer her on, you might get a thrill.
Hold up. This is why you need to get the PS5 version, because it will have the haptic feedback on the controller with
and
the
the
dual
smell
sense.
vision.
That's on the Switch, Reese. Yeah, so Koei Tecmo X executive reveals company issues takedown requests against thousands of inappropriate Dead or Alive fan art pieces every year in an attempt to protect the IP. Says characters are considered, quote, like daughters.
Okay,
What's
can
the
I
last
just
thing?
say a real...
if you cheer her on hard, you might get a thrill. So just pointing out here that this character here and this character here are also in Ninja Gaiden, just a reminder that this is the jiggle physics of their daughters.
Nice.
I also like the shininess, right?
Yeah.
It's not just the jiggly.
It's their
the,
daughter,
The
though.
shine.
Yeah, daughters. Right.
Well, I mean, daughters can, build up some shine too, right?
That girl on the right there, she's been doing the abs, and that's why she's all sweaty from doing the abs.
Right.
Right. That's how that works. Because
No, it's oil. It's not sweat.
I like how the one on the left is swinging independently.
they
I don't
do
know how
have a
that-
unique jiggle physics for each one, depending on the
Like-
outfit being worn.
Like you got to imagine that she like taped that outfit on. Like
Yeah, the whole it's someone's daughter thing. It's like, okay, well, but what about, like, let's talk about Prawn for a second. Okay, well, the person pounding her is someone's son. What about him? Oh, it's someone's son. You never hear that. Like,
You know, your mom was somebody's daughter too.
I
See, the
don't
problem
think
is
makes
that
I
you're
think
cheering
that
on the
makes sense.
guy. That a boy, Sonny. Right.
Oh my god.
All right. I don't think so.
I mean, to patch them out, perhaps. If
Yeah.
you were,
Seriously, could Japanese censorship really just be creators being jealous of fans? It seems that way, right? No, we're the only ones who are allowed to lewd our daughters, right? All right. According to Koei Tecmo managing executive officer Tomotoshi Nishimura, the developer's ongoing work towards protect the public-facing identity. What? Ongoing work to protect the public-facing identity of their massively popular Dead or Alive franchise has resulted in their issuing thousands of takedown requests against what they deem as inappropriate fan art. Bring up the stick figure image again. The doodle of consent.
the appropriate fan art, one might say.
Nishimura revealed this insight into Koei Tecmo's corporate operations while speaking alongside representatives from a number of his fellow Japanese video game studios, such as Capcom and Nintendo, on the topic of the importance of intellectual property rights in the game industry, as held during the recent Tokyo Esports Festa 2025. Do you think that he really was just lying to all of them and trying to get them to start issuing takedowns for lewd art so that only Dead or Alive will have porn of it? That's a brilliant reverse psychology strategy if that was the case. Per a recap of the panel provided by Japanese video game news outlet Game Watch, Nishimura opened the discussion by noting that in terms of his employer's copyright protection related efforts, one such area where they tried to afford particular leniency was that of secondary works such as doujinshi. Look, man, you can draw the character getting railed, but it has to be in a doujinshi, right? That'd be so fucking funny. All of your lewd artwork, you just put like issue number 1 in the corner, like the Comics Authority thing or whatever. Further, he noted that the company was not only tolerant of otaku culture, but even supported one of its biggest gatherings in the form of annual comic market or comic marketplace event. So when we go to Japan as a podcast for funsies, do you guys want to go around the time of year that Comic-Con is going on and go to Comic-Con?
Probably not, because those things are friggin' packed. Also, I don't want to be like in the presence of many neckbeard gooners, if I can help it.
But by virtue of us not smelling and being morbidly obese, except for Randy, I think by virtue of like we'll stick out and like.
You're saying we're gonna get all the coochies?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be there with my wife, so like, but I'll be your wingman.
You'll give a referral link to us.
Here, scan this QR code to get in his pants. All right.
I can only picture it like the short short bald guy with massive glasses, the
The
tall,
skinny
long
guy
neck
with
guy,
like, bad posture.
the medium fat ass.
Yeah.
Medium fast.
Pig nose guy.
Oh, I'm not short or tall. I am medium size.
Oh.
Oh, fuck this neck pain. All right. However, despite the espoused support, Nishimura clarified that there were two notable exceptions to their doujinshi-related goodwill: publications that published leaked images relating to unreleased games, and those that portrayed the franchise's cast of fighters in a way that Koei Tecmo themselves believed to be inappropriate. With their efforts against the latter amounting to roughly 2,000 to 3,000 takedown requests being issued every year to infringing users across various social media platforms. Your daughter, huh? If my daughter put on this outfit, she'd be grounded. Just saying. Just saying. From there, Nishimura closed out this section of the presentation by explaining to attendees, I think is what they meant to say, that rather than an inherent objection to sexual content or fan expression, these takedowns were issued in an effort to protect their IP's official image, particularly as the female Dead or Alive cast were considered to be like daughters to both their respective designers and the overall company. Finally, as the panel drew to a close, the Koei Tecmo exec ultimately concluded that while the laws surrounding the IP rights are not perfect, and many will have their issues with them, they are still the most valuable tool in the industry's fight against copyright infringement, and thus it is imperative that those involved to find workable legal solutions. I just love this part. It's like, look, it's not about it being sexual. It's just that there are daughters. You understand? You know, like, look, I'm not taking it down because the character's having sex. I'm taking it down because it's my daughter having sex. Like, the delusion. Interestingly, this is not the first time the Dynasty Warriors franchise stewards and their copyright protection practices have made the news. In 2021, Koei Tecmo filed charges against a Japanese individual who was selling a bootleg DVD compilation of Dead or Alive modded cutscenes, which replaced the girls' original character models with ones depicting them as fully nude, which the developer being an infringement of our copyright. I think we covered that back then. Sadly, given the recent history of not just the franchise, but the overall video game industry, it's likely Nishimura's mention of Dead or Alive will be one of the last times it receives any official mention for the foreseeable future. To this end, the franchise may see one last burst of attention later this year when Dead or Alive Xtreme Venus Vacation Prism releases for the PC platform. I don't know, man. If you want your daughters to be treated with respect, you don't release your game for PC. Just saying. Any thoughts on this?
Well, it won't be the worst thing to buy this game.
Rent a Girlfriend 2.0. All right. Okay. We're going to wrap up the Dragon Age news. Dragon Age the Veilguard price slashed at GameStop by 65%. 4-month-old game costs $25 brand new.
That's modern gaming.
Mm-hmm. BioWare layoffs begin as EA purges Dragon Age the Veilguard activist developers. To which Grum said, I guess the BioWare writing team couldn't do enough barfs to save the game or themselves.
Damn.
The cope is hard on Dragon Age Veilguard. If you had listened to fans in the first place, it would not be dead. You did this by inserting your political tripe and tanking the story and the game. What's up, babe?
Are you done?
Hmm? I mean, I'd eat more, but
I have more.
I ate all of it. You are the best.
Do you want more?
Yes, please. BioWare writer says Dragon Age isn't dead because it belongs to the fans now. Dragon Age writer Cheryl Chi reassures fans who fear that the series is dead. Dragon Age isn't dead. There's fiction. There's art. God, why did the dog have to fart before leaving? Holy cow. God. Dragon Age isn't dead. There's fiction. There's art. There's the connections we made through the games and because of the games. Technically, EA/BioWare owns the IP, but you can't own an idea no matter how much they want to. Dragon Age isn't dead because it's yours now. This is terminal cope, right?
Yeah.
Now it's pawning it off on the fans.
Thank you. So you guys remember this lady, right? For our non-binary looks out there, right? Let me play the clip for you. Oh, I moved it to the top. There it is.
Because Veilguard chose to represent, I guess. I don't know. However, it's just a lot. It's just a whole lot. Because now I'm in a position where I don't think BioWare is on my side. And that's... I'm in a position now where for the first time I don't think BioWare has the right intentions.
Oh my god. Are you telling me that companies, in the end, even though they may get distracted for a minute, are on the side of making money? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll take it out.
Quote, I don't think BioWare is on my side. They never were. Look, I know in your head, you think I hate you because you're trans or whatever, but that's not it. We just don't see eye to eye because we are fundamentally different people. But I don't like seeing anyone get blatantly manipulated. And you and everyone who became BioWare's sword and shield during the Veilguard marketing cycle got played hard. Companies don't care about you. Studios don't have your best interests at heart. They care about money, and for years, slapping a rainbow flag on their profile and throwing a trans flag charm in there in an FPS made them money. Not anymore. Now you've been dropped like a sack of hot potatoes, and you're surprised? I have been saying this since day one! To which Endymion quote tweeted this to say, right, this is the thing. I will admit, despite this person being very sad about BioWare going down, it's crazy how not only did they do the meme, but they also look like the meme. Crazy, bro. Drink in the beginning and everything. Great news, Chud losers. The main character is going to be trans, and the game is going to be gayer than ever. Pretty mad, huh? Bummer. They're killing another IP. Was looking forward to that one. LOL! Like our fan base needs you toxic fanboys anyway. The studio is closing. I don't have a job. You didn't sell any fucking video games. I mean, the glasses, it's like these people think that they are unique snowflakes representing themselves in this, like, you know, special way that is unique to them. And yet, they all look the same.
They're the same cyberpunk NPCs.
Yeah. So with that, Dragon Age is donezo. Meanwhile, one of PlayStation Plus's free games for January 2025 is Too Little Too Late. Guess what it is? Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Now, Rocksteady reveals Arkham's Batman isn't dead in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League as devs scramble to rewrite its $200 million disaster. Guess how they're getting out of this one.
We have the DLC that adds Batman back.
The final twist,
alternate
those
universe.
beloved Justice League heroes, including Kevin Conroy's iconic Arkham Batman, weren't actually killed. They were clones the whole time.
Holy. That is an Olympic stretch.
Clearly, Brainiac, when he took over all of their minds or whatever he did, I forget what he did.
Yeah, He
He
just
just
happened
cloned
to
them.
only get the clones, right?
No, he cloned them and he has them all sitting in his lab safe. That was
Dude,
the
you're
twist ending that no one knew because no one played the game.
You're literally damned if you do, damned if you don't, because by doing this, you literally remove the importance of them actually killing the characters. So it's like, what was the point of the whole game?
This is like a quick, we can salvage this. No, you can't.
Yeah.
But I chose not to cover it, but fuck, man. This exact type of shit is what Ubisoft is attempting to do with Assassin's Creed right now, and it is cringe and hilarious. Anyway,
Honestly, like, even if Rocksteady goes back to trying to make standalone single player Batman Arkham games,
they're dumb.
like they've just kneecapped themselves.
Yeah.
Like they might get some decent sales on it, I suppose, but like it's going to get a fraction of what the sales would have been had they not released this game.
Yeah. No way. So they also suffered more layoffs as they feel the results of Sweet Baby Inc. infested game. And Warner Brothers game boss David Haddad departs following rocky period for publisher. Right. In addition, Concord advocate Herman Holst demoted at Sony as Hideki Nishino takes over as sole Sony Interactive Entertainment CEO. I think previously they were co-CEO. Now,
Yeah.
I would read this one, but I think we'd all prefer if I read that one. So, Sony leadership shakeup. Totoki takes helm as CEO. Nishino leads PlayStation admin DEI push. PlayStation amid. So, Sony Corporation announced sweeping leadership changes with Hiroki Totoki ascending to corporate CEO and Hideaki Nishino taking full control of Sony Interactive Entertainment as its sole CEO. The reshuffle, effective April 1st, underscores Sony's pivot towards boundary spanning, innovation, and diversity initiatives, even as it doubles down on its California-based entertainment empire. Totoki, a 38-year-old Sony veteran, emphasized the company's commitment to DEI in his inaugural statement. Our greatest driver is the diversity of our business and people, which is part of Sony's DNA. Boundary spanners transcend organizational barriers to create new value. Oh, it popped back into place. Finally. Damn. I'm a new man. Sony's recent appointment of Lin Tao as its first female CFO in its 80-year history. Tao, a 20-year Sony veteran previously at Sony Interactive Entertainment, now oversees finances for the $110 billion conglomerate. Her promotion follows Sony Pictures' leadership transition earlier this month, where Ravi Ahuja replaced Tony Vinciquerra as CEO of the Culver City-based studio. Nishino, now solo CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, after sharing power with Herman Holst, vowed to leverage Sony's California tech hub in San Mateo to expand PlayStation's reach. Quote, technology and creativity are our strengths. As we develop entertainment for everyone, we'll grow the PlayStation community through IP expansion and innovation. Holst, remaining CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment Studio Business Group, will spearhead adaptations of PlayStation franchises into movies and TV shows via PlayStation Productions, deepening ties with Sony Pictures in Hollywood. Here's the crazy thing. Sony's about to learn the same thing that Marvel has learned, where they made a bunch of comics nobody wanted because they were woke as shit. Then they made movies that people liked because they were based on comics that came out in the 1950s. And then they tried to speed run their way into the woke shit nobody liked, and they got spanked for it. Sony now is going to make movies about the woke games nobody likes, as they've already done with Last of Us as a TV series and all that shit. Like, they're just going to speed run their way. Horizon, all that, it's just going to fucking tank. They're going to tank everything.
if they make a Horizon show, they got to be one of the dumbest companies in the world.
Horizon Lego show.
That'd be even better. Like
What
the
they
whole
need to
game
do-
is like what? Doesn't it have lots of cutscenes and all this stuff anyway? So wouldn't it be redundant?
I
I'm
think
not
they
sure
should
I've
get
ever played it.
the same girl, Bella Ramsey, I think her name is, from Last of Us, needs to play Aloy.
It's just literally no one gives a shit about
Yeah.
that franchise, and it would be really expensive for them
Yeah.
because there would be a lot of VFX with like the mechanical creatures and shit.
The whole setting. Everything.
But it
would
stars
be
a
almost
Whammon.
entirely green screen. What was that for now?
I
It
said,
stars
but
a Whammon.
Stars a Whammon. Actually, it's a ginger, so they'd make her like black or something, right?
Mm.
Actually, stars Augie. Okay.
Possibly.
Yeah, that's a
Native
diversity
American?
hire. We need to have a man in there.
We need the the one quota gender bent character, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it would make it better. Like just make it Augie.
Mm.
Maybe I'd watch it.
Make Horizon Augie again. I pledge to you, the American.
It should be keep Horizon Augie. Don't make Horizon beautiful again. Just keep it as Augie.
Remain in Horizon policy.
For anybody who might be watching and has absolutely no idea what we're talking about,
I did that on purpose.
that's Ogloy. Welcome to the show.
And you can get a shirt of that on our site.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's. Where was I? The outgoing CEO Kenichiro Yoshida, who reshaped Sony by prioritizing high-margin hardware and content acquisitions. Example: EMI's $3.5 billion purchase. Don't know what that is. Framed the transition as a natural evolution. Quote: Totoki spearheaded investments in content IP and semiconductors. He's the leader to shape Sony's future. What? Reese. I know we've only just been like keeping Mirage off the show just while we're doing Attack on Titan so that like we can just really stay focused on that. But after that comment, if you need a couple more weeks.
Wow.
Hey, Reese, is it more insulting when people think you're a woman or when people think you're Augie?
Do I have to answer this question? Because there's an obvious answer to this question.
How many
I can
Vietnam
get
flashbacks you
why
have right now?
somebody would think that I sound like a woman because of the sound of my voice.
Can we get an F in chat for Reese?
Hey, Reese, is this you right now? Are you on the shores of Normandy?
No, he's happy Goonhog Day right now. That's what he is.
The depression in Reese's voice right now. Oh my god.
I'm gonna step away for a minute.
Oh no.
We're just
I don't know
gonna
if he-
hear a gunshot.
No, it's a
like
goon
the
shot
thumb of
you're
a
gonna
chair
hear.
falling over.
Oh god. Yoshida's tenure saw Sony's Hollywood footprint expand, with Culver City now a linchpin for cross-media synergies. Sony's dual hubs in San Mateo and Culver City position California as critical to its creative entertainment vision, with Nishino pushing IP-driven gaming and Holst bridging Hollywood. The Golden State remains central to Sony's bid to fill the world with emotion and shareholder returns. You should focus on the shareholder returns first, actually. That emotion thing, so far you've just been filling us all with hate and disgust. Right? All right. Any thoughts on this?
Reese is a peanut butter cup now.
Man. So when we do a new intro and we have like our anime opening or whatever, we need to have like our backstory like illustrated in song and stuff. And like I think it'd be funny if like we have just a way to in like one verse explain Reese is a man. He's kind of short. He has the world's largest penis. He's definitely
don't
not
see that
Augie.
working. I really don't see that one working.
I was talking to my wife about like the fact that AI music is just so wonderful because for the first time on a whim, I can just ask for music in the style of like Russian propaganda. And then that could just be the theme to my new VTuber channel. You know what I mean? Like it's that easy. All right.
In terms of that article, the Hulk guy is like demoted, but he's not really demoted because he's like the whole thing with them being co-CEOs was stupid to begin with. So it's kind of not a surprise.
He's
that
like, I'm CEO, and that's the shadow CEO, the real CEO.
They both were reporting to the Sony CFO, and now they've made her a girl apparently. I guess they didn't want Hearst because he's a feminist to be reporting to her. So you go away and have the Japanese guy deal with the Sony CFO. So it just makes more sense. And now Hearst is going to be reporting to the SEI CEO.
Because they give him medically assistance in dying.
Well, I think there's a difference between Reese. I think it's like Reese peanut butter cups here and Reese's peanut butter cups in the States, or vice versa. I don't know. I think it's slightly different here versus the States.
I'll bring one when we go to Japan. Then you can try it.
Well, I'm sure they taste the same. It's just the label is different. I think.
So, Gushing Over Magical Girls is getting an English print release. So yay. I hope like Übel Blatt or
Übel Blatt,
whatever it was. I hope that it is more lewd in the manga. Anyway, that's the news. Moving past that. Reese, this one's for you. Don't
Stop
kill
using
yourself
your
because
hog.
life is still worth living with this news. Blood Blockade Battlefront manga collected in new omnibus volumes. Naito series goes 3-in-1 with paperback omnis this July. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, this is one of Reese's favorite shows. We watched it for podcast 50, Bloodbath and Beyond. I swear to God, Reese left right when he has to do right stuff. All right. Breathless Time Traveler by Toradora author Yuyuko Takamiya, coming from Seven Seas, along with other things. So, Cupid is struck by lightning. Rebel Hero. I will use my skills to control the scheming princess's heart
and body.
Note the over-the-shoulder boulder holder.
Whoa, hold up. Gushing anime is way more lewd than the anime.
I think he meant manga, but cool.
Well,
guess I'm buying.
No. This is crucial. One of them can be replaced, and it's a totally different result. It could be that the anime is way more lewd than the manga. For all we know.
That's what I think he means.
Which one should be manga?
Yeah.
Gushing can turn you into a lesbian. Oh.
Do we actually see who's going to be in
a
it?
lesbian.
Right?
So what?
Did we see who's going to be in the Gushing anime? Dub?
There is no dub.
Oh, sorry. I misheard.
No, they're bringing the manga out here.
Oh, the manga. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was by J Novel Club. They usually do light novels, don't they?
Gushing Over Magical Girls. Nice. Anime's more lewd than the manga. Oh, damn.
Knew it. No.
Well, then I guess I don't have to wait because
I stand corrected.
fucking goddamn it, where'd I put it? It's over here somewhere. Anyway, it's just trust me, bro. Oh, is that it on the ground? No, that's Time of Eve. I don't know. I gotta clean up this place. All right. So yeah, Rebel Hero. Werewolf's going crazy over me. God, you know how crazy this werewolf is? His arm. I'm convinced that what we're looking at here is what's his name? Thing from Addams Family. How the fuck does
Is it
that?
facing through that rock?
How does
or whatever?
that? Oh wait, no, that is his arm. Oh my god, I see it now. That's his arm.
Oh.
His elbow's right here. Wow.
He's got a really short forearm then.
Yeah. Wow.
Look, he makes up with the yaoi hands. That's
It's
all
nice
Like,
of him
if
to
it-
have his hand like on his cock, like
If his
oh,
elbow
get
is
down,
right,
boy.
his forearm's like 2 inches long. Like
It's all the way down here, bro. This shoulder is just really fucking broad way over here.
looks messed up.
Hope you're happy, Lemon. No God in Eden. There you go. All right, those are the ones.
I don't know. That first one, oh man, that first one that you were looking at was just like weird, man. Did she look like a fucking man?
Rebel Hero? Or are you talking about Breathless?
Was it Breathless? No, it was
You talking about this one, right?
no, it was the one that
This one?
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. She looked like a man.
Yeah. By Montauk, it's a manhua.
Yeah, that's why. I thought they were all manhwas, but
Look at that. I'm just saying, Korean women are among the most attractive women on the planet,
Uh-huh.
and you choose to draw this monster.
Right.
What's wrong with you? It's because she's blonde. They're like, yep, it's an American woman.
Yeah.
It's ma'am. All right. Also, huge surprise. It was announced today at Japan Society that G-Kids have bought the distribution rights to Hideaki Anno's Love and Pop. So that's going to be coming to theaters possibly. Hopefully a theatrical release. In other news, Media Blasters is releasing Kamen Rider Trilogy on Blu-ray. Oh, and also the Boing Big Boob Lectures 1 and 2.
Why isn't it called Boing?
It's, if I'm not mistaken, isn't there one called Resort
Yes.
Boing as well?
Yes.
Resort Point. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I remember because I once upon a time when I started the Hentai Grab Bag series, I started collecting stuff from there was a brief moment in my collecting career where I had grown tired. Well, not tired, but the thrill of the chase of getting super rare anime.
Just
Well, I was getting through that list and I'm like, there's not much left, right? For what I was collecting at the time. Now there's a ton of shit. Like, don't get me wrong. But for a couple of months, I found it quite fun to hunt down the adult titles I didn't own that turned out to be quite hard to find. I remember learning about this series and being remiss that for some reason Media Blasters didn't get Resort Boeing. Is there like 3 of them? There's this one, the 1 and 2, and then there's like 2 more, right?
I don't know. Media Blasters renames their hentai releases.
Right.
So this
anyone
might
you
not
can
even
do, I
be-
can do
yeah.
better. The hills have size, right?
Yeah, like so, like this might not even be, have Boing in it.
I'm pretty sure it is. I'm gonna look
It
it up.
probably does, but I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm gonna look it up, but I'm not gonna do it on camera because just in case.
You can
Resort-
use my anime list. They censored the covers.
I'm using Anime News Network. Resort Boeing is part of Boeing OVA. Oh no, so it is just the 2. Fuckers. Yeah, they released it in 2006. They didn't do Resort Boeing. I'm assuming maybe it was too lewd, like it has like, I don't know, underage characters or something. Themes: harem, opie, and swimsuits. Doesn't sound underage to me. Yeah. Anyway.
I mean, it's called Boing. You'd assume there's opie, especially when it has big boob lectures.
According to this, Media Blasters didn't even release the original. It was Japan Anime.
Never heard of them.
Are they another branch? Hold on.
There's just regular Boing. If you were curious.
I'm
There's that
legal
one.
age. Let me in. Oh no, I'm at the Wayback Machine archive for it. Slutty Princess Diaries. Hot Juicy Teacher 2. Math. Sexy Magical Girl. Wow. Anyway. All right. Well, that was a interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
Side
Boing.
quest.
Yeah. This one. Yeah. This is Boing Lecture. It came
Yeah.
out in 2005. Yeah. 2005, 2006.
Huh. No. The DVDs say 2006 on the release. You mean the original airing of it, or whatever?
Well, episode 1 came out August 2005. Episode 2 came out in January 2006.
Got it.
Is anyone going to pick it up?
I'll buy it.
I'll buy it too.
Oh.
All right. Anyway, it's time for Reese stuff.
Yeah. I knew I had to come back just for
Yeah,
this.
I'm glad you waited for your suicide.
No. He was just doing the groundhog. He was hogging it
The
up.
goon hogging.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in the kitchen. I had to get some Dr. Pepper and
Oh.
also
You
some,
had to get the Dr. Pepper.
I needed to pick me up. So G-Kids is releasing Summer Wars on Blu-ray coming out.
Presumably the Hosoda anthology.
Yeah.
Yes.
April 1st. And they're for some reason putting Studio Chizu on Summer Wars, even though Studio
They're
Chizu didn't.
retconning it.
Yeah, Studio Chizu didn't come out until Wolf Children.
Wow.
Yeah. It's almost
So-
like the
Or is it
Cowboy
like a
Bebop.
studio like Ghibli thing? Because like, oh, they put that on Nausicaa and the Valley of the Wind. but
Yeah.
They weren't really a thing when they made
Yeah.
Nausicaa.
And yay! I mean, new cover art. I mean, that's kind of cool,
Yeah.
I guess. But the big thing is they're putting it out on 4K, and this is a 4K
on
Blu-ray
Steelbook.
on Steelbook, Amazon exclusive.
I'm so like simultaneously pissed and happy at the same time because I have that
Yeah.
goddamn Hosoda collection. It's
Me
really,
too.
it's a
Basically-
nice condensed art box. It has all
Yeah.
of the film, well, 4 of the films anyway in there.
Yeah,
But this is 4K and the
Yeah.
Steelbook. So I'm like, damn it.
you just sell the Hosoda collection now, while it still has some value.
I kind of want to keep it though. I don't know.
And they
Stop
also
complaining, bitch.
they also announced Wolf Children was also getting a 4K release. No solicitation up on Right Stuff right now, and this is supposedly coming out August 5th, so not like Monday, August 5th, whatever. But like down here, it still has the release date January 27th. That's when it went up. But yeah, they also putting it out on Blu-ray and 4K. And then Metal Skin Panic Maddox.
01.
01, it was just put up on
$11? Holy fuck.
Sounds like they want to get rid of it.
It's only,
Yeah.
it's only 41 minutes. And this
Is this not the Kickstarter one? Is this a re-release that's not?
This is
the Kickstarter
Anime
one?
Ghost. This is Anime Ghost release. And
It's the
did have,
re-release.
it did have a listing up here. Like I literally added it to my bookmarks. And it was added to the Media OCD site like a month ago, but now it's gone.
They're
So-
probably saving it for the live stream.
No, they already announced that they were going to do this. Like, they
Oh,
have the
okay.
listing up on the site for over a month now. And then,
Are they doing the thing where if you bought the Kickstarter, you'll get
Yeah,
the
they did that too. Yeah, they had the program for that too.
Okay.
And then Nobody's Boy Remy, complete series. It's also went up. And, it's, the buy it from me OCD for almost twice the price.
69. God damn, but it has the slipcase. I need the $30
slipcover.
slipcase.
For the slipcover. And I noticed this.
Reese, is this it?
Yeah.
Private chat?
Oh my god, no, don't open it on stream, Reese. Oh,
Sorry, just go
your
ahead.
screen share.
No, that's not it.
That's not it?
No, this is the old version. Can't
Yeah,
you
yeah.
read?
The $14 version?
Can't you read? This is the
Yeah, I
old
see that says old version. But it's the
That's not the same.
Blu-ray. So therefore,
sure.
like
Whatever.
I think-
Does it have
That's the version that was kickstarted.
no, because that one has like a just keep going, I'll find it.
whatever. Anyway,
What do you mean,
also,
no?
this is like the first series produced in limited 3D, so it's the free 3D classes it's included.
That was the Unobtainium edition. Was
What are you talking about? No.
Yes.
Hold up, let's finish Remy before we.
This is the Kickstarter version.
Oh, hold on one sec. I switched windows. Yeah, okay. So the Kickstarter had the Unobtainium version or whatever as
This
their
is not the
thing.
Unobtainium version.
Yeah. This is
And
not
this is this but it was released
This
like
is the retail release.
yeah,
that
it was the
uses all
retail release as the Kickstarter finished.
yeah.
Yes.
So is that not what we were just looking at on
No.
Stuff?
Are you
This has old version right there.
This is the thing that was put out when the Kickstarter happened, and then that Media OCD bought them, and they've made new versions of all of the discs, and that new version is the thing that's not on the site anymore. And that new version is
This
what
one.
comes with the slip cover, the special
this
slip
is,
cover.
This is the new one. If you're looking at the StreamYard window again,
How much do you remember, Reese? How much the one on Media OCD was?
$17.95.
Okay. Well, what about is Old Boy Remy like a series? Is that why it's like
Yeah, it's like
50
50.
bucks?
Yeah, it's 52
Episodes.
episodes. And also,
51.
as I was trying to say earlier,
what does
In
this mean?
Japanese
Is it a
and
meme?
French?
3D? What?
Yeah,
First-
well, is this a meme? Like,
no,
Wow.
what do you mean?
That's weird.
It's going to be red and blue stairs.
Anaglyphic.
Tropic.
No,
Yeah.
anaglyphic is the type of 3D with the red and blue.
Okay. There you go. Whatever.
free 3D glasses in
Mhm.
both releases. But
Are you
In
getting this
both
from, like-
releases?
and in
What does that say?
the regular Crunchyroll release and this one, so it's not like you have to buy it from
Mm.
the OCD.
but release date 1977. They made this in like
Sounds to me like that was a gimmick that they did.
I don't like they were the BDOC like the Discotheque crew have been tweeting about it. You can have to look it up.
I thought that was a meme. Damn. You know what's crazy though is that because I guess it's Animago / Discotheque crew, whatever. Of course they'd also get the French dub, which is on my freaking French Blu-ray, so it's completely obsoleted in every way possible.
Whatever. Anyway, that's it. The end. I'm gonna go get my food.
Cool. Enjoy
Right.
your food.
I will enjoy it here on stream.
In other news, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast,
I need to fix the
I
site.
might possibly have fixed the site.
Oh.
I don't know because occasionally when you click this button, it does the like critical error thing, but right now it's not doing it. And apparently I also somehow lost all my payment processors. They're back. You can check out with Venmo or PayPal or pay later. Please don't do that one. I don't know what that is. So if you want to try it, if you are so hungry to find out what Stealth Weave has. By the way, this shirt mega good seller and a great shirt as well. I might buy it for myself just to test it.
The Capsule Corp
The
one?
Capsule Corporation one, yeah. So yeah, if you guys are interested in picking up shirts, I paid $200 a month for chat operator and had chat go in and figure out what was broken in my site. Only problem is chat wasn't getting the error. So every single thing it thought, oh, this might be causing it, the error is gone. It's like, well, actually it's gone for you because it never was there for you, but I'm still getting it. But it seems to be fixed so far as I can tell. So if you guys are interested in buying something, there's stuff there. You can do that. Also, definitely buy yourself a current year beauty standards to commemorate your now knowing who Ogloy is. I don't know why it looks kind of faded here. The actual shirt, I've worn it on stream, looks great. I will fix that image at some point, but not right now. Anyway, moving past this. Attack on Titan Sukujan jackets. Bring elegant action to your wardrobe. 2 garments in one.
They do look pretty sick.
They do, right? Is this the, if you flip it? Yeah, I think this is the inside.
I like the colors of the inside one.
That's cool, right? And then there's also one where you can do Levi. And then there's this. Oh, is that the inside of the Levi one? God damn it. So cool. Yeah, so there you have it. Wings of Freedom or Walmaria or whatever that one is. Yep.
Yeah, but at like 315, damn.
I don't know.
That's
man.
a lot. That's a lot for
It's cool though.
It is cool.
And if you spilled on it, you could just flip it inside out. No one would know.
I would want the Aaron and Mikasa with the wings as the
inside. I agree. Yeah. That's the best. They did it this way, so you have to buy all of them.
Both of them.
All right. Also, Kotobukiya unveils a progress update on Unicorn Overload figures. So there's some figures for you. Also, they made this figure for Onimai, which, if you don't remember, is the show where the guy gets turned into a girl by his sister. Hence,
I guess he forgot that he can't take a leak like that anymore.
Well, he can. It'd just be messy.
Yeah.
And I assume they're selling this under the premise of everyone's going to be like, what's under the skirt?
Yeah, otherwise they'd have shown you. They showed you. Literally, that camera could not be 1 micron lower. Or else you'd see the bulge if it was there, right? This is strategic marketing, perfectly hiding.
It's like the
bulge
Roxy
or
figure.
non-bulge. Genius. It's here. All right. Ameku MD, Dr. Detective author, pushes back against critic who railed against moe art style used in anime adaptations collab with Red Cross. Quote, if more people donate blood because of this poster, more people will be saved. So I've decided now not to read
just like
this
with
one.
Uzaki-chan. Remember when that was going on and people were like, "How dare you? She's like 12 and she's literally in college. She's 18. You dumb fucks."
Anyway, that's the image. If you got your blood running, go to the Red Cross and maybe they'll give you one. Actual medical personnel should complain about this. Her hair is not tied up. The way she handles the syringe is perceived as fashion, and the cloth clinging to her crotch is a staple of otaku moe art. Aren't these the kind of compositions and outfits that the Red Cross blood donors would not approve of in the first place? Get fucked. Yeah, this was the previous one that we talked about.
Hey, look at that.
Anyway, skipping that for time. All right, let's read this instead. It's much more important. Breakthrough in chimpanzee pee made by Kyoto University.
What?
Yeah, we've just stagnated on the
fuck?
chimpanzee pee research all these years, but now we're bringing it back.
Monkey see, monkey pee.
Okay.
I know they're apes. It's a figure of speech, so get off my back. The world holds many secrets and mysteries waiting to be discovered. Take chimpanzee urination, for example. For centuries, the customs and mechanisms behind how these great apes drain the main vein have eluded science. What have you just been wondering? Do they hold their pee-pee when they pee-pee? Like, for centuries, the customs and mechanisms behind how these great apes drain the main vein have eluded science. But just imagine the progress humanity could make if we crack this code, and let me know if you come up with anything. Now, thanks to the hard work. Is that how they pee?
Ah.
He's turning Super Saiyan.
Now, thanks to the hard
Super
work of
Simeon.
Stupid monkeys. Now, thanks to the hard work of a team led by Eda Onishi at the Wildlife Research Center of Kyoto University, a major stride has been made in understanding what makes chimpanzees pee. Is it a full bladder? I'll be so disappointed if that's all it is. The researchers monitored 20 chimps kept at a facility in Kumamoto Prefecture for around 600 hours, with a particular focus on their urinary habits. What they found was that when one chimpanzee pees, it triggers an urge to urinate in other nearby chimpanzees.
Dude, they have the coordinate for chimpanzee bladders.
Chimpan pee, right? That's what I meant to say. Okay, not only that, but a peeing chimp seems to emit a sort of aura of urination. And the closer another one is to it, the stronger the influence of it. For example, it was found that a chimpanzee within 60 centimeters or 24 inches of a urinating one is twice as likely to pee than one slightly further away.
Only twice?
I ran the data through an AI and came up with this highly accurate computer simulation. I tried to make him pee too, but the AI was too much of a prude. Wow.
That's clearly a she. Come on, misgendering the monkey.
You're making me come to terms with some very truly disgusting things.
Like what?
Well, I'm just realizing now that every chimpanzee I've seen doesn't have a dangly bit. Have they all been female? Or do they, like, I don't want to Google what a Chinese or a Chinese what a chimpanzee penis looks like.
I've never seen a Chinese penis. Like,
I thought they were supposed to be big.
I don't know, man. Like, I just
no. Doesn't Joe Rogan have like a clip where he's talking about the proportions of a gorilla penis and whatever chimpanzee penis to their body versus human?
Does
I have
he
not seen that clip.
talk about how small they are or how big they are?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I don't know.
We evolved to have bigger dicks. Oh, did you look up the chimpanzee penis?
I just asked Google, how big is a gorilla's pee-pee? A gorilla's penis is about 3 centimeters long.
So what you're saying is, if you have a micro penis, it means that not so far behind your family tree was an ape, right? Like,
it's just hidden so well in the hair.
I guess so. Yeah. I wonder how big King Kong's penis was.
Probably like a normal human size.
AI was made for this question.
This is precisely the thing that ChatGPT was made for. You're right. How large is a gorilla's? I have to prime the pump here. Penis when erect.
Okay.
Let's. I'm gonna ask Rock.
A gorilla's penis is relatively small compared to its body size. When erect, it measures about 1.25 inches, 3.2 centimeters. So the AI gave you the length that you were looking for. All right. This is a
Hypothetically.
very important question. Okay, let's scale that up. How big would King Kong's penis be? If we assume that King Kong is 25 feet tall, we can scale up the gorilla's portions to determine that his penis is only 5.6 inches.
I told you, like a normal human size, right?
So that means that when King Kong stole that lady, he legitimately could have fucked her.
Oh. Wait a
Rock
second,
gave
I'm
me a-
remembering now. You had that Reddit post that you linked that one time with that math and autistic detail of the King Kong. Right?
Which one?
Share.
I don't
It
know,
is-
but it did the math. It was doing the
Pri-
math just like it did right there.
Private chat. I'm giving you Grok's answers.
So, can you look up how big God?
Here's Grok. King Kong's penis size has been a subject of speculative fun and mathematical exploration on the internet. Using proportional scale based on gorilla anatomy, a typical adult male gorilla stands about 5 to 6 feet tall, and their erect penis length is approximately 2 inches. 1.25 to 2 inches, depending on the source. King Kong's height varies across different films, but let's consider him to be 390 feet tall.
Jesus Christ.
That's much bigger than 25 foot tall. Applying the same ratio of height to penis size, we calculate that he would be 72 inches. No. Yes. No. He would be 81.24 inches or about 6.77 feet. That's more like it. Still very small if you're 390 feet tall, though.
How big is Godzilla's penis from their body ratio?
Godzilla's a female, wasn't she?
Godzilla
Yeah, but
reproduces asexually, according to the Matthew Broderick Godzilla.
Yeah, but what
All right.
about the offspring? Was that a male one?
Probably they're all.
How did Godzilla get prego?
That's what asexual means.
Did the chimp founder cause the Great Flood? The founding chimp. I do find it funny that this kind of resembles the Titan transformation electricity.
That's what Zeke looks like.
He just looks so enlightened, right? My brothers, I have just learned something. King Kong's penis would only be 6 inches. They just start chipping out about it. This revelation changes nothing. All right. In addition to proximity, social ranking has an influence as well. Higher ranking chimps are less susceptible to the aura of urination, and lower ranking chimps are more so. There is also a delay of about 3 minutes for the contagious urge to pee to manifest.
Wow.
But what about drinking? What if you made one not drink as much? Would it still be spurned on to pee?
They need to do more aura farming so that their pee can affect more.
I want to
know,
see them
chimps.
study it, like have like a robo chimp go in and like they've collected bottles of like chimp urine, and robo chimp just like actuates like a, and then it
Yeah, it
starts
shoots it.
squirting out like a hose, and then it, robo chimp spins around. So even if you're not right next to the chimp, it's splashing you as it spins around like a helicopter, right?
You gotta wonder if a Gen Z person called it piss aura, or if it was like some boomer parent that was like, my kid's been saying aura a lot. I'm gonna call it piss aura.
We need a anime collector merch where Pistora in kanji.
Yeah.
So it can all.
I don't know
wear
why
it
this is
in
anime
Japan.
collector merch and not OCA podcast merch, but oh, sure.
Oh, whatever. OCA podcast. Whatever. I couldn't remember what the phrase was. So
Stealth weeb merch.
I'm still.
It's
I'm
the
still,
Riz aura. That's the.
I'm still hanging on the edge here. Okay. Thanks.
Still
for
edging.
Tomorrow? Okay, never mind. He's hanging on the edge of tomorrow, like Sonic. Great. Whoa! What is happening, Randy? Randy, you're leprechaun size still. All right.
He's trying to be more accurate to his proportions.
Onishi says that this is different from sureshon, the Japanese word for a tendency to go to the restroom in groups, as seen in some animals, and humans, such as groups of women, as soon as I enter the room. Rather, it is surareshon, or chain reaction pee, given the delay between chimps. It's not every day national news anchors talk about chain reaction peeing and show footage of chimps peeing. Oh!
Oh.
This is important research for the next Planet of the Apes movie, though. Like, let's be real. For the golden shower scenes.
They just force one ape to piss and then they're
wow. Good thing you highlighted it. I don't think I would have noticed.
It's still a myth.
Wow. We're seeing science in action here, guys.
What?
I didn't think I'd be disappointed with a chimpanzee peeing video.
Watch that section of the habitat was designated the restroom. So of course they're pissing next to each other.
I think it'd be really funny if there was a chimp underneath getting pissed on. Like a chimp pee fetishist, right? Golden showering. Readers of the news reported in online comments that they were also influenced by the story in a variety of ways. Quote, reading this news makes me want to pee. So how does this apply to pooping? Let's face it, peeing together is just more fun. It's sad that low-ranking chimps have to follow others just to pee. Can you spot the liberal? Sheesh. The sound of running water does it for me, so this makes sense. Everyone's defenseless while doing their business, so maybe it's a survival strategy to go separately. This has IG Nobel written all over it. Is this like a Nobel Prize? This is like...
Yeah, that does make sense. Oh, the alpha is taking a piss. Now's my chance to take a piss real quick.
Unzips. Oh.
The alpha gets done like 10 seconds. It gets done. It's like, you piss faster.
Onishi says more study is needed. Of course it is, to determine whether the chimpanzees behave in this way as some sort of social or survival strategy, or if it's just how seeing someone yawn tends to make other people yawn too.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Well, the question is, again, put RoboChimp in there. If RoboChimp can start the chain, just have a human go in there and piss all over everything.
Does the same thing work when the chimpanzees coom? Like, do they all just sporadically...
Brock, do chimpanzees goon?
Goon chain reaction.
God, that'd be the weirdest, like, dissertation. The effects of gooning on primates, including humans, right? Oh, man. It's quite likely that humans may possess a similar contagious urge to pee, but don't exhibit it, as we tend not to do it in front of each other. However, if we can secure funding for a membership to Lady S's Pleasure Dungeon, I may be able to find out. How come there's no hyperlink? It's too early to say, but with further understanding, I suspect this could even lead to a more effective treatment for paruresis or shy bladder syndrome, a condition that is thought to affect about 1 in 10 people. You guys ready for this? Woman enters MRI with a butt plug, ends up in hospital.
Oh God! Oh boy! I take it was a metal butt plug.
You assume
An
so.
anal railgun, as we've learned it's called. The woman reportedly screamed out in pain as she was taken out of the machine. I imagine you would. It's the sort of injury that will make you suspicious of sex toys for a long time. No, not really. I just wouldn't get in an MRI. Like, duh.
Oh, do you
The
have
internet
any
has
on
caught
it?
wind.
Nope. My butt plug's not metal. No.
It didn't set off the airport scanner. I thought it was okay. Lady, please. Doesn't need to be 24/7. The internet has caught wind of a resurfaced story involving a young woman who was sent to the hospital after she underwent an MRI scan while having an apparently metallic butt plug inside herself. An anonymous medical provider reported the strange incident to the Food and Drug Administration in April 2023, though it's received renewed media attention this week. Wow, why? The 22-year-old woman reportedly screamed out in pain as she was pulled out of the magnetic resonance imaging machine following a scan, which then prompted her delayed admission of having had a butt plug inserted. Though an ambulance did take her to a hospital afterward. You weren't already in a hospital? Where's this MRI? The patient's ultimate fate is unknown. Oh, fuck. Here's the entire blurb as documented in the FDA report. Quote, patient was screened for an MRI and did not disclose that she had a butt plug inserted. Is there no scientific term for butt plug? Is that why? A rectal
Anal device?
A rectal stretcher.
Rectal expander.
She went in for the MRI, and when the MRI was over and the tech was pulling the table out, the patient started to scream.
Only after she was done? That's weird.
How fast is this MRI? I picture it like in Alien when the chest burster comes out.
Oh. Man, the latest season of certain scientific railgun's going to be intense.
Railgun. Yeah.
That's just going to be called a certain scientific butt plug.
I ran out of pennies. Don't worry, I got a trick up my sleeve.
Reese, you got to use a scientific term, a certain scientific rectal expander. The patient was checked out by the radiologist at the site before transport to ensure the patient was doing okay. The patient has not returned any of our calls yet to try and follow up to see how she is doing. I just want to see the imaging. Like, fucking link the goddamn imaging of it tearing through her insides. As anyone who's ever gotten an MRI exam should know, the magnet powering an MRI is always on. Is it?
You're just thinking, damn, I got lucky there, didn't I?
No, I'm just thinking about like that scene in The One when Jet Li is getting attacked by Jet Li, and he goes to pull the gun, and it goes whoop into the MRI.
I was just trying to remember what movie that was from.
I guess he just got too close to it.
Yeah.
Wow. Patients are usually told repeatedly not to bring anything potentially magnetic like metals into the room to avoid injury. People will sometimes ignore these warnings, however, which has led to incidents like a woman getting shot in her buttocks by a gun she had taken into an MRI room. I think we covered that, actually. In this case, it's unclear why the woman chose not to tell her doctors about her rectal passenger.
I'm not thinking of Dexter, like the dark passenger, the rectal.
Yeah.
The
My
butt plug is not
rectal
talking to her.
passenger.
the butt plug is
Hey,
not talking
you
to
need
her.
to quit this habit.
But it's got Michael C's Hall voice.
Soon after the FDA report was originally publicized, social media posts circulated a purportedly true story with similar but expanded details. According to this version, the patient wrongly believed that their butt plug was 100% silicone due to the product's labeling. This is the story we covered about the anal railgun. Only to later painfully find out that it had a metallic core. The person reportedly endured major injuries but survived their experience and was planning to sue the plug's manufacturer as a result of the mislabeling. It was planned. This version of events is wholly unconfirmed, however, as is a supposed scanning image of the butt plug inside. Fuck yes. Let me pull this off screen for a brief memento. I gotta see this. Yikes.
I think it's.
What do you think
too
hurt
inserted.
more? Do you think it hurt more when the flared base tore through the anus, or do you think it hurt more when the entire thing tore through the intestines?
Oh, God.
I'd say going through the intestines.
Yikes. Well, now I have the image I need for the podcast short I've been planning to make about the other time we covered this.
Nice.
And now I've also got the
Green
Chinese
or not green light.
AI video to animate that shit tearing through the body.
Randy, you're talking, but you're muted.
You're muted, buddy. Are you eating in the kitchen? He's probably like, fuck, I'm all the way in the kitchen. I can't unmute. Don't worry, I'll try to unmute you and it'll tell me I can't. Yeah, can't unmute your guests because they chose to mute themselves. That was your first mistake, Randy. I'd read your lips, but it's the lip flaps don't make any sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Now you're back.
There's a reason.
Okay. You don't have pain receptors in your intestines, so I would assume the anal part would be the more painful part.
Well, you may not have pain receptors, but you still have nerves in your body throughout.
I don't think you have nerves in your intestines, though.
Not in your intestines specifically, but in the surrounding area.
I feel like she got pulled out, and when she started screaming, blood just went out her mouth. Like she had a blood cockade all over herself.
Oh,
That's
God.
gross.
There's a reason to believe that someone is
you gotta
just
get that
pulling
in
the
here.
internet's leg with it. The source of this account is third hand, purportedly being a recollection of the lawyer's latest client. The lawyer being named Chris Goodnow. And while there is at least one personal injury lawyer with that same name, I couldn't find any evidence tying Goodnow to such a case outside the original post. Gizmodo has reached out to Goodnow and will update if we hear back. Oh, that's great. In my headcanon, this happened more than once, and it's still funny. So that's all I need. I don't care about Goodnow. He's lying if he says he wasn't a part of these cases. That said, the FDA adverse event report is certainly genuine, so there was a real patient here. According to the report, an ambulance was sent for the woman to take her to a nearby hospital. But after that, no one knows what happened. The medical providers who filed the report tried repeatedly to contact the woman again, but perhaps understandably, she never returned their calls. Yeah, she died. She fucking died. That's why, okay? That's my headcanon. Here's hoping the next most lasting repercussion of this incident for the woman was simply embarrassed. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me ask ChatGPT. Hypothetically,
I imagine
what would happen if a person wore a metallic
Anal
rectal
device.
expander butt plug into an MRI machine? If a person wore a metallic butt plug into an MRI machine, it could result in serious injury or death due to powerful magnetic fields of the MRI scanner. Here's why. MRI machines use extremely strong magnets, often 1.5 to 3 Tesla or more. Don't know what that means. If the butt plug is ferromagnetic, made of iron, steel, or certain alloys, it could be forcibly pulled toward the magnet, potentially causing severe internal injuries, including perforation of the rectum or damage to nearby organs. Wow, it continues. Induced currents and heating, burn risk. Even non-ferromagnetic metals like aluminum, titanium, or certain stainless steels can still cause problems. The MRI generates rapidly changing electromagnetic fields, which can induce electric currents in metal objects, causing them to heat up significantly. This could lead to severe internal burns, potentially causing tissue damage or requiring surgery. Oh, and then this is the most important. It could also distort the MRI images.
That's the important part.
Metallic objects disrupt MRI scans by creating artifacts, warped images, making the scan useless for diagnostic purposes. Even if no injury occurs, the presence of metal can prevent the MRI from producing a clear image. All right, best versus worst case scenarios. Best case, if the plug is made of a non-metallic metal like silicone or medical grade plastic, nothing dangerous happens. Worst case, the person suffers serious internal injuries from magnetic forces, extreme heat burns, or perforation, requiring emergency surgery. Conclusion: MRI safety guidelines strictly prohibit metallic objects inside the body. Inside the machine.
That's not even the worst case.
Yeah, worst case is you explode.
No, worst case is it pulls through your body and you die, and they don't get the fucking MRI image.
And the machine gets
And you
busted.
break the machine and your family has to pay for this multi-million-dollar equipment.
Well, no, they'll get the MRI image and then they'll determine she's deceased. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, but it'll be distorted. It'll be
Congratulations, the tumor was benign. Oh.
You see, the problem here is she's got this really big hole going from the bottom of her skull to the top of her skull.
They hire a JAV star to get pee on in the face, record it.
Whatever you're doing, JT Vega, good job.
So I have to wonder, are you saying this because you've only seen it in JAV, or are you saying it because only JAV actors would be willing to let a chimpanzee do it?
I don't know. I think that might go into bestiality territory.
Sadly, it happens. Butt plug might hurt her tailbone. I don't know. I think the magnets are on the upper side, right? Like it'll pull up. So, like, if anything, best case scenario, you just get your pelvis stuck to the roof.
I thought it was a thing that literally circulated like in a circle.
I don't know. I've only been in like 2. I don't know.
I haven't been in one.
Fat breasts are better than silicone breasts. You cannot say otherwise.
Wow.
That
I
was
can
the
say
topic.
flat breasts are better too. Everybody knows that. Right? For science.
I don't know.
Look, I know this
I
seems
get
like
that.
bestiality porn, but it's for science. We need you to get peed on by the chimps. All right. So we got 2 more. Oh no, we got one more.
Can you imagine if this woman, like, while at work, somebody's like disgruntled with her, and it's like she has to say, like, do you have a stick up your ass? It's like, oh God, no, that's right.
The Vietnam flashbacks are
Yeah, the Vietnam War flashbacks.
All right. Man who dated a cockroach for a year and had sex dreams about it says humans aren't as attractive.
Wow.
Oh, was it like a cockroach from fucking Terraformers?
The subtitle of the picture of him that they're giving me reads, "With that in mind, I ate her in reverence." If you desperately needed to just make sure that a human woman never, ever wants your dick, this guy found the winning strategy. Right? They say when you know, you know. One man knew instantly he'd found the one and had to sadly deal with her death when she passed away a year into their relationship. But the
How do you
one,
know she was a woman or a female?
but the one for Japanese man Yuta Shinohara was a cockroach.
That could
Oh.
happen.
So what if it was a male cockroach the
You
whole
gonna
time?
introduce us to your girlfriend?
Cockroach girl.
I think he's trying to make her his cockroach.
This is my cockroach lady,
Wait,
and
Fuck, I
she's
forgot.
much
what
more
she's from?
hotter than all the normal women in the world. Yes,
Audience,
So I would-
remember this is Spider-Man talking. By the way,
I would I
Right.
would eat her.
Sorry, I had
Nom,
my
nom, nom,
headphones
nom,
off for like 2 seconds. What's she from? What's that cockroach girl from?
Oh no, he's
The-
turning.
Randy,
The
what's the
image-
sauce?
Burning.
Goonline needs to know.
I don't know.
It
I
just looks
googled
familiar. It looks incredibly
Yeah, I know.
familiar.
I've
That's
seen
why
that
I'm
meme.
like-
Upload it to Sauce
Gakucha?
now. What's it?
Gakucha.
Gakucha?
Gokicha. Gakucha.
Gokucha?
Yeah, Gokucha. Gokicha.
Goki. Oh, Gokicha. Okay. Cockroach girls.
I literally
Uh,
googled anime cockroach
Oh,
girl.
and A. 2 episodes, 8 minutes apiece. Ah,
Really?
Is it gay because the cockroach is a cock?
the theme is anthropomorphic.
You're spelling it's Gokicha.
Gakucha. It's the same
Go-
thing.
I bet they're
Gokicha.
stronger than Goku.
Well, it's funny because when I look up
They've got the most
Gokucha
durability
as what
out of
he
any
originally said, it comes up with a picture of Gogeta and is spelling it that way.
I spelt it for you, regardless of how I pronounced it. What are you talking about?
I didn't process what you were saying the whole time because I was too busy.
Do you think they're
Not
like
reading
they have the
that.
strongest durability in any anime verse? Like they could
Number of
probably
episodes,
live through
2.
like a spirit bomb, probably.
This anime might be what made this man have his perverted fetish.
Right.
It's a 5-volume manga too.
Came out in 2012 on Nico Nico.
I bet you anything they could probably survive a spirit bomb blast from Goku at Ultra Instinct.
Yeah. Anyway, enough with this. Back to the main story here. But the one for Japanese man Yuta Shinohara was a cockroach, and because he wanted her to live forever within him, Yuta decided to eat his lover. You know, as you do.
And then proceed to shit her out 18 hours later.
Yuta explained to Asian YouTube channel Asian Boss how he bought the cockroach, lovingly named Lisa, from Africa, and even had sex dreams about her. But don't worry, he didn't attempt to do the deed in real life. As you know, the size doesn't fit, his words.
He doesn't fit in
If
her. but she
only
fits
he
in him.
was a gorilla.
How do you tell the cockroaches apart from like male and female? Because like he could have been a gay cockroach lover for all we know.
Ooh. It's probably
I
got
mean,
spots on it.
He could have let the cockroach have a lemony winks adventure up his ass.
Wow.
Lemony wings, huh?
Did I say it wrong?
I don't know what that is.
The South Park episode where they put the hamster up the Mr. Garrison's ass, or Mr. Garrison's slave ass. Sorry.
Wow.
And they play the song like the Adventures of Lemony Winks, which is in the style of the songs from the old Lord of the Rings cartoon movies.
Oh, like
It's
the
like
that's what Bilbo Baggins.
yeah,
said.
kind of, but yeah, it's like it's Lemony
Wow.
Winks.
Holy shit.
I think it's Lemmy Winks.
It might be Lemmy Winks.
I remember the episode where WikiLeaks, which is the name of another rat, was going around posting everyone's like dirty laundry, and they couldn't track the rat down, so they had to get Lemmy Winks to fight to the death with him.
So today, my wife showed me a Instagram reel that had the song "Roller Coaster of Love" playing, and I mentioned to my wife that that song was by Red Hot Chili Peppers, and she didn't believe me. And I pointed out, like, yeah, they wrote that song for Beavis and Butthead. I pull up Beavis and Butthead, the movie, and there's like a whole sequence animated of the Red Hot Chili Peppers playing that song for the movie, where the Red Hot Chili Peppers are animated. And it's not their song. They went to all the trouble of animating the band for the movie. And they didn't even have the band play their own music. It's from a band from the 70s. I was like, what? Why the fuck wouldn't you just the live action Death Note movie uses Danny California as the ED? Like, why the fuck wouldn't you just use an actual Red Hot Chili Peppers song if you're gonna go to the trouble of animating each member for that fucking movie? Anyway, Nature Lover Yuta is somewhat of a bug connoisseur in Japan, where he's made a name for himself in insect cuisine. No. He has organized events serving bug cocktails, insect pastries, and ramen with cricket and mealworms. To who? Himself? Who's coming to these? And can we exile them to
Japan?
And I was going to say an island, so I'm like, no, not that. Can we exile them to mainland China, maybe? He even has a favorite tree, which he calls Heaven, that he enjoys napping on. Yuta shared the presenter of the channel his favorite tree and then proceeded to tell her about his one true love. Is this the tree he has all of his sex streams on when he's having
No. This tree has a bunch of cockroaches inside a hole that he sticks his dick into.
And this is where my pee-pee goes.
Well, this is the cock hole. This is the glory hole. I call it glory tree. It's like going to heaven, which in Japan means I'm coming. When the interviewer asked whether the couple communicated, Yuta replied, It couldn't have been my imagination, since I got too attached over time that I started to feel as if we were communicating. We were 100% serious. No human girl was as attractive as Lisa. Lisa was my first love. I pictured doing it with her many times because I really liked her. I know it's impossible, but I imagined a world where cockroaches become supersized or I become small. You get out of here. But sadly, all good things must come to an end. And a year later, Lisa died naturally. Cockroaches have an average lifespan of 1 year. We checked. The day she passed away, so he must have found her when she was jailbait. Gross. The day she passed away was difficult, but I knew it had to come since she was a cockroach with a short lifespan. With that in mind, I ate her in reverence. So now Lisa lives in my heart and continues living as part of my body. Though he is still getting over Lisa, Yuta is focused on his appetite for bug cuisine, hoping it comes into mainstream fashion in the future. Fuck no. No. Who knows? Maybe he'll find love again, making his next dish. Wow. I don't want to watch that. That's gross. Sorry for this being SpongeBob.
Well, that was incredibly disgusting.
Yep. How far are you guys in Attack on Titan season 4?
10 episodes?
Nice.
I have not started my rewatch yet.
But you've already seen it. So the only person who really matters is Footnum. So Footnum, what's the last thing you saw out of curiosity?
I'm forgetting.
There's Aaron right now.
I think it was the episode where what's his name? Falco Punch. And what's
Gabby.
That girl's name were on they coincidentally stumbled upon Sasha's ranch. I think it was about there.
Yeah.
You're
Which,
gonna
by
like
the
next
way,
episode.
the girl who you were theorizing was blind and stuff. I remember you mentioning how, oh yes, she comes up later or something. She didn't come up in season 3. So I was like, wait, where'd you get? What's that?
I don't think I said that she comes up later.
For some reason, I was under the impression you were saying that like she does, like
I was pleasantly shocked to see her come back up. In fact, a lot of characters are coming back up, and to be honest, like personally, I mean, we don't have to talk about it for ages here, but my personal thoughts on it are that I've described it like my favorite sandwich at a restaurant is being made with a different, less prime bread. It's basically all the stuff that I expect, but instead of rye bread, it's wheat or something. Did I?
Did I?
I'll have to rewatch Watch Club. I don't remember
Did I do?
But yeah,
you said something like I theorize she's blind. I mean, she's not. Like later on, you see that blah blah.
Well,
whatever.
later on in that moment.
Yeah,
like literally, I theorized she was blind.
First spoiled me or whatever.
No, I theorized she was blind like each time I watched it because of the way she acts and the way her eyes were all wide and everything. It seems as though she would be blind because as she's running with Sasha, she says, everything's going to be okay, sweetie. And she says, what will? Right? It seems as though she has no idea what's going on. And that her mom was quiet because she was trying to prevent her daughter from screaming and being concerned and then getting eaten by the tiger, right? So that's how I interpreted it. So when I say we see later on, I meant later on in that episode when she sends her off to go look for help before she turns around to face the Titan.
Well, clearly it had to be that because you didn't see anything in season 3. So because up to that point, that's all you'd seen, and then I realized once we did see her in season 4, I'm like, wait, he mentioned something about that. So what the hell? Did he like read ahead? But anyway, apart from that, I don't want to talk about it all night. I feel like
I was just curious where we were at.
Well, I was just gonna say, like the vibe so far is that it feels like a completely different show, and I'm not talking about like because it's Mappa. I just mean like as a whole, because it's like suddenly you're basically starting from the perspective of the mainland,
and then we're gonna fill in all the gaps before we then wrap up the thing. I don't really care for that storytelling mechanic. I feel like the whole idea is that like we've run out of
mysteries, so we have to create new mysteries artificially.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say they're going to create new mysteries artificially. I think
they have to, because we didn't see them naturally go onto the island sequentially and then decide, okay, we're going to do our training montage or whatever.
It just feels weird, right? Because like I was kind of saying before, I got spoiled on who Zeke was. But then in season 4, when they reveal it, it's like you should already
non-existent. Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? Like the big reveal, like where was it?
That's why I was saying to Greenline, it's like you accidentally spoiled it on me, but it's like
that was my bad.
Really do much. Well, I mean, you could draw the line to point to, okay, who's a blonde character? And he's male.
And like the other thing is that like, when you're watching, the other stuff, it's like, they kind of nonchalantly reveal who the Armored Titan is and everything. But with Zeke, they treat it like you already know.
Like it doesn't matter at all.
And I wonder if in the manga they reveal it before the end of what would be season 3. Because obviously for Mappa, they pick up, like Randy was saying, where in the manga, Mikasa doesn't get taught like an embroidery technique. She gets the brand that shows the crest that's for the Orientals behind us in the picture there, right? And so I wonder if maybe the Mappa just picked up where they did with the manga and said, we're going to adapt this. And they jumped over the part in the manga where they would have revealed who Zeke was, you know?
I don't get it. They did reveal who Zeke was.
I don't think they did.
They didn't explicitly say it or anything.
They showed
just
the picture
alluded-
of him as a kid. They showed a picture of. They showed a
the
video
kid,
of.
yes, but they don't make the connection specifically that that's who it is. They don't tell you who he is, like what his name is.
All right, hold on. Yeah, they call him Zeke in the flashback, right? When he's a kid, they talk
when he's
about
a
him.
fucking kid and he doesn't have a goddamn beard.
You haven't connected
Okay.
the kid to the adult, though.
Yeah.
No, sure, but hold on. So they call him Zeke, so you know his name is Zeke. So when they call him Zeke later on, you're like, oh,
You're going to
that's
bring
Zeke.
up the part where he says what our father did to us or whatever.
Yeah, and I went back and I double checked. He doesn't say our father, but he does say that your
What,
father.
Grisha?
Yeah, or what Grisha, whatever. So now we
So
have
again,
hold on. We have a character, okay, that has blonde hair
mhm.
that we know is named Zeke, okay, because he like they talk about him being called Zeke later on in season 4, like talk to him, and
Yeah, but
he's
that's in
blonde,
season 4.
and he's the Beast Titan, and he knows something about Aaron's father, okay, and we know Aaron's father had a kid named Zeke who's blonde. I mean, how much connecting of dots do you need them to do to be like, he's
Well, that's what I was
it
saying.
Zeke.
By process of elimination, you can figure it out, but you know the show doesn't actually explicitly tell you. Because here's the thing:
Randy over
Zeke
here
and all of them-
saying, what is wrong with you guys? Didn't you see this scene right here? He's obviously the Beast Titan. Come on. Like,
No, I don't need you to pick it up from that one shot, but like
So,
he's
hold
got a
on.
kid named
Here's
Zeke.
the thing.
The kid version is named Zeke, and he's got blonde hair, and he knows Grisham's dad. The adult version is named Zeke. He knows Grisham's dad, and he's got blonde hair. Are these two Zekes?
look,
Maybe the same Zeke.
I don't know. Are the two Ymirs the same
They do
Ymir?
not say Zeke in season 3. But anyway, besides
there's
that,
like
besides
4 Emirs in the series.
They do say Zeke in season 3. They call the
Excuse
kid
me,
Zeke.
the four Ymirs.
that, sorry, what?
They call that kid Zeke.
Yes, they call the
Yeah,
kid
the kid.
Zeke.
They don't
call the adult Zeke.
No,
I'm
but
saying-
then in season 4, when they call the adult
Yes, in
Zeke, you put the
season
two things
4.
together.
Fucking duh. But I'm
You're
just saying that
saying
it
that in
feels like
season
something that
4
should be a bigger reveal.
In
Yeah.
season, okay, random 11. We're saying in season 4, when that's when you're finally like confirmed, like that is Zeke, and then that's where you're like, okay, officially confirmed by the show itself. You know, it's in plain text now, and it's so like casual and like it doesn't matter. That's what we're saying.
I mean, it did the Armor Titan casually.
Yes,
It's
but
like-
the thing about the Armor Titan is that they at least reveal it. They do something where they make it casual and they literally follow the other conversation, so it almost seems like an afterthought.
And
But they
and
still
then
reveal it.
they give
They
it
still
late.
have the conversation you're following go into a slight pause for you to specifically hear the part.
I understand what you're saying. I haven't rewatched season 4, so I can't tell you. But
Mind you,
I mean,
they
I don't
also
think it's a
give
big
that-
deal.
We're not doing the
two
watch
Emirs
club.
before season 4 because there's the girl that they call Emir, and then there's the actual Emir that they're trying to make her replace in terms of the object of deification.
yeah, they do bring up the deity Ymir and
Then
Ymir
in
the
season
character.
4, I'm assuming I haven't gotten to this part yet, but Emir Fritz is going to show up, which is going to be the person who named the walls. So, by the way, just so we're clear,
I don't
in
even know that's a
in
character.
like the first watch club, I said something about like being excited to talk about where the names of the walls came from. Yeah, so here's what fucking happened there. I was doing my research on the primordial god of Norse mythology, and when I searched stuff about it to try to see if there was a significance there, the results I got were shit about the show that I didn't realize was about the
Right.
show. So I was basing my understanding of where the names of the walls came from based on the daughters of Ymir, thinking it was the Norse god Ymir, but it's actually the character Ymir in the show. And therefore, I was getting like in a cyclical loop of thinking the show was referencing something, but it was actually just reporting on the show itself when I was researching
Right.
what it was referencing.
Yeah.
All,
So-
all I'll say is you have a very big misunderstanding of what's going on right now, and you will figure it out. But
Okay, so
You have a
going
misunderstanding.
back to the stuff about Zeke, as we've explained repeatedly, the show recontextualizes everything. Every couple of episodes, you learn something that makes everything you knew before have different, more significant meaning. So when you hear him say what Grisha did to us or whatever,
Then
you
you'll be
interpret
like,
that as
"Oh,
what
okay,
Daddy-O did to us. But for the rest of us who haven't been given the proper one-to-one
I
connection,
get
of,
it. I
Kid
get it.
Zeke
They
is-
didn't
is-
slap you in the face and say, "Here's my dick. He's the Beast Titan." I get it.
Here's my.
Well, I don't think
microscopic
they could
Beast
because
Titan
we
dick.
learned that gorilla penises are very small, so Beast Titan dick is going to be micro penis. Okay, so maybe that's why they couldn't slap us with it because it's too micro.
Yeah, he makes up for it with the arm length, I guess.
Yeah.
The
So
arms
are
are
we
so
or are we
long,
not?
he can-
We're
he
not
can
doing the
jerk
watch
off his
club
toes.
though, right? We're just talking.
No,
Yeah,
we're vague
just kinda
posting.
chatting. Yeah.
Vague
But
posting.
what is it? So back to like I guess the vibe of it. So it feels like a
Yeah.
completely different show, and I gotta say, like, especially because they decided, oh, we're gonna manufacture like mystery on the other side of the whole story now, and now there's a lot of motivations that are like completely different and stuff. It feels like a mess. It's
Yeah.
like I don't know what I'm hoping for at this point.
So I'll put it this way. So first of all, my wife was interested in watching this season because she's never seen it before. She's read the manga. She was so invested in the story when we were watching it on as an anime that she decided to just get it over with and read the whole manga, right? And so she's been waiting literally like a decade for me to catch up so we could talk about it, right? And because she wanted to watch it with me, I bought a new HDMI cable for my TV upstairs because my old cable, for whatever reason, it looks like it's like sepia tone. It's like there's like a color issue, right? So I bought a new cable, and I'm a fucking retard because I bought the exact same brand because this is the only one that comes on a cable long enough. And I just bought one that was 10 feet shorter because I didn't need it to be the whole thing. And so I didn't realize at first that it still had the sepia tone because the way the show starts feels like that sepia tone might be a creative choice. And so I got through like the first 6 episodes or so, and I just like felt this sense of
How could you get through more than one episode? You watched the first 6 episodes of season 4 before you realized.
I'm just throwing a random number. I don't remember the exact number. It could have been 3 episodes. I don't know. But the point is that
And all of the like the beginning logos and shit are all
It's not-
sepia toned.
it's not really like you're thinking of the wrong thing. When I say sepia tone, I don't mean like you're watching an old Western style like photograph sepia tone, right? I just mean that it's tinted a little bit in that color scheme. So the color is still there, but it's more muted and desaturated, right? And so I've been watching the show on my laptop, which has like, brilliant, beautiful color display and everything. For this season, I started watching it on my TV because my wife wanted to watch it as well. And I just plugged it in so we could have the speakers of the TV and, big, huge ass screen in our room while we're sleeping or like laying in bed or whatever, watching it. And so the first couple of episodes I watched, and it had like a little bit of desaturation, and the color was sort of replaced with like an orangish, like sepia type tint, kind of like the color of my wall on screen here. Right. So just imagine putting that over the color and slightly desaturating it. Right. So as I'm watching it, I feel like I'm being taken even further out of the experience, because the actual show up to this point has been very colorful. It's been a very specific color palette for the most part, right? The colors are brown, the jackets that they wear, right? The green for like the trees and grass and stuff. And then occasionally you get like the bluish color of like the Titan hardening abilities and like that crystal cathedral type stuff under, right? And so like those are like the primary harsh colors. And then of course Mikasa's like scarf, right? So the show previously was pretty colorful. And so I'm watching it, and particularly when the part comes up where Reiner and Aaron are like, there's a memory, I think it's Reiner's memory of training with Aaron, and they're like outside of a forest or whatever. Mappa even does like post effects where it's like sunset and like the colors hitting them in a weird way with the sunrise or sunset or whatever the fuck it is. And I just remember being like, what the fuck is this? Like, what am I watching? This isn't the show I've been watching for so many seasons, right? And that's when I realized, like, I'm gonna unplug this and find out. And I was shocked when I unplugged it, and all of a sudden green came back. Like green came back, and I'm like, okay, that's fucking more like it, right? So
okay, I'm back.
I feel like I went into the show with a bad taste in my mouth, because the perspective I was getting on the color distanced me that much further from the effect I was supposed to get from it. And so once I finally got it back, I feel like I'm too far gone into the show now, where I'm kind of missing the first impression of it, right? And so
this is what you needed. You needed a color test.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. And so yeah, I remember constantly thinking as I was watching, like, fuck, is my night shift on? I kept turning it off, and I'm like, why does it look like this? And then because I usually, when I'm watching it, I'll turn down the brightness on my laptop. But like the second night we were watching it, I left it up, and then I could clearly see like a difference, right? And I was like, oh fuck, So anyway, that's been annoying, right? Like I'm not really enjoying that. The character designs, like, I understand a different studio's doing it, but I just like, it feels too foreign, from what they looked like.
Well, it's also like the time skip or whatever, right?
No,
it's
but I'm talking specifically about the stuff where they show the backstory with Reiner and Annie and Bertolt and stuff. So you're seeing them at times when you would have seen them in the original series, because again, only 4 months has passed since they were cadets and the Trost shit happens until they go back to see Commandant Chavez and learn the backstory about how Grisha befriended him when he first came back or came to Paradis, right? So like that's a very small amount of time. And so in that range, there's like a whole thing where you see Annie and Bertolt and all them outside the wall, and it just doesn't feel like I'm looking at the same characters, because like, imagine you just recast all the actors to people who, they fit the same description. I would still describe them as, built like a linebacker with blonde hair, but that's clearly a different guy playing Reiner. You know what I mean? And sometimes even the voices, I'm like, what the fuck? You just,
dude. Okay, so the voices, I feel like this was done like during a lockdown or remotely anyway, at post lockdown, because like even Mike McFarland specifically, his mic is way different. Like it's noticeable. They had that whole group conversation on the train tracks, and you just hear Mike, and it's like, bruh, what? And then there's that blonde, tall chick that has really not very feminine proportions. Her mic sounds a bit weird too. Yeah, I don't know. This remote.
I definitely think that's a possibility. That because the timeline does seem to sync up, right? That's what was happening during 2020 and 2021 and all that. I definitely think that's possible, So yeah, it's just like, it's been very unfortunate. And then like the cream on top of like making it hard for me to get into season 4 is, we're going to CGI all the Titans. You won't care, right? And I was talking to my wife. I kind of wonder.
And not to, there's times where they CGI the people too. Like the actual like.
I kind of wonder if the reason that Wit didn't want to do season 4 is because I feel like they probably developed a tool for inside the wall scenery and stuff, like almost maybe even like a procedurally generated CGI like version of the cities and stuff, where they just draw the roads and maybe the river, and it like builds the stuff around it, right? And then that makes it easy for them to position the camera and come up with the shots they want to do and stuff, especially for the dynamic stuff, like when they're in Trost and they're going through all the bell towers and everything.
Well, they did that for the new One Piece, right? They've built a bunch of scenes in full CG, but I don't think that they did that for Attack on Titan. Maybe for the one opening in season 3 when they zipping through the.
No, dude, in
town.
season 1, like most of the stuff with the scenery in the in
the
Tross
city.
and everything is like those are full CG backgrounds. They just
Yeah.
did a really fucking good job, right? Because the characters are still 2D, and so it makes the CG of the backgrounds feel more grounded. And they chose specifically to render them in a way where like the roof tiles are like hand painted and stuff like that, so that it feels more anime appropriate, even though they're using CGI for those sequences. So I feel like what might have happened is that they really perfected that, but it cost them a lot of time and money and research and development. And then all of a sudden, season 4 has that shit in Marley. We'll pass. Like I don't want to rebuild that shit. Like,
I could be wrong about this, but so my understanding is that they didn't like pass on it. They just wanted to take more time because from a business point of view, they were a hired gun, right? Their studio had no investment in the actual brand and property. It was just they were animating it. So they wanted to work on other things that would make them more money. And so they said, well, we'll do it, but we'll do it later. And obviously there was such a huge gap between season 1 and season 2 that the brand itself took a hit because like it took them a while to
had
get
already ended, and therefore it's like if we make people wait, they're gonna have already read the manga and then they won't even watch the show.
The manga hadn't ended when season 2 came out, but
no, I'm talking about for when they got to season 4.
Yeah, but I'm just saying when they took that big break between season 1 and season 2, which I think was a similar break situation where Wit was saying, listen, we don't really own anything here. We're going to go do something else for now. And they did something else. And then, okay, we're going to come back for this season 2 now, but it's been years later. And the amount of audience for season 2 was probably lower because of the long gap, right? And it took them a while to rebuild their brand awareness, right? And then so the committee didn't want to wait another few years for season 4 to come out, right? So they were like, all right, we're just going to get Mappa to do it. And then in order to the stupid thing, the kind of annoying thing is in order to entice Mappa to come do it, they actually put Mappa on the committee and gave them part of the license rights. So from my understanding, so they like if they had
Give
just
that to
given that
fucking
to Wit, yeah,
God.
that's my understanding of. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding.
So,
And then
Reese.
then Mappa came in and finished it.
Reese and or anybody else, what is Mappa known for doing?
They
Chainsaw
Jujutsu
Man.
Kaisen, Chainsaw Man.
The season 2 of Vinland Saga.
Yeah.
season
they
2
did
Vinland
Terror
Saga.
and Resonance back in the day.
Yeah,
It's
Terror
like-
Resonance, Inuyashiki.
Going into this, I felt in my head like Mappa is pretty well respected. People really like them. Therefore, I'm going to give it a chance. But what I got feels like lazy. There's rotoscoping, like in like the worst fucking way too, right? The rotoscoping.
Yeah, there's
is so
moments
bad.
where there's like a really mundane, easy shot for them to
people
animate.
at a goddamn dinner table.
And it's
And there's
like
there's like an
they're
autistically large amount of
unable
movement
to-
happening. You're like, why?
Yeah, and then
The
you see
stroke thing.
the floaty face sometimes,
Mm.
where obviously they just superimpose the face on the rotoscope's body.
It's just not.
And that's my gripe of everything I've seen about like Chainsaw Man clips is like, oh, I can tell
Yeah.
the uncanny
Yeah.
valley.
So I'll be honest. I watched the beginning of Chainsaw Man when I was making the shirt for Stealth Weeb, and I don't know why, but I was hyped for it. And then as I started watching it, by episode 3, I like all the hype is gone. Like, I don't care about this. I don't think it looks that good. I kind of liked the references being made in the opening song, but not enough that it fucking mattered for me to give a shit about the rest of the show. You know, like I just really surprised. Like, who did Madhouse is the one that did One Punch Man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we should have gotten. Madhouse picking up
Yeah.
where Wit left off. I would have been happy for that, you know. But seriously, like I'm just dumbfounded, you know, like how poorly the Attack Titan is criminally disgusting in CGI, especially because Wit. Like, and I talked about this a lot, I think, in the first impressions I did for One Duo when I went to see the first episode of season 3 after the season 2 recap movie. But Wit has done such a creepily good job with like that layer of like veins and shit that they put over the Attack Titan. It's such a strange idea, but the way they do it like really fucking works. And the way they draw the Attack Titan too looks fucking great. And the only time it looks good in season 4 that I've seen so far is when it's a still image because they fucking drew one shot, you know, and they just kind of pan over the still image. And then the rest of it looks like shit. And then hilariously, the Colossal Titan's not CGI when it first shows up. And you're like, what the fuck, man? Like, you think that that's going to undo the travesty from the previous scene? You know, like people didn't like when he was full CGI. So we made sure he's not CGI, but every other Titan is, you know, like, fuck you.
I will say it does get better.
It gets better.
but-
I hear it gets better. But man, like if I had fuck you money the way that Elon has, like I would absolutely, you know, if I even got a whisper like, oh, Wit's not going to do season 4, I'll be like, oh, trip to Japan. Excuse me, Wit, here's $1 billion. You are going to do season 4 and it doesn't matter. Just do a good job. You know, like here's $1 billion. This is not related to, you know, the committee that's going to pay you to do this. So you get that money too, but just make sure that you do a fucking good job. Because
call it the Attack on Titan. Is that what it's going to be called?
Oh.
So aesthetics and production aside, what do you actually think about the vibe of, you know, season 4, like where it is in the story?
Well, I'm one episode past where you are.
Okay.
And so far, there are things I really like, and there are things I really hate. Things that I really like are I like what they're doing with Reiner. I like his. I like that we've learned why they behaved the way that they did. I like that I buy the turmoil that he feels, right, over the actions he was forced to take and the reasoning behind it. The only thing I don't like about his backstory is I don't like that they made him like the Armin of the group who grew into the Chad, right? Like,
It's
just
so
that
weird.
feels-
His bipolar is like, I guess it disappeared.
Yeah, it just feels a little strange, right? And I'm just like, I'm not quite thrilled with that. Annie,
she's been frozen this whole time.
Yeah.
I
Like,
thought they would have done something with her. Like earlier, you said something like I said, I would have felt better if they at least just outright killed her, and that's why they couldn't get the answers. And you're like, well, I'm glad they didn't because I don't know. I think you said because of a specific thing that happens later, but something made it sound like, you know, it'll be worth it later, I guess.
I'll be honest, it's really hard to watch the shit happening with the Tybers and not feel like the shit, the whole spiel he gives apologizing for his race. It's like when you realize that the Eldians are like a stand-in for the Jews, you're like, these apologies feel just a little, just a teensy bit on the nose. You know, like the specific way that he apologizes for the.
I'm not
actions of his
100%
ancestors.
sure that they're a stand-in for the Jews.
Well,
but-
I mean, in the sense that like they have the armbands like World War II style. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
there's like some form of connection on like the way they're being treated by the surrounding communities. And so
Yeah.
when he's talking about like the original sin of his ancestors, and he's like talking about the way that they manipulated and like overpowered other countries throughout history, you're like, yeah, okay. You know, but I really liked the part where he uses the Jaw Titan to crack open the seal for the Warhammer Titan, right? I thought that was a great touch, and I thought that was awesome that they handle so much in that battle, right? They just kind of
So
like
does the Jaw Titan now have the Warhammer Titan as well?
No.
No,
It was in his goddamn mouth. How is he not?
you have to eat her.
If you haven't got to the part yet, continue watching. I can't
Yeah.
believe you missed it, but continue watching.
Well,
I thought it was already,
hold on.
like you said, you're on episode
Aaron
10
was
I
or
have a
drinking the
6?
screenshot.
blood.
I have a screenshot.
You're on
Aaron was
episode
drinking
10
the
or
blood.
6?
He's on
On
episode,
episode
10.
10.
Wait, you said Aaron or the Jaw Titan?
No, okay, hold on. I'm gonna
Aaron
post the
was
picture.
drinking the blood, but the what's it called was in the Jaw Titan's mouth. So how's the Jaw Titan not also get the Warhammer Titan power?
Okay, you need more. I don't know if I can tell him this. Should I tell him the spoiler of what he needs to eat?
Well, he should know that by now.
Yeah, you need to eat
spinal
the.
fluid?
It's not. Yeah, it's not just the blood. It's the spinal fluid.
column or whatever. Spinal fluid, yeah.
Why does
That
that
was-
change anything? Why does the spinal fluid magically go through his teeth into Aaron's mouth and not his own?
That
Am I
was
missing
revealed
something?
in season 3.
Because he's because of the way that he's holding the thing, the gravity is bringing it towards Aaron and not towards. Here, I just uploaded the image. Hold on, it's loading.
I'm gonna go through comments real quick.
Sure.
She was ignoring the Titan, and then Sasha comes and she ran away. I honestly forget what
referring to the little girl whose mom was getting eaten. Which, by the way, I think we learned. Thank you, Greenline, for not letting me get spoiled on this. But when we discussed season 2, I mentioned how I thought the mom probably survived, but they reveal in season 4 the mom did not survive.
Yeah.
because that kid is in the
orphan.
orphanage thing.
There were no spoilers. You guys are just paranoid. I don't know what that's about. Is that about me not reading your comments last week? Because you did have some spoilers in your comments, and I
He
skipped
says-
some of them.
Oh, that. And then it says Zeke was in season 2. It's like, sure, he was in it, but we didn't identify him as being
Yeah.
Zeke, as being the young boy, which we didn't find out and see till.
Hilariously,
The
I just
scarf-
uploaded this thing, and the specific images I uploaded here did not come through.
Scarf makes it like Schindler's List. I remember a candle from Schindler's List. I don't remember a scarf.
Well, I think the girl wears the red. Oh, it's because I'm out of files. God damn it.
Could the
Okay.
effects of shifting be at play on Reiner? Affecting his mental ability?
I don't think so.
They were dealing with the pandemic. Yeah, that could have also Wit could have been like, well, we don't want to go back to work yet. That's possible. Because of the pandemic. Although Japan generally had it more under control, and season 4 came out in 2021. So yeah, I don't know. It might. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. Seventh Prince is getting a season 2 and on this
Wow.
July.
That's
characters-
relevant to the
Relevant.
cartoon.
Thanks.
And the next one's also relevant, and we
The
haven't heard
reference
ever
of
before.
7-star anime or Lucky Star anime felt very blatant. Okay. Reiner was a Chad during the cadet training. It's almost like that training is what advanced him.
Dude, it will
bipolar
not
is
let me-
long term.
Open this thing.
The closest
record,
to being
I
happy
just
for
said
1 second. And
bipolar as like
rage as fuck.
whatever. I don't know what his actual thing is, but the point is he has a split
Multiple
DID.
personality. Yeah.
And dissociated, whatever the fuck it's
I'm
called.
gonna delete some of these just so that we can.
Sure.
Even the Pokemon. Yeah, okay, Pokemon good. Aaron was eaten by Beard Titan. He was, but not his spinal fluid remained intact, right?
Yeah, he got swallowed whole. Beard
Shifting
Titan almost became the next Attack Titan.
and Founding Titan. Shifting affecting Reiner's physical appearance. Oh, I mean, I think that was just the animation studio being different.
No, I think he means like because Reiner was like a baby versus a Turbo Chad, and then all of a sudden he was a Turbo Chad because he picks up Marcel's like slack, right? Because Marcel gets killed instead of him, he tries to like pick up the slack and become the leader that Marcel was or whatever, so that as a way to make amends or whatever. Anyway, so the thing you're talking about is this part.
Yeah. Anyway.
Right?
Hmm.
Aaron is holding him over his head so that when he crushes down on it and like he's still only getting the the hardened thing in his mouth. And then when it crushes and the blood drips down, it drips into Aaron's mouth.
And he doesn't get any blood on his tongue.
I mean, perhaps, but it's not the.
I remember it only took a tongue's worth to get.
Yeah, but it has to be the spinal fluid specifically, not just blood in general.
Yeah, and 0%. Look, you don't think any spinal fluid is going to make it onto his tongue in that transaction?
The only thing I don't like about this scene is that I just want him to also. I thought it would have been so great. He's like, damn, I came in here. My plan was so fucking good. I got all the goddamn Titan abilities in one go. You know what I mean? I wanted him to get this. And like, all right, time to go back to Annie. I don't know if I want to be female Titan, but well, we'll find out. You know, like,
yeah, that was. I think that was Greenline's question or someone's. It's like, who's going to get the female Titan if it's a male? Like, what happens?
Yeah, I was asking that during our talk on Discord. Also, I really hope, you weren't hoping for anything for Ymir because they just killed her off screen.
Yeah, I mean, they show what happened to her though, at least.
Yeah.
Really?
So
FTM is correct. Jaw would get some power. So I think it's kind of like One Piece, where if two people eat the same fruit, only the first person gets the power.
It's like how Aaron also has the Founding Titan.
I kind of put in the wrong. Oh wait, yeah.
I think it's like this.
Hold on. And also, I think you literally have to die because we have evidence of like the Armor Titan having that flask and Aaron eating that and not getting the Armor Titan ability, right?
Well, that's the assumption that's actually the full armored Titan flask, not just something that helps unlock that ability.
Okay, well then I'll say it further. There's some other evidence that proves my point, but anyway, I'll leave it at that. That's spoilery.
Yeah. So the problem I specifically have. This is not that. So this is how Reiner looks in season 3, season 3, and this is how he looks in season 4. No, that's not it. Where's the season 4? Did that not upload? God damn it! Why is it so hard to upload these? These are all from the earlier seasons. Hold on, fucker.
That's how Aaron got the hardening. Okay, yeah. So I guess if you're saying so, he won't. So the Jaw Titan wouldn't become the Warhammer Titan, but in theory, he could potentially have gotten some. Like, new ability, yeah. I guess maybe, possibly. But
well, think about it. The hardening, the Jaw Titan, like Ymir had that ability and didn't look anything like that. So maybe there's something different.
No. Oh yeah. Sorry. That is weird. And
clearly they didn't have an idea for what the Jaw Titan would look like.
Because Ymir's
Ymir's appearance as the Jaw Titan doesn't change
Didn't change at all
when
from her
she
base
becomes
I
Titan.
the Jaw
wonder
Titan.
if Ymir is not Eldian enough.
I don't think so.
Like
It doesn't come into play.
because Reiner is half Marleyan, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder if you dilute the bloodline enough, if the powers don't manifest fully, or something.
I don't think that's a thing.
So anyway, these are the ones of this is how Reiner looks in season
I straight up
4.
think it's because his eyes aren't like squinty enough. That's literally the difference.
That's definitely part of it because this is him versus this.
He has a bit more eyeliner too.
I just don't like the way that they shade it in the new season here. And this is the scene I was talking about where they do a bunch of post effects, right? Like Mappa makes this feel more like
Am I wrong in saying some of the post effects are like the edges kind of have like a
blur.
3D chromatic
Yeah,
abrasion or
absolutely.
something?
And
I find
I'm
it
not
annoying,
really a fan of that.
honestly. I find it
Bring back
annoying
my
that-
thick outlines, you bitch.
You don't have to die. Aaron did get the hardening ability from the flask and just didn't become the armor.
Yeah,
Yeah, so-
I think it's not the armor titan specifically, or maybe what the Cool 2T is trying to say is that like that flask, there's like a lesser form that you can get from any of the Titans' spinal fluid, as long as they aren't like you're not capturing the full life force by eating them fully and digesting them and everything. You will still get something from them. You just might not get the full shebang, which almost might explain. No, I don't. The thing with Ymir is too weird. I think the most logical reasoning is that Ymir looks really ethnic, and it seems plausible to me that if Ymir is like a 5th Eldian or something like that, that it would make more sense that like the Titan ability is able to manifest, but not to the level it needed to for her to get the full-on power of the Jaw Titan. Instead, she just gets the shifting ability and some of the agility and whatnot of the form.
Legitimately, I think what happened was the mangaka didn't think about limiting it to 9 Titans initially and came
Could
up
be.
with that later.
Could be.
But we'll never know.
Yeah.
Unless he does a documentary or something.
I'd watch it. Fuck yeah. Give me a documentary. Randy, you shared a YouTube video. What is this?
Lemmy Winks.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Ballad of Lemmy Winks.
All right.
Well,
All right,
anyway,
cool.
so overall, for me, the vibe shift is like very well, I say pessimistic from my perspective, not like the vibe of the show. It's just like I don't have a good feeling that this is gonna like it's already the episodes don't feel like, oh, I'm gonna see like, oh, there's more.
Yeah.
I want to see what's the answer to the X and Y Z. It's like I'm pretty sure the answer to X, Y, and Z is gonna be not really good because it's like finding out Aaron's motive and it's like oh
yeah,
okay, but
no, totally,
it's a mess now that
in
they're
addition
trying to make it a gray area or whatever.
It will remain a mess. You will get 95% of the answers that you're looking for. There will be one answer you will not get an answer to, or one question you will not get an answer to, and overall you will be mediocre on the finale. Like, just prepare yourself for that, okay?
That's what I
feel
was
like I've
preparing
been
myself for.
Randy, can you DM me that one, but the one answer you don't get, just to
double check,
just so he knows what you're talking about. So I'll say this: I've thoroughly enjoyed everything Whit put together. Right, like there have been less than one hand's worth of things that I feel are plot holes or mistakes. One of them being the embroidery thing, like that. Unless you had a plan for that going forward, seems like a misstep.
What was the actual like significance of it? Because I got to the part where she shows the brand, but what at the end of the day, like, what did it mean?
It just identifies her as one of them, and then it makes them endeared to her so that they will help or whatever.
And then they pull out anyway. So that like whoop-de-doo. I'm not saying like I fully agree. It's like you shouldn't have had that whole like, oh, we didn't establish this and suddenly we're going to talk about it. They even said, oh yeah, you always have the armband on. Why'd you only show Aaron? She was about to explain, then they just veered off into a different
Yeah, and they
conversation.
never
Like,
show
wow.
they never show her having one because
She's
she's
always
always
got, like,
wearing the
sleeves
jacket.
on.
You know what I mean?
Or whatever.
Yeah. So I'll say this. Oh, come on, brain. Did you just...
Wait, who had the armband?
They mentioned that
Mikasa.
Mikasa's always had something over her arm,
And
like
she's
a
only shown
bandage or
Aaron.
whatever.
Oh, why you always hide it? And then
Yeah.
she was about to answer.
Which is a lie. There's been many times that they've shown her arm and it's not been there. And there will continue to be. There are more scenes in this season that show her arm, and that brand is not there. So they weren't even consistent in their own fucking season.
Yeah,
but
so I'll just say this:
supposedly it's supposed to
with
have been
everything Wit did, I feel like there is so much effort put into it. So much is unveiled, right? Like, just from like whoever they had on their team working as the episode directors and stuff, like the knowledge they had of the source material and the effort put in. Like I think E. Castro talked about.
Yeah, but they did fuck up that brand thing and make.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I brought that up specifically as a reason for that. Yeah, but I think it was E. Castro mentioned how when he was watching, I think season 2, the ending theme seemed to simultaneously being conveying to the audience watching the anime things that were supposed to tease you, and also simultaneously people who were caught up to the manga. Right, there was like an extremely incredible attention to the detail in everything that they did, to the point where, like, I don't think I've ever watched one of our watch clubs and really been this dialed into what I'm watching. Right, season 4 feels like a paycheck, like they were just getting paid. Right. They didn't really understand. They didn't really try hard. They didn't really do, that effort of symbology and imagery and whatnot. And I just kind of feel like it's kind of lost its soul. You know what I mean? None of the characters' voices feel like they fit, except for maybe Hanji. I guess Levi, like he hasn't really had a lot of lines, but Armin sounds really different to me, and I think again part of that's supposed to be
transition.
Yeah, but part of that's supposed to be different because he's aged up, right?
Yeah.
Like he's getting older. His voice is going to change. Aaron's
His
voice
voice is going to start
Aaron,
sounding like the narrator.
Aaron talks a little different, right?
Yeah,
But
right. Talks differently
it's
because
more-
his
it's more
personality
about
like
his-
been neutered,
his demeanor has
neutralized.
changed, right?
Yeah.
Like so that makes sense. Jean sounds a little different. I didn't get to hear enough
That's
of
just
Sasha. Biggest crime of the season. My wife was telling me like
They changed voice actors for Sasha.
they
Wait, what?
did
Yeah,
from Ashley Birch to somebody else.
I forget who it is, but yeah, she changed.
'Cause
In
I
season
remember
4.
I remember we covered on podcast. I don't remember what season they were on because I was still living in Arizona, I think, when it happened. But I remember covering that Ashley Birch
Stop playing
stopped
Mayuri.
voicing
Mayuri,
Mayuri in
Steins Gate.
Steins Gate.
Because she
And got
wanted to voice
replaced in Steins Gate by Megan Shipman, I think it was. But she continued to voice Sasha in Attack on Titan, but that might have been around season 3.
Why did she stop voicing?
I don't
because
remember.
she
the
wanted to
specific
voice
reason.
Sasha instead of Mayuri.
Yeah, like because she has far fewer lines as Mayuri than she did as Sasha in season 3, at least, or in whatever. She seemed like a different character in season 3 as well. Like
Yeah. Season 4.
No, in season 3, Sasha seemed like a different person. And I was trying to justify it. Like the moment she shares with her dad in season 2, in the beginning of the episode, and I think the dub delivers the line differently than the sub and then the manga, but she says something about I was told not to come back to my village until I became a respectable person, or something like that. Right? When Connie's saying my village is nearby here, I want to go visit. Maybe I'll sneak out after dark. And Reiner says, I'm going to help you, kind of thing. Sasha says, my village told me not to return until I became a respectable person, or something like that. Right? And then it goes in later to show the backstory with her dad, and how she was eating the meat they were going to save for winter and smoke it or whatever. That is implying like this is her as a non-respectable person. Right? And then after the events where she
I don't understand what you're
what?
You're such an idiot. You're such an idiot, Reese.
What?
Reese is like, DM me what the one question that isn't answered, and then so I texted him I messaged him the answer, or the question that isn't answered, and then he's like, well, here's a Google screenshot of the answer that you're looking for. It's not the question. And then I'm like, that's not the question.
I literally put the question into Google.
then he Googles another question,
which is the other part of your question. It was like, come on, what are you talking
and
about?
was still not the question.
I think you
And
need to
Google's
elaborate.
AI answered it retardedly, and then he just like without thinking just sends me this screenshot of this retarded Google AI answer to a question that I didn't even ask. It's
You
just
did ask.
Okay. Anyway, you can share that during our actual season 4 watch club where we can actually know what you're talking about. But yeah, so the point is that Sasha is brought to a place where she's considered respectable, right? Like her dad legitimately respects her in that moment and tells her as much when he says how proud he is of her and everything, right? And so for me, I'm like trying to justify her being like a different person in season 3. Like, yeah, now she's different. She's respectable. And then I'm remembering her getting tied to the post in season 3 so that they could eat the meat without her. I'm like, oh, maybe not.
Well, and then season 4, she just turned into a cold-hearted soldier the first time we see her, and then
Weird. In season 4, I'm like, damn, she's like even more moe. Season 4, she looks like a drop dead, gorgeous anime girl in season 4.
Wait, who? Sasha?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like she
Because
just
you know
looks
who
even
doesn't look
prettier.
like a drop dead anime gorgeous lady?
No,
Mikasa.
I'm not saying.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, but I'm not saying Sasha wasn't good looking before. I'm just saying that in season 4 specifically, she almost becomes like a parody of the hot anime girl. Like there's something about her facial proportions and stuff. Same with Connie. Like they glow him up to be like a Chad or whatever, from being like a dopey. Like Connie to me feels like he could fit in with the cast of Ed, and Eddie, and you wouldn't even blink.
Top 10 anime downgrades is season 4 Mikasa.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh god.
oh my god, yeah. There's some off frames that are so bad.
Let me ask you this: of the characters you've seen so far that are from the Marleyan Empire, what do you think of? What do you think of Peak? What do you think of Galliard or Porco? Right, that's the Porco. Pock Galliard, I think his name is. Marcel's brother.
Pock was like a slander nickname.
So Pock was, but Porco wasn't?
Yeah.
Come on.
Porco is his real name.
Okay, so Porco. What do you think of
question?
Pete, Porco, Gabby, Falco, Colt, any of them? Like, what are your thoughts so far?
I couldn't care less about all of them. That's my summation.
Even after Gabby did the thing.
Where are you guys? You said episode 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on episode 11.
What happened in episode 10?
So you know the
last
event
I
that
checked,
happens
they're
with
in
Premier Zachary? It's the episode before that.
Oh, I saw there was Premier Zachary one.
Wait, what happened?
He got terrorized.
Okay. All right, so we're on the same episode then.
Did Aaron... So Aaron ate the Warhammer Titan, right? We got there. That's not spoiler.
Right.
And now where is Aaron?
The Jaegerists have just been named.
Yes, and he put his jacket on.
Yeah.
as
That's,
he was
that's literally
escaped
the
prison.
exact moment I'm at.
Oh, the one where he's like got that weird pose.
Yeah, and he's like talking in regular motion while the body is moving in slow motion to put the jacket on. Yeah.
Okay, so we've witnessed the blimp
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw
going to
Sasha
pick up
die.
Aaron. Okay,
No.
yeah, that's
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That part,
yeah.
That's what I said.
And-
Like you have no feeling about Gabby doing the thing.
So my wife
Who's Gabby
told me
again?
Gabby is
The girl that
little
shot
girl
Sasha.
version of Aaron. This
Yeah.
psychopathic.
What I have? Why would I like her after that?
Well, I'm
you have-
asking what your thoughts were on the characters, not specifically.
He
do you
predicted
like
that,
them?
by the way. We were to call, and it's like, oh yeah, what's she gonna do? Green line, shoot her, and it'll be poetic. And I'm just sitting here, forcing my mouth closed. I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah. So, my only thoughts on that scene are should have been Connie, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I kind of sensed it was going to happen. My wife kept telling me, like, every single time Gabby came here, I fucking hate that bitch. I hate her. You're gonna hate her too. And she waves at us. He's like, do you hate her yet?
Dude, she didn't even have to do it, and I'd still hate her. She's
Yeah.
so insufferable and unhinged.
I don't know. I like the concept of her because I feel like what the show is doing is like they're showing the cycle of war and hatred and how like this is like a never-ending cycle of, you know, kids being raised to be war machines, to fight battles that only create further death in the future by the next generation and all that kind of stuff. Like I kind of like that.
We've
Especially
already kind
because
of gotten stuff like that though, and I'm just kind of tired of it. I want to move the plot along, I guess. Could
yeah,
say.
I definitely feel that. I definitely feel that. But one of the things I really liked about it is that they kind of give you a dynamic similar to Aaron, Mikasa, and Armin, but none of the characters except for Gabby are like a one-to-one equivalent of that group, right? And so, and the irony there is that Gabby is not even that much like Aaron in the sense that Gabby's like driven like Aaron, but also actually competent. Whereas Aaron kind of sucked at like he
Everything.
barely made it through the training in the sense that like he wasn't as good at
He
things.
only
as
had
he-
one ODM kill in his career.
right, stuff like that. Yeah, and so why?
Who
Just
are you talking
profound.
to, Luigi? Like,
Comments by Luigi. Sasha's best girl.
no.
Sasha-
Season 4 is best.
Yes,
girl.
season 4. Sasha's best girl. Sasha.
Why is she the best
regressed.
as a meme because she just dies? Like, is that why
I-
she's best? Because she's no
do you-
longer with her.
Do you mean regrets?
Regressed?
She like Sasha regressed. That means that she gets worse.
Could this be in
But she's
reference
best
to what I
girl?
was
with
saying
that.
about her becoming a respectable person?
Oh, maybe.
Sasha got an idealized funeral picture look. Gabby was Aaron to me. Aaron is competent. It was sabotage. No, I don't mean just about that. I mean that Aaron in the manga, especially like, so one of the, like I kind of showed that panel before about how they show like all the characters' faces and they give you like a breakdown of them at the
Update.
beginning of every volume of the Tankobon. And they tell you stuff like Bertolt. Bertolt is gifted at every task put in front of him, but he lacks direction and doesn't, he'd rather be led than lead kind of thing. Like, so he would be a perfect soldier if not for the fact that he can't bring himself to make decisions, right? He's indecisive. Yeah. So she regressed in maturity. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just like, I'm sticking it out, obviously. And, you know, I'm really looking forward to the finale and seeing it in theaters and doing all that kind of stuff. But I just really feel as though, like, I just wish Wit had gone all the way through, right? It's like, it's just one of those things where they did such a damn good job creating a mood in every episode, right? And I feel like the music does that well. The direction, like the cinematography, all that stuff just really, really worked. And then
Is
I
it the
feel like
same
in season,
music because they had a remix of that track that I said was like a song that existed.
Well, so that's the thing I don't like about season 4, actually, is that because it's using music from the earlier seasons, I am instead feeling like I'm being manipulated by the music, right? Like so.
Oh,
you know,
that's the thing that's manipulating you.
Well, they say that, for example, if you chew a specific flavor of gum when you're studying for a test, and then chew it when you're taking the test, that it helps the neural pathways, similar to like how certain scents and whatnot can help you. Like, so for example, every once in a while you'll hear a song, right? And you haven't heard it in 20 years, and your mind goes back to where you were when you heard it and you used to listen to it all the time. Kind of
Yeah, which is why I get PTSD when I listen to the one song that I had in a botched presentation.
Yeah, so so I feel like have you guys have seen the movie Predator with Arnold Schwarzenegger, right?
I have.
Parts of it, not the whole thing. I don't think.
Okay, but you're at least familiar with
the first one? Yeah.
So they made they made a sequel later on with Adrian Brody called Predators, right?
Yeah, that one.
And they literally just took the soundtrack for the first movie and used it again. And it sucks ass because not only was that music made to convey a mood in the specific scenes that were made for the original movie, and therefore, like, you can't just drag and drop it somewhere else and have it work the
exact same movie all over again.
Yeah, and like that feeling of it just feels lazy. It just feels like, wow, let's not even hire somebody. Just use the old soundtrack. You know, it just doesn't quite grasp why you have a score to begin with. And I feel like when you hear the music from the earlier seasons of Attack on Titan, it's meant to put you into a mode of thinking or feeling or whatever. But instead, I'm just thinking about how much better season 3 was, and season 2 was, and season 1 was. You know what I mean?
I kind of disagree because it's like if they typically have like a battle theme or whatever, it makes sense to bring it in season 4, so it gives you the continuity of like I'm still watching this.
Yeah, no, I get that. And like for the battle in the city and whatnot in the Marleyan Empire, like I didn't mind it so much there, but I just feel like there's other parts where like the music and stuff just feels like it just feels like when, like, for example, if you wrote the score to something and you understood like how harmony works and like how certain instruments evoke certain feelings and stuff, so you specifically choose to write a track for a specific scene in a movie, and then it creates this connection to the viewer.
Well,
right?
I got a pretty good comparison. So was it Your Movie Sucks made that manifesto on the live action not live action, the quote unquote live action Lion King versus the original, and they used the exact same score or whatever, but because the scenes were done in a completely different way, it actually betrays the score, right? So he broke that down meticulously, and like I can see exactly what you're saying. If it was catered to a specific scene and you're just ham-fisting it on something else, like it's just not going to be the same.
Well, I guess I would look at it like for the Silent Hill remake, they used the original score, but they remixed all the songs. So at least there they were different, you know. Now I feel like they worked to varying degrees with that particular installment, you know. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is like it's the difference between writing a song to accompany a movie scene you directed versus grabbing an existing song and just playing it and like, that works. Well, I'll use that. You know, it's like there's like an intentionality behind it. Like you would make the timing perfect to match what you needed if you were, you know, rather than shoehorning it in. And I just kind of feel like they're shoehorning it in on some of the music from the other seasons. You know, like I get what you're saying. Like it would feel even more disconnected if they did a completely new everything.
Yeah,
you know, yeah. Like it might as well just be a live action film or something at that point if they just continue the story but completely do everything different. But I don't know. I just feel like I just feel like it's not quite delivering what I would want out of it. So currently, again, I'm like 10 episodes in, and I just feel like I'm eager to see where it goes. Although I got to tell you, one thing that I really disliked about the beginning is that I feel like there's a season missing. Like what happens at the end of season 3 and where we're getting at the beginning of season 4. Now, granted,
That's what Vietnam was mentioning earlier, though.
they spend season 4 filling in the gaps, right? That's kind of the point of it. But it just, I can't help but feel when I'm watching it like I missed a whole season's worth.
Yeah,
of
so
stuff.
the way I'll describe it is I feel like it's two sides of the same coin of mystery and confusion. And that's what I'm feeling. I feel like it is not adding some sort of intrigue to the mystery or something. It's just making confusion because it's like, why is Aaron now suddenly like this? Why are these characters blah, 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 you know? What happened? Why are they working with Zeke? Once again, it's like,
they do a lot of flashbacks. Don't worry about it.
I know, but we could have done it sequentially, and then it wouldn't be a flashback, and then we wouldn't be confused once they get to the point they are currently, or whatever. But they have to manufacture some sort of.
Well,
like,
I just think that
they told everything in sequence, like with the reveal for the female Titan. They showed it happening, and then they did the flashback, leading up to it, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
but
think
they
what we're
could've
trying to
shown
convey.
They're purposely leaving you with these questions.
I get that, but I think what
I
Footnam and I
know,
are trying to convey is that, like, up to this point, seasons 1 through 3 have done a very good job about very carefully but masterfully laying out a mystery and then giving you reveals along the way that make the mystery feel significant and like you're really, getting somewhere. Like there's like a payoff for each time it's revealed, and it makes you think about things differently. And then you have these epiphanies. Like I can't tell you how many times I'm watching with my wife, and I'll pause it and go like, "Oh my god, that means this." You know what I mean? Like when I was watching with my wife for season 3, and I was like, "Wait a minute, Zeke's his brother," right? All that kind of shit, right? And so, and that means the Titan's mom was his dad's first wife. What, and all that kind of stuff. So, so for them to give us that, and then season 4 is just a slap in the face where it's like, now I'm going to do it, but in reverse for my next trick. That's kind of how it feels. Like,
well,
and
now that
I was perfectly content with what we were doing. Like,
this is why it's so annoying is that they start it suddenly. And you're in Marley or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like my expectation was that they were going to figure out how to cross the sea, and then they'd be in this awe and wonder of this new land for what it's worth. And then, as they go, then whatever, then they devise the plan, then they can do a time skip. But instead, they put you right in Marley, and now everything's just transparent as day. You see everything that's going on. And now this is the clear side of everything. You have the clarity on Marley.
And it
now
also
the main
feels like they're
characters
speed
are
running the explanation, doesn't it? Like, because we've seen
actually, yeah, especially with like the boats and stuff
the
on the
boat
shore,
shit, right?
Yeah,
like that felt like I'm like, what the fuck? Like all of a sudden, like you're trying to bridge this gap from where we were to where we are now, and you're doing it in like 3 minutes. Like, what the fuck? I can't goddamn believe it.
But now they're flipping the script so it's the main character's crew that is in the shadows of like, oh, what's this? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, why don't we wrap up?
Yeah, let's wrap up. I'm gonna go watch episode 11. I gotta find out if the dog probably needs to be walked too. Damn it. Anyway, so just a heads up. I am probably going to be on a plane to the UK on Tuesday. So if you guys are the praying types, I'll appreciate it because I don't want to be. I imagine I'm going to be landing right next to the crashed planes in Pennsylvania and Washington, D.C. In my connecting flight to the UK. So just pray that I don't get a female pilot or whatever it is. Right?
What are you doing in the UK?
We have an event out there, seminar. Yeah, and it's kind of hard to explain, but
stay away from the rape squads.
Well, The nice thing about our event in the UK is that we're going to land at Heathrow Airport and basically go across the street to the hotel. And that's where the event is, right? So it's going to be like,
Nice.
It's not going to be a lot of traveling and stuff, unless my boss decides, like, oh, we're going to go see the London Eye and film a video out there, which he does every fucking time he goes to the UK. But usually he doesn't bring us. The reason we're doing this one is because this particular event is built around a podcast that he started with another instructor. And so that's kind of like the marketing for it. So what we did at the event that was in the US is we recorded a live podcast episode there. So my friend and I had to set everything up to make that happen. And be honest, it looks fucking amazing. Like we did such a damn good job setting that up with the audience in the dark, you know, and like the lights being right on just the, you know, the speakers and everything. We did a really good job. But yeah, so that's why we have to go to this. And then I'm going to have to go the following month to Australia to do the same fucking thing. But if all goes according to plan and I don't die in a fiery wreck, I should finish reading the manga. I'll at least get to season 4, I'm thinking, by the time I land in Heathrow. And then on the way back, I'll either, you know, get caught up to where I am in season 4, or I'll just watch the rest of season 4 up until the last 2 episodes that I'll watch on in the theater kind of thing. And then probably, I mean, I can't do the watch club next weekend because I'm probably going to be flying back on Sunday. I might have a couple days off, including possibly the day that I would go see the movie and stuff.
I mean, that's fine. We probably want to finish off the thing anyway.
Yeah. So, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be able to do it anyway because I got to go to the movie on Monday. But maybe if I have Monday and Tuesday off, which who knows, because Monday and Tuesday are the busiest days at my job. But we might be able to do the watch club Thursday, Friday, or, you know, just we'll skip a week and we'll do it on Sunday kind of thing. I don't know. Anyway, that's it. I just want to give you guys a heads up of where I'll be and what's going on. But anyway, I guess that's it. Let's watch our amazing Attack on Titan musical.
No!
No place to hide. The Titans come to protect us. Mama, stop this. Can't take anymore. Who will save us from this horror? Roar! Roar! He tears through walls with rage and might, no end in sight, just endless night. Oh, save us from the beast. Our hopes have turned to shattered dreams. Mama, hold on, I'll fight for you. Our shadows cast on crumbled ground. The Titans roar a deafening sound. No, Mama, I'll stand my ground. Won't flee to honor you. I'll fight valiantly. Roar, destruction in its wake of furious